Chapter 1690. Real currency minted by the National Mint as a betrothal gift? TSK. Now, this is a big deal. Mr. Peter, if you want to propose to your sweetheart in the future, you can use it as a reference. Gun Yinji smiled and winked at Hua Xiaoheng. Her bright smile bloomed like a sea of flowers in May. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He curled the corners of his lips and smiled coldly and arrogantly. If you're willing to marry me, I can also go back to the Soviet Union Mint to think of a way. Did she get the wrong person? Was this a fake Hua Xiaoheng? How could Hua Xiao, who had principles and a bottom line, do something like this? But on second thought, Hua Xiaoheng was still talking about the Soviet Mint. It was obvious that he was still speaking as the ace of the Far East, Peter. Gun Yinji snorted appropriately. How can you bargain over something like this? It's obvious that you're being perfunctory, and you're still saying that you're sincere. Is this your sincerity? Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and didn't reply. He had never thought of doing such a thing. All he could think about now was the 11 round gold coins. This was really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. As expected, things that came from here could only be found after returning here. It took the language and cryptography experts of the opposite world several years to uncover the true meaning of those cursive English words. However, after Hua Xiaoheng found out that this was He Chengjian and Qin Suwen's wedding souvenir, he immediately understood. Happy, calm, justice. If they were put together with their initials, it would be HCJ. It should be He Chengjian's initials. Similarly, Queen, Supper, and Wonder were arranged in alphabetical order. They were QSW, the abbreviation of Qin Suwen's name. He Chengjian engraved their names under 1314. The meaning was really profound. Hua Xiaoheng's hands were still in his trouser pockets, his fingers rubbing the coin as he followed Gun Yinji expressionlessly into the elevator. Several batches of people had already gone down. Gun Yinji and the others were the last to go down. When she arrived at the hospital's CT room, Gun Yinji discovered that it was already packed with soldiers. Normal people couldn't get in at all. Gun Yinji wasn't an ordinary person. As soon as she arrived, the soldiers standing guard at the door immediately let them in. The people outside who couldn't squeeze and loudly complained, "Why can they go in, but I can't? He's the chief's lawyer. What are you?" The soldier, standing guard with a gun, said with a fierce face. Although he didn't dare to point his gun at the crowded crowd, the deterrence was enough. When those people heard that it was He Chengjian's lawyer, they stopped shouting. However, they all craned their necks and tiptoed, wishing they could see what was going on inside through the crack in the door. The full name of CT is computed tomography. In Chinese, meant computed tomography. Depending on arrays used in the scan, it could be called an X-ray scan or an ultrasound scan. Inside the CT room, the atmosphere was tense. Even the air was tense. The first thing Gun Yinji saw when she walked in was the CT machine that was as tall as a person. It looked like a silver-white donut, standing on a huge base in the middle of the room. In front of it was a reclining board the size of a single bed. During the CT scan, the patient lay on the long reclining board and was gradually sent into the circle in the middle of the donut to be scanned. In other words, the CT machine itself was a transmitter. Now that it wasn't working, there was a large gauze disc in front of the donut. Gun Yinji looked around the CT room curiously. She didn't seem to see where the infrasound emitter was. He Chengjian was standing next to the CT machine, glaring at the CT machine's donut. Gun Yinji wondered if the infrasound emitter had been modified into this CT machine. Just as her imagination was running wild, He Chengjian ordered, "Smash it." "You can't smash it. This is medical equipment. Do you know how many people are waiting for it to save their lives?" A doctor in a white coat looked at He Chengjian angrily, but didn't dare to say anything. "General He, you can't do this." He Chengjian turned a deaf ear. He didn't even need to look at him, let alone explain. A few engineers quickly walked over to the donut with their tools and started working on the large gauze disc baffle in front of the donut. Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. This large gauze disc baffle was actually an amplifier for the infrasound emitter, right? She quickly walked over to the doctor who wanted to rush over and block the donut CT machine with her body and said, "Don't worry, Wait for our chief to perform a magic trick for you." As she said, "magic trick," Gunyinji couldn't help but think of Lu Jin, and her heart warmed. A child with a father was indeed a treasure. The doctor watched for a while and saw that the engineers didn't dismantle the CT machine, but the large gauze disc baffle in front of it. He heaved a sigh of relief and muttered, "Do you dare to say one more word? Will it kill you to explain one more word?" Gunyinji smiled and winked at him. You have to understand what the leader means by his words. Not long after, a few engineers removed the large gauze disc baffle and proceeded to remove the huge base of the donut. They had already detected what was in the base, so they were familiar with removing it. They were even faster than removing the large gauze disc baffle. When he saw that there was a silver-gray cylindrical machine hidden in the base of the CT machine, the doctor was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? How could this be? Where did this come from? The doctor looked so pitiful that he didn't look like he was faking it at all. Gunyinji guessed that he was unlucky to be the doctor in the CT room. Now that there was a problem in the CT room, he had to be responsible even if he wasn't responsible. This silver-gray cylindrical machine was the infrasound emitter, and the large gauze disc baffle was actually the amplifier for the infrasound emitter. Gunyinji walked up to take a look and clicked her tongue. This is really amazing. Such a high-power infrasound emitter source. No wonder it uses so much electricity. He Chengjian stood where he was without moving, but the anger in his eyes was no longer hidden. It was this lousy thing that made his son's life worse than death. He reached out and pointed at the infrasound emitter and amplifier on the ground. He said in a low voice, "Look again. There should be two of them. Take this one away. The entire hospital is sealed." The medical staff standing next to him was shocked and quickly said, "General He, it's understandable that you sealed this CT room, but what about the patients if you seal the entire hospital? What if someone gets sick? What should we do?" Gunyinji was eloquent and immediately played her role as a lawyer. "Is this the only hospital in the country? Will everyone die if they leave this hospital?" The medical staff were stunned and didn't know what to say. Gunyinji turned to He Chengjian's personal secretary. "If the hospital is sealed, will the patients inside not be affected?" He Chengjian's personal secretary quickly explained, "Of course the people inside won't be affected. It's just that the people outside can't come in, and the people inside can't go out." It was like being confined. That would be like being an innocent bystander. Gunyinji pondered for a moment and asked, "Will the hospital be opened after the investigation is over?" He Chengjian replied to her directly, "From the looks of it, there isn't too much regulation of private hospitals, but too little. This is a major issue that concerns the national economy and the people's livelihood. The Qin Corporation shouldn't be allowed to open so many private hospitals carelessly. I will propose to the Senate and the Cabinet to clean up and investigate the private hospitals in the country. Those that fail will be closed down and punished according to the law. At the same time, we will strengthen the regulation of private hospitals. We can't let this place become a place outside the law." This was in response to Wen Shuyi's repeated statement that private hospitals were private property and were sacred and inviolable. Gunyinji clapped and cheered. "I support General He. Since they want to open a private hospital to earn money, they have to be strictly regulated. Otherwise, don't open a private hospital. They can't say that they're saving the dying and helping the injured while using private property as a shield to refuse supervision so that they can commit crimes in private. Putting the lives of the people in the hands of this kind of private, unregulated hospital is irresponsible to the citizens. It's a dereliction of duty by the government." In a live broadcast, Gunyinji's words were once again bombarded with comments from the technical otaku fans. Private hospitals were indeed like a place outside the law in this country. On the one hand, they weren't as strictly regulated as public hospitals. On the other hand, they had a large team of lawyers and security guards. The professional medical troublemakers who showed off in front of public hospitals were as obedient as their grandchildren in front of private hospitals. There were even some professional medical troublemakers who took money from private hospitals and deliberately caused trouble in public hospitals. The Qin Corporation's private hospital was considered the best private hospital, but it had actually made such a big mistake. Xie Qingying immediately faced the live broadcast camera and said with a heavy heart, "The Qin Corporation's private hospital even dared to plot against someone of major General He status. What about ordinary people like us? In their eyes, we're just like grass, right? Do you still dare to come to the Qin Corporation's private hospital to see a doctor in the future?" For the hospital industry, reputation was too important. With Xie Qingying's words, the reputation that the Qin Corporation's private hospital had built up for decades collapsed like an avalanche. All of a sudden, patients from the Qin Corporation's private hospital all over the country asked to be discharged, and those who were going to come to see the doctor changed their minds. At the same time, some patients began to file a class action lawsuit, demanding sky-high compensation from the Qin Corporation's private hospital. When Shuyi, who was in a meeting in the conference room, received one call after another from the person in charge of the subordinate hospital, her expression gradually turned ugly. "What's going on? Want compensation? Are we afraid of a lawsuit? We'll go against them in court," when Shuyi said coldly. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1679, Innocent in the Matter. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1691. The Qin Corporation's private hospital had been established for decades and had developed to the point where it now occupied half of the Huaxiao Empire's hospital system. Naturally, it was wealthy. They had their own team of lawyers in the hospital system that could accompany them at any time to fight a lawsuit with ordinary citizens. Big organizations have plenty of time and money to waste, but how could ordinary people have so much time and money? Therefore, after consulting with lawyers, some of them chose to file a class action lawsuit to compete with the large corporations and consortiums. When Shuyi was not afraid of going to court, not to mention the fact that she had graduated from a top law school in the United States and was qualified as a lawyer, she now had the backing of the entire Qin Corporation's private hospital group, so she had nothing to worry about. Moreover, a class action suit was perfect for breaking them down one by one. She was not worried at all. She was more worried about General He's anger and pressure. This was the trickiest part. She had lived with the He family for several years and knew how much General He valued He Jichu. Her expression was uncertain as she sat quietly in the conference room. The discussion of the hospital management echoed in her ears, but in her mind, she was thinking about how to calm General He's anger. She sighed softly and could only beg Annie Qin to save He Jichu when Shui narrowed her eyes as she looked at these people. They had to give He Changjian an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, if he got angry, they would be like eggs hitting a rock. Over the years, although Qin Yaowang had saved He Jichu's life, the Qin family had not forced him to repay her kindness. Instead, they had become even more submissive to He Changjian and had never done anything to harm the He family. Moreover, Qin Yaowang's medical skills were indeed brilliant. The reputation of the Qin family's private hospital over the years had been accumulated by the doctors in the hospital treating patients and saving lives. He Chengjian saw that they were down to earth in running a hospital and could provide more medical resources for society, so he tacitly allowed them to use his power to develop and grow in China. But ever since Gun Yinji returned, the situation had changed. A trace of viciousness flashed through in Shuyi's eyes as she coldly said, "It's useless no matter how much you argue. Speak clearly. Where did the infrasound emission come from in the hospital?" The people in the conference room looked at each other in dismay. After a moment of silence, they started talking again. "How would we know? We're just a subordinate hospital. It's none of our business when the headquarters transfer equipment and manpower here sometimes." "That's right. Who knows where these two infrasound emission sources came from?" When Shui smacked the table with her hand. "Don't try to fool me just because I'm young. I want to check the surveillance in that CT room, but you said that the surveillance was broken. Now you're telling me that you don't know where the source of the infrasound emission in the CT room is coming from." An elderly department director in the conference room listened for a while and hesitantly said, "Actually, 2 days ago, when I was on the night shift, I went out for a walk in the middle of the night. I saw a few people using a car to pull a few large boxes out of the surgical building over there and into the CT room over here. I wanted to ask them about it, but when I saw that they had access cards to enter and exit the building, I thought that they were one of us, so I didn't say anything. Oh, when Shuyi's heart tightened, and she quickly said, "Is there a surveillance camera at the entrance of this building? Let's see." She wanted to check the surveillance footage, but her secretary went out for a while. When she came back, she said awkwardly, "The surveillance footage at the entrance of the CT room is also broken." When Shuyi, "What is the IT department in the hospital doing? The surveillance footage is just for show, isn't it?" When Shuyi breathed a sigh of relief, but her temper flared up even more. She said harshly, "I don't care if you have surveillance footage or not. Someone has to take responsibility for this anyway. If we can't find out who did it, the person in charge will have to take responsibility." Gun Yinji said that she wanted to find a temporary worker to take the blame. When Shuyi felt disgusted just thinking about it, she wanted to show her that she wasn't the kind of incompetent leader who would find temporary workers to take responsibility for something. As soon as they heard that the person in charge would have to take responsibility, the conference room exploded again. This time, the hospital's management united to oppose when Shuyi, and they all objected to her taking responsibility. "If you don't take responsibility, who will?" When Shuyi sneered. "The company spent so much money to hire you, but you can't even do basic management. How dare you object? I'm telling you, if we can't find out who did it today, I can only hand over the people in charge." At that moment, someone pointed at the elderly department director and said he saw someone pulling the equipment during his night shift, but he didn't stop it or ask about it. "I think he failed in his duty." Yes. It's him. It's him. Maybe he was the one who stole it. He conspired with someone. Now that they had found a scapegoat, everyone immediately shared a common hatred and pushed this honest man out to take the blame. The elderly department director was on the verge of tears, but how could he fight against so many people alone? Soon, he was pressured by everyone to take responsibility. The corners of Wen Shuyi's lips curled up. She stood up and said to the management, who was still arguing in the conference room, "You guys keep an eye on him. I'll go see General He." The conference room fell silent. The people sitting here were all the middle and upper management of this private hospital. However, in the entire Qin Corporation, they were still not ranked, and they couldn't curry favor with someone like He Changjian. Now that they saw that when Shuyi could actually talk to He Changjian directly, they couldn't help but feel respect for her. Previously, they had thought that she had relied on currying favor with Qin Yaoguang to become the executive director. They were a little unconvinced, but now they looked at her in a different light. When Shuyi's gaze swept across these people's faces, and she smiled imperceptibly. She had never known how to easily control people's hearts. After coming out of the conference room, when Shuyi walked to the elevator with her secretary and bodyguards, she wanted to see how He Changjian was doing and see if there was anything that could be salvaged. At most, she would bring Annie Qin out and say that she could help wake He Jichu up. When Shuyi knew very well that He Jichu's condition looked serious, but it was actually not fatal. She just felt a little regretful, just a little more, and He Jichu would have been hers when they arrived at the elevator door opened, and the person who walked out was He Changjian's personal secretary. He had a few guards with him and an arrest warrant in his hand. When he saw Wen Shuyi, his hand trembled, and he showed her the arrest warrant. He said coldly, "Director Wen, shouldn't you explain why there's a secret room in this hospital? Why is there an infrasonic wave emitting source in the secret room? Why did you attack our Major General He with infrasonic weapons?" When Shuyi took a step back and said calmly, "We were just having a meeting. There are indeed loopholes in the hospital's management system. I don't know why there is an infrasonic wave emitting source in the hospital, but I've already asked the person in charge of this hospital to take full responsibility for this matter." "Really? Then we won't stand on ceremony. He has to come with us." He Changjian's personal secretary gave Wen Shuyi a meaningful look. "Director Wen is really swift and decisive. You quickly found someone to take responsibility. The hospital is managed by the person in charge. Everyone has their own scope of management. If something happens within his scope of management, Of course he has to take responsibility, Wen Shui said in a low voice and stepped aside. He Chengjian's personal secretary followed, Wen Shui back to the conference room. It's him. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Wen Shui pointed at the person they had collectively pushed out to take the blame. When the person saw a group of ferocious soldiers rush in, his vision went black and he fainted on the ground. Take him away. He Chengjian's personal secretary waved his hand and turned to Wen Shui. Director 1, this is just the beginning. He Chengjian's personal secretary took him away. Wen Shui looked at their backs and thought to herself that she had to hurry to see Annie Qin and Old Master Qin. When she brought her people to the hospital gate, they were immediately stopped by armed soldiers. Wen Shui's secretary went forward and quietly handed a bank card to the soldier. She said softly, "This is the executive director of our headquarters. He's in a hurry to return to the headquarters for a meeting. Chief, can you let us out first?" The soldier blocked the bank card that the secretary handed over with his arm. With a click in his hand, he loaded the rifle in his arms. Without saying a word, he tapped the butt of the rifle on a sign beside him. Wen Shui's secretary then saw the sign at the door, "Military Restricted Area. Trespassers will be killed without mercy." The secretary, "This is our hospital. When did it become a military restricted area?" Wen Shui's secretary was so anxious that her face and neck turned red. She still wanted to shout. Wen Shui frowned and said, "You've already found the thing and caught the person responsible. Why are you still sealing off our hospital?" The soldier looked ahead and held his gun horizontally in his hand. He ignored her. His duty was to stand guard, not to explain to others. The troops that He Chengjian had brought this time were his direct subordinates. They were the elites of the elites, and they were only responsible to him. They were all cooler than him and never talked to people who had nothing to do with them. They pulled out their guns faster than they could speak. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, a convoy drove over. Wen Shui glanced at them and saw that they were all military plates. The one in the middle was He Chengjian's bulletproof car. She recognized it. The convoy slowly stopped in front of the gate. A soldier pushed open the car door and ran to the soldiers standing guard. He said loudly, "The chief has instructed that this hospital will be taken over by the police system. Withdraw." There was a whole squad of soldiers standing guard. After they finished the handover, they lined up and left. They got into the military vehicle and surrounded He Chengjian's convoy. They left in a mighty manner. From beginning to end, Wen Shui didn't have a chance to talk to He Chengjian, much less ask about Qin Yaowang's condition. Her eyes dimmed, and the expression on her face became even more determined. She still had a tough battle to fight. She couldn't back down. Qin Yaowang and Old Master Qin had both been taken away by He Chengjian. If she wanted to see them, she still needed He Chengjian's special permission. Therefore, Wen Shui ordered someone to drive to the He residence. At this moment, in He Chengjian's bulletproof car, Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were sitting side by side opposite him. Gun Yinji was giving He Chengjian an idea. "General He, since we know the reason for young Master He's accident, we can prescribe the right medicine to save young Master He." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1680, This is only the beginning. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1692. The damage of infrasonic weapons can vary. He Chengjian sighed. "I still have to go back and discuss it with the doctor, the expert. Be careful." He still had to drag Qin Yaowang out and force her to wake He Zhichu up. Because the best doctor in the military had already come to examine He Zhichu, and even he was helpless. He Chengjian knew that his last choice was Qin Yaowang. Gun Yinji guessed that he was looking for Qin Yaowang. After all, he had already captured her. If he didn't make full use of her, he wouldn't be He Chengjian. However, Gun Yinji didn't want Qin Yaowang to get close to He Zhichu at all. She immediately said, "General He, are you looking for Qin Yaowang to discuss it? You trust Qin Yaowang that much? If she does something, it'll be too late, even if you let the entire Qin family die with her." He Chengjian pursed his lips and said coldly, "She wouldn't dare. If she wanted to do something, she would have done it when she was treating Zhichu." At that time, In order to treat He Jichu's congenital genetic defect, Qin Yaowang had all the genes of He Jichu, He Chengjian, and Qin Suan to test her gene therapy. Although she failed again and again, she was not discouraged. In the end, he finally came up with the concept of gene editing. Not only did it open up a new world of genetic science, but it also completely cured He Jichu. Of course, He Chengjian had already ignored Gu Xiangwen, who had actually put it into practice and succeeded. Gu Ningji looked at He Chengjian in surprise. She did not understand why he still trusted Qin Yaowang so much. Gu Ningji didn't know what to say, but she would never allow Qin Yaowang to get close to He Jichu again. She really doesn't dare? Just because I haven't done it before doesn't mean I won't do it now. Gu Ningji argued. Actually, I have another question. In theory, infrasonic weapons attack without discrimination. So why did they dare to place infrasonic weapons in old Mr. Qin's ward? At that time, Qin Yaowang and old Mr. Qin were in the ward, but why was young master he the only one who was affected? Have you ever thought about it? He Chengjian frowned. Qin Yaowang should have been hit as well. As for Qin Bei, it doesn't matter if he falls for it or not. Because she fainted too. Gu Ningji didn't agree with He Chengjian's opinion. She had Lu Jin, the super cheat, so she said very confidently, Qin Yaowang definitely didn't fall for it. She's so cunning. How could she fall for it? It must be an act. As expected, He Chengjian hesitated. Was he wrong? Qin Yaowang was actually fine. He remembered that when he arrived, Qin Yaowang had already fainted. However, she had fainted at the door, not in the ward. According to He Jichu's personal secretary, Qin Yaowang had come out to talk to them for a while. Then, she suddenly said that she had a headache and fainted. Gu Ningji saw that He Chengjian was indeed hesitating, so she immediately said, if she was also hit, then she should still be unconscious like young master He. I want to ask, how is she now? Are you awake? He Chengjian glanced at his personal secretary. His personal secretary immediately called the place where Qin Yaowang and old Master Qin were being held and asked, how's the situation there? Has the detained suspect, Qin Yaowang, woken up? The guard on the other side poked his head out to take a look and said, Qin Yaowang is already awake. Qin Bei is still sleeping. He Chengjian's personal secretary immediately said to He Chengjian, Qin Yaowang is indeed awake. Gu Ningji immediately said, look, am I right? If Qin Yaowang was also attacked by an infrasonic weapon, then young master he should be able to wake up as well. But young master he didn't wake up, which is enough to show that Qin Yaowang wasn't injured by the infrasonic weapon. If it's true that she fainted, then there must be another reason. Gu Ningji's analysis was logical, and she was extremely convinced of her own reasoning. The corners of He Chengjian's eyes twitched, and his expression was extremely stiff, as if he couldn't believe this fact. Qin Yaowang, the woman who had fallen in love with him since she met him at the age of 18 and had loved him for decades, dared to play tricks on him. He had admitted that she had played tricks on him. He had indeed let her down back then. But if she wanted to play tricks on his son, then he would be sorry. He Chengjian narrowed his eyes, and his fingers gradually clenched into fists. Gu Ningji continued to suggest, but I still find it strange that the three of them were in the same room. Why was young master he the most injured by the infrasonic weapon? Should we check old Master Qin's oxygen mask and the clothes Qin Yaowang was wearing? She realized that He Chengjian's suspicions about the Qin family weren't deep enough, and she was worried that when Shui would come up with some bad idea to exonerate Qin Yaowang and old Master Qin. Therefore, she further guided He Chengjian to confirm his suspicions. He Chengjian also thought of this at this moment and immediately said to his personal secretary, go get someone to move everything in that ward to the base laboratory. Have them check it carefully for me. Don't let anything go. Yes, Chief. He Chengjian's personal secretary quickly called the police and soldiers guarding the ward in the hospital to convey He Chengjian's instructions. The soldiers and police on the other side quickly moved to pack up all the equipment in the ward, from a piece of tissue to the entire hospital bed. The lockdown of the entire hospital had ended after He Chengjian found the source of the infrasonic wave emission and took the person in charge away. However, the ward was still a crime scene and was still sealed. The entire ward had been emptied, but Changjian soldiers were still guarding the door of the ward, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. When the equipment and furniture in the ward were moved to the military base laboratory, Changjian had already returned to his home. He wanted to bring Gun Yinji to see Ji-Chu and have her accompany him and talk to him in his ear so that Ji-Chu wouldn't give up and persevere. He turned around and saw that the ace of the Far East, Peter, was still following him closely. He felt that he was an eyesore and said coldly, "Mr. Peter, don't you have to go to work?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "My current job is to accompany Lawyer Gu." Gun Yinji, Changjian glanced at him and said aloofly, "Then wait outside. I want to bring Yinji in to talk." Hu Xiaoheng made a pleased gesture. Changjian pushed open the door to Ji-Chu's suite and walked in first. Gun Yinji walked to the door and suddenly turned around to look at Hu Xiaoheng deeply. Her eyes were firm and clear. Her dark, jade-like eyes were so dark that it was as if light was shining from the depths of her pupils. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, and then his heart sank. He looked over again and saw that Gun Yinji had already revealed a mischievous smile. She reached out her slender, snow-white fingers and stroked his cheek. She said softly, "Mr. Peter, you're so shameless. How can you say something like that? Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. Save it." She glanced sideways at him and locked her gaze on his face for about 5 seconds. Then, she lowered her eyes gently. Her long eyelashes, which were like crow's wings, covered her eyes. Her expression didn't change, but she had already turned her head away. That glance almost saw through Hu Xiaoheng's heart. He stood there alone and looked at Gun Yinji's straight and graceful back. This was the first time he felt Gun Yinji's mature charm. Her aura was almost on par with his, and they were on par. Gun Yinji was also excited, but she was already familiar with hiding her emotions. Even Changjian only looked at her in confusion and waved. "Yinji, come in quickly." Gun Yinji walked in and followed Changjian into Ji-Chu's bedroom. Ji-Chu was still lying in the oxygen mask. The instruments in the room showed that everything was normal, but the brain waves in his brain were still in an inactive state. Changjian looked at his son and was a little sad. "Yinji, I only have this one son. I'm willing to do anything for him to grow up safely and be happy for the rest of his life." Gun Yinji, what a pitiful parent's heart. Gun Yinji's heart softened at the thought of Lu Jin. She said in a low voice, "General actually, young Master He's injury might not be as serious as we think. I can look up the treatment for this kind of injury online." "You can look it up online? How?" Changjian said lightly, "Are you trying to convince me not to listen to the experts and only listen to the information you found on the internet?" Gun Yinji sighed softly and said, "If you agree, I can look it up now. I promise it's not some random information. It's definitely reasonable and can directly guide the treatment." "It's that good?" Changjian looked at her suspiciously, but at this time, one more way meant one more way. In order to save Ji-Chu, Changjian was willing to accept any situation. The two of them talked for a while before they heard the orderly knock on the door. Reporting to Chief, the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital, Wen Shui, wants to see Qin Yaoguang. This was today's second update. Chapter 1681, Poor Parents. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1693. Qin Yaoguang and Old Master Qin had both been brought back by Changjian to assist in the treatment. If Wen Shui wanted to see them, she had to get Changjian's permission. Gun Yinji's heart tightened. When Shui was indeed here, she was quite daring. Not only did she not take her seriously, but she was also certain that Changjian would accept her suggestion in the end. In fact, if Lu Jin hadn't interfered, Gun Yinji was sure that Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shui would have succeeded again. Gun Yinji's feathered eyelashes fluttered, and she said calmly, "General, no matter what, I hope you can wait until the results of the test are out before making a decision." Young Master, his current condition is still stable. If you don't have full confidence, let someone treat him. You also know that a skilled doctor might be able to make young Master he suffer a fate worse than death. Gun Yinji made the consequences sound very serious because she wanted to plant more seeds of doubt in He Chengjian's heart. He Chengjian listened silently. With his hands behind his back, he paced around the room. After a while, he looked up at her and frowned. She didn't do anything back then. If she does it now, it will only anger me. What good will it do to her and the Qin family? Even if Qin Yaowang wanted to do it, Qin Beizu wouldn't allow her to do it. He Qingjian knew old Master Qin very well. This person had developed the Qin family from a small wealthy family in the south to a wealthy family. His knowledge and foresight were not something ordinary people could compare to. Gun Yinji didn't know old Master Qin very well, and she didn't want to analyze the problem from old Master Qin's perspective. She was only speculating about Qin Yaowang and old Master Qin's mentality and actions from the worst possible angle. General He, of course what you said makes sense. However, what you said has a premise, and that is that what they did to young Master He in secret will be discovered by you. That's why you will be angered and take revenge on them. But what if they're so sure that they did it, and no one else will find out that it had anything to do with them? Gun Yinji raised her head slightly, revealing her slender, fair neck. Her expression was calm and collected. For example, this time, if you were also frightened, it would be less likely to be a relapse. Then, who knows where the secret room is? Who knows that there are infrasonic weapons in the secret room? Who knows that young Master he was attacked by infrasonic weapons 24 hours a day? He Chengjian was stunned. That's right, looking at things from a different perspective, the conclusion seemed to be completely different. From your own point of view, you believe that all conspiracies against young Master he will be discovered by you. The people who carry out the conspiracies will definitely suffer your merciless revenge. Therefore, those people will definitely not do things that are thankless, nor will they carry out any conspiracies against young Master He. But this is your mentality, not the mentality of the person who carried out the conspiracy. To put it simply, if people who do bad things believe that they will definitely be discovered, then no one in this world will do bad things. In fact, there are many bad people in this world. Why? Didn't they know that they would be punished if they were discovered? Of course they knew, but they thought they wouldn't be discovered. This is their motive and starting point. From this perspective, Qin Yaowang and old Master Qin could have done something to hurt young Master He, as long as they are sure that you won't find out who the real culprit is. Gun Yinji's words completely changed He Chengjian's mind. It was true that he rarely tried to figure out the mentality of others from this angle. You're saying that they're sure that I will recognize Ji Chu as a relapse. He Chengjian muttered, so I will definitely find Qin Yaowang to treat Ji Chu's illness. Then I will definitely release her. During the treatment, I won't be able to tell what she will do even if I see her with my own eyes. Gun Yinji nodded heavily. You're right. That's the reason. We're not medical experts. It's too risky to hand the person we value the most to someone we don't trust. He Chengjian didn't say a word after hearing this. He walked back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. After walking for an unknown period of time, Gun Yinji felt like she was about to go blind. The knock on the door finally made He Chengjian stop. He looked up at the intercom and asked, "What is it?" "Reporting to Chief. The test report is out." The person who spoke was He Chengjian's personal secretary. Her voice trembled slightly. He Chengjian quickly opened the door. "Come in and talk." He Chengjian's personal secretary walked into the living room of He Jichu's suite with a translucent red folder containing the test report. She closed the door behind her and said excitedly, "Chief, Qin Bei's oxygen mask and Qin Yaowang's surgical gown are both mysterious." He Chengjian snatched the folder and opened it to read at a glance. Gun Yinji pretended to be curious and asked He Chengjian's personal secretary with wide eyes, "What's the mystery? Can I know?" He Chengjian's personal secretary quickly looked at He Chengjian and said, "Chief, can you tell Miss Gu?" He Chengjian said without looking up, "It's okay. She's my lawyer. You can tell her." He Chengjian's personal secretary puffed out her chest and gestured to Gu Ninji with a beaming face. Lawyer Gu, you don't know. Qin Bei's oxygen mask. TSK. I think it can defend against a nuclear bomb. It can defend against magnetic energy, light energy, and electric energy. Of course, not to mention sound waves. Ultrasound and infrasound waves can be blocked. Qin Yaoguang is even more interesting. The surgical gown on her body, the surgical cap on her head, and the mask on her face are all vacuum. Gu Ninji already knew that vacuum was the most effective way to isolate infrasound weapons. However, she could only ask in confusion, what's wrong with vacuum? What's the point? You don't know this. Vacuum can isolate infrasound waves. He Chungjin's personal secretary stretched out her hand and almost slapped her thigh like an old woman in the countryside. However, halfway through her slap, she felt that it was inappropriate and too embarrassing, so she quickly turned around and slapped her other arm. Gu Ninji heard the crisp sound and saw He Chungjin's personal secretary grit her teeth in pain. She held back her laughter and clapped loudly. I understand. They all knew about the infrasound weapons beforehand, so they took precautions in advance. From the looks of it, young master, he was the only one who was attacked. He Qingjian had also finished reading the test report. Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei had irrefutable evidence. They could only lie to fools if they said they didn't know anything. Not to mention that He Chungjin was a cunning and very suspicious person. How could he be fooled by them? But what if he hadn't thought of testing the oxygen mask and surgical gown? Or perhaps he hadn't thought of where the secret room was and what the consequences would be. He Chungjin threw the report on the ground with a loud bang. He was so angry that he was panting heavily. His chest heaved up and down violently. He gritted his teeth, and his face turned purple. He was so angry that he was about to explode. At that moment, the orderly's voice came from the door. Reporting to the chief, the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital, Wen Shui, requests to see the chief. This time, she didn't say she wanted to see Qin Yaoguang. She said she wanted to see He Chungjin. Of course, she was here to plead for Qin Yaoguang. Gu Ninji had thought that He Chungjin would definitely not see Wen Shui, but after a few heavy breaths, He Chungjin said, "Let her in." He Chungjin left He Jichu's suite and went downstairs to see Wen Shui. His personal secretary saw Gu Ninji's anxious expression and shook her head sympathetically. Without saying anything, she turned around and followed He Chungjin down. Gu Ninji ran out in a hurry and was grabbed by the arm by Hua Xiaoling, who had been waiting at the door. What are you doing? Gu Ninji forcefully pried away his iron-like hand and said anxiously, I can't let Wen Shui continue to be glib. Calm down. Hua Xiaoling grabbed her with a cold expression. He Jichu is He Chungjin's son. No one can stop him if he wants to die. Whether his son lives or dies is none of your business. Mr. Peter, you've gone too far. Gu Ninji finally pried Hua Xiaoling's hand away. She frowned and said unhappily, Young master, he has saved me many times. I can't just watch him be tortured by Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shui. I have to stop them. Hua Xiaoling pursed his lips. His eyes were unfathomable, and his face was expressionless. He enunciated each word clearly. You saved He Jichu's life in the first place. You don't owe him anything. This was no longer a secret. The He family knew about it. Hua Xiaoling had heard Lu Jin mention it clearly when he had installed the bug as a member of the KGB. Gu Ninji took a deep breath to calm herself down. She said softly, just like last time, I didn't want you to be killed because of me, and I would take the bullet for you. Now that young master, he is unconscious, and I know that those people have ulterior motives, I will never forgive myself for not helping him. In the end, she forcefully pried Hua Xiaoling's hand away and ran towards the stairs. Hua Xiaoling stood quietly for a while. He looked back and saw Gu Ninji's back disappear up the spiral staircase. The corners of his lips curled up, and he put his hands in his trouser pockets. He walked unhurriedly towards the staircase. In the living room of the He residence, Wen Shui was already sitting opposite He Chungjin. She was trying her best to persuade him. General He, I know you have a lot of questions, and so do I, but now is not the time to pursue these questions. The most important thing for us now is to wake young Master He up. And the only person who has the ability to wake young Master He up is Annie Chin. When Shuyi said confidently, "If you don't believe me, you have to believe Annie Chin. She's infatuated with you, and she even had a child with you." I still remember how happy Annie Chin was when she found out that she was pregnant with your child. It was as if she had the whole world. She's never been so happy in her life. Gun Yinji couldn't help scoffing when she heard this. She thought to herself that this was a living example of reasoning with reason and moving with emotion. She slowly walked over and stood behind the sofa where Changjian was sitting. She also put her hands in her trouser pockets and leisurely set up a bridge. Objection. Putting yourself in his shoes. Since Qin Yaowang wants to have a child with General He so much, she must hate young Master He to the core. How could she sincerely want to save him? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1682, Putting Yourself in His Shoes. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1694. When Shuyi's emotional expression was interrupted by Gun Yinji. She was very unhappy. She looked up at Gun Yinji and clenched her fists. Gun Yinji, why do you have to think of others so unbearably and viciously? Annie Chin is just happy to have her and General He's child. How can she hate young Master He to the bone? Where's your logic? You're not just spouting nonsense, you're slandering him. When Shuyi was so agitated that her face turned red, Gun Yinji shrugged. I don't think of others as unbearably and viciously. I just don't think of Qin Yaoguang as a saint who doesn't care about herself and only cares about others. She leaned forward slightly and said to the silent Changjian, General He, actually, if a woman really loves you, she will definitely be jealous of her rival in love. If she doesn't even have jealousy, then it's either not love or she's lying to you. But for someone like Qin Yaoguang, who doesn't even treat her own daughter as a human being, how much sincerity does she have for someone else's son, right? I'm just doing it from a human perspective. Gun Yinji was firing on all cylinders. Her expression was still indifferent, and her tone was still gentle and calm. The ancients said that one's child is also the child of others, but they didn't say that one's child is also the child of others. Wasn't what Qin Yaoguang had done to her the same as killing one's child and other's child, using her life in exchange for He Jichu's life? When Shuyi immediately caught the loophole in Gun Yinji's words and laughed. She glanced at He Changjian and said, So Miss Gu is still unwilling to save young Master He? Annie Chin did this to save young Master He. If Miss Gu has any complaints, I think young Master He has already repaid your favor for all these years. Gun Yinji looked at her calmly and said, You can still laugh? Young Master He is unconscious and his life and death are unknown. General He's heart is burning with anxiety. You're clearly here to discuss how to save young Master He, but you can still laugh at this time. Yes, I suddenly feel that you seem to have a plan for young Master He's condition. Could it be that this was also planned by you beforehand? These words were like a loud slap to Wen Shuyi's face. Her smile froze in an instant, like a human face in a plaster mold. Half of it was angry, and the other half was smiling. That expression was too horrible to look at. Wen Shuyi was furious. Gun Yinji's reaction was too fast. He Chengjian's gaze darted between Wen Shuyi and Gun Yinji. Seeing that they were arguing, He Chengjian suddenly said, If that's the case, bring Qin Yaoguang here and ask her what she can do. He gave his personal secretary a look, and the personal secretary quickly left the living room to bring Qin Yaoguang. Gun Yinji frowned. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Hua Xiaoheng's finger suddenly shake twice in her direction from the corner of her eye. Gun Yinji immediately shut her mouth and stood there with an indifferent expression. She didn't say anything else. Wen Shuyi was overjoyed. She had come here to beg He Changjian to let her see Qin Yaoguang so that she could come out and treat He Jichu's injury. Gun Yinji had come out to cause trouble. She had thought that the matter was over, but she hadn't expected Gun Yinji's words to be useless. He Changjian obviously still trusted Annie Chin. Wen Shui was instantly filled with confidence. She told He Changjian about the situation at the Qin private hospital and expressed the hospital's determination to rectify it. It had to comply with the government's regulatory regulations, and so on. She rambled on for a while before Qin Yaowang was brought in. He Changjian's personal secretary followed him in and whispered in He Changjian's ear, "Chief, Miss Xie Qingying is also here. She's been waiting outside for a long time to see young Master He." "Xie Qingying?" He Changjian frowned and thought for a moment. He nodded slowly. "Let her in." He Changjian's personal secretary quickly sent a message to the guard at the door to ask him to let Xie Qingying in. When Xie Qingying came in, she saw that there were quite a lot of people in the living room. He Changjian sat alone on the large three-seater sofa facing south. Opposite him was also a large three-seater sofa, and Wen Shui was sitting there. On the single-seater sofa on the right was the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union, Peter, who was also Gun Yinji's suitor. On the single-seater sofa on the left was the famous knife in the brain surgery department, Qin Yaowang. Xie Qingying raised an eyebrow and looked at Gun Yinji, who was standing behind He Changjian's sofa. Gun Yinji nodded slowly at her, then slowly took a few steps away from He Changjian's back and stood on the right side of his sofa. She was right next to the single-seater sofa where Hua Xiaoheng was sitting. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her from the corner of his eye and said with a half-smile, "Lawyer Gu, do you want to sit down too?" Gun Yinji crossed her arms and said calmly, "You're letting me? No, you can sit on my lap." Hua Xiaoheng stretched his legs, and a faint smile blossomed on his face. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and ignored him. Her attention was already focused on Qin Yaowang. Qin Yaowang's full attention was on He Changjian. She looked at him almost greedily, as if she hadn't seen him in a long time. When Xie Qingying saw this, she found a spot in the corner of the living room and stood quietly. He Changjian's personal secretary whispered, "Miss Xie, there are seats over there." He pointed to the two European-style late Renaissance sofas by the window. The sofa was gorgeous and dignified, and in the middle was a small high table with complicated carvings. It was a good place to drink afternoon tea under the afternoon sun. Xie Qingying nodded and said softly, "Thank you." Then she walked over and sat down. Wen Shui had already spoken. "Any Qin, are you feeling better?" Qin Yaowang knew that Wen Shui was asking about her fainting. She rubbed her forehead and said, "I'm fine. I just had hypoglycemia, so I couldn't hold on and fainted." Gun Yinji said expressionlessly, "Surgeons have hypoglycemia? Dean Qin, did you have hypoglycemia in the past? Or did you only have it now?" Qin Yaowang didn't want to talk to Gun Yinji, so she pretended not to hear her and continued to ask Wen Shui, "Why did you come to see me?" Wen Shui saw that Qin Yaowang was ignoring Gun Yinji, so she felt very comfortable. Her expression became even gentler. "Any Qin, it's like this. Young Master, he hasn't woken up yet. It doesn't look like he has a relapse, but was injured by infrasonic waves. I want to ask you to help young Master he. Your medical skills are excellent," Gun Yinji added. "Dean Qin is the leader of the brain surgery department, but young Master he's injury has nothing to do with the brain surgery department, right?" Qin Yaowang frowned and looked over. She scolded in a low voice, "Unruly. Why are you interrupting when others are talking? She's my lawyer. Her words are my words." He Changjian actually spoke, and his tone wasn't very polite. Qin Yaowang choked and glared at Gun Yinji. She said to He Changjian, "Brother He, don't spoil her. Don't call me brother He. We're not related by blood, nor are we friends. I don't deserve to be called brother." He Changjian was trying to cut off all ties with Qin Yaowang. Qin Yaowang's face turned pale. General He, what do you mean? Dean Qin, if you want to catch up, let's wait until young Master he wakes up." "Okay." Gun Yinji retorted rudely. She looked at He Changjian. "General He, do you still insist on letting this person who doesn't care about young Master he treat young Master he? When I treated young Master he, you weren't even born yet." Qin Yaowang snorted coldly. "Don't flatter me in front of me. It disgusts me to see it." She was completely blunt with Gun Yinji now. She was even worse than a passerby. However, the more she acted like this, the happier Gunyinji was. If Qin Yaowang put on a motherly face, she would have vomited to death. But you didn't cure young Master He's illness. Gunyinji threw out a sentence. Qin Yaowang died. He Chungjin's eyes flashed, and he said, Jichu's injuries are very serious. I don't know how to treat him. Gunyinji quickly said, General He, I told you, I'll find a way to save young Master He. Don't make a rash decision. She was afraid that He Chungjin wouldn't let Qin Yaowang treat He Jichu. So, she quickly said, General He, since we found out that young Master He was injured by infrasonic waves, we have to be more careful. Do you believe that a person who knows nothing about medicine will find those unreliable treatments online? Or do you want an experienced doctor who knows young Master He's physical condition like the back of his hand to treat young Master He? Was there need to choose just by listening to her? Of course, it was Qin Yaowang. Gunyinji didn't look reliable. He Chungjin's gaze swept between Gunyinji and Qin Yaowang. Then he said, Have you treated the same type of injury before? Gunyinji was stunned. Of course she hadn't. She wasn't a doctor. Even for a doctor, it was rare to see such cases of people being injured by infrasonic weapons. Qin Yaowang was also stunned for a moment, and her eyes flashed. She had never treated the same type of case before, but she had performed so many surgeries and the treatment was similar. Therefore, Qin Yaowang insisted, Although I haven't done the exact same injury before, I will give him the most detailed examination, design the most perfect plan, and hand it over to the most capable specialist in our hospital to treat him. Gunyinji sneered and looked up at the Italian crystal lamp hanging from the ceiling. So Dean Qin hasn't done it either. We're even. Can I be the same as you? Qin Yaowang was about to get angry again. She glared at Gunyinji. Who spoiled you with the habit of interrupting people at every turn? Can't you change it? Gunyinji quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoang. She thought to herself, the person who spoiled me is sitting right here. It's a pity that you have eyes but can't see it. Before Hua Xiaoheng looked up, Gunyinji had already looked away. She said, It's a pity that no one spoiled me. I was born and raised. Qin Yaowang, when Shui coughed and couldn't help smiling, she said, General He, I don't need to tell you what choice you want to make, do I? He Chengjian leaned back on the low-key and luxurious Renaissance-style three-seater sofa. He frowned and said, None of you have any experience. I still don't think it's reliable. What should we do? General He, Annie Qin actually has experience, but it's not exactly the same. However, that's how surgery is. A real expert is someone who can master everything. She's not like those who haven't even entered medical school. They think that they can become medical masters just by searching on Google. When Shui was obviously mocking Gunyinji, Gunyinji's confidence came from Lu Jin. Lu Jin was the one who had drawn up the treatment plan for He Jichu. So she argued confidently with Wen Shui. You make it sound like you don't know how to search, Gunyinji replied with a faint smile. The key is to know how to search. He Chengjian listened to them argue for a while before saying slowly, If that's the case, I want you to treat the same injury first. If you can cure it, then use it on Achu. Gunyinji suddenly looked up at He Chengjian, and the smile on her face turned cold. Good, very good. As expected of the ruthless and cunning He Chengjian, he actually wanted to experiment on a living person. Gunyinji couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. He Jichu's life was a life, but wasn't the life of an ordinary person a life? She asked softly, General He, what do you mean? I don't understand. He Chengjian looked at her, then at Qin Yaowang. He said, I'll restore the entire environment of that ward, including the secret room. Then, I'll put the two of them in that simulated environment for 24 hours. After their injuries stabilize, you can use your methods to treat these two people. Let's see who has the best method of saving them. We'll use it on Achu. Gunyinji's heart sank. As expected, she pursed her lips and resisted the idea because she didn't want to use ordinary people as practice. When Shui and Qin Yaowang were pleasantly surprised. That's great. Let's do that. General He, don't worry. We'll definitely save that person. He Chengjian nodded. I'm relieved that you said that. He waved his hand expressionlessly. Someone, rebuild the ward and the secret room. Transfer Qinbei to that ward. No oxygen masks, all of them in their natural state. Use their infrasonic weapons to shoot infrasonic waves at him for 24 hours. Qinbei was old Master Qin, Qin Yaowang's father, and the chairman of the Qin Corporation's private hospital. This was today's second update, Chapter 1683, Beating Them at Their Own Game. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1695. Qin Yaowang raised her head abruptly. Her eyes, which had been misty and blurry just a moment ago, almost popped out of their sockets. She subconsciously said, "What? You want to use my father as an experiment? How can that work?" Gu Nianji's lips were also wide open. She was about to object, but when she heard the name Qin Beioi, it was like a silencer. She couldn't say a word. Although she couldn't bear to see ordinary people being used as live experiments, Qin Bei, this old man, couldn't be said to be an ordinary person at all, and he wasn't an innocent passerby. Gu Nianji slowly pursed her lips, and her lively eyes looked back and forth between Wen Shuyi and Qin Yaowang with interest. He Chengjian sat up straight and slowly replied to Qin Yaowang, "Why not? When you guys fired infrasonic waves at my son, I didn't hear you guys say no." Although his voice was slow and his tone wasn't particularly heavy, the meaning behind his words made Qin Yaowang and Wen Shui shiver together. They had almost forgotten how ruthless He Chengjian was in the past. He Chengjian had never used his methods on them, so they really didn't feel it deeply. When He Chengjian had chased after Gu Xiangwen until the sky was dark, and Gu Xiangwen had no choice but to burn himself to death in public, they had been quite impressed by He Chengjian's abilities and methods. However, when this kind of ability and methods fell on them, they realized that it was really an unbearable weight in life. When Shuyi's mind raced as she said, "General He, it was an accident that young master he was injured by infrasonic weapon. I believe that Annie Qin and old Master Qin didn't know about it. Also, where the infrasonic weapon came from is also a problem. You don't think that our Qin Corporation's private hospital group can get such an exquisite weapon, do you?" He Chengjian stared at her intently. He thought that if it weren't for the fact that he had tested the oxygen mask on Qin Bei's body and the surgical gown on Qin Yaowang's body, Wen Shuyi's words would definitely have convinced him. He would never believe that this matter had anything to do with the Qin Corporation. He might even think that someone was deliberately framing him. Gu Nianji was also sweating profusely. If Lu Jin hadn't tested that there was something wrong with the oxygen mask and Qin Yaowang's surgical gown, she wouldn't have reminded He Chengjian to do these tests. Perhaps they would eventually discover the problem, but by then, He Zhichu would have definitely been operated on by Qin Yaowang. At that time, even if they discovered the mystery of the oxygen mask and surgical gown, what could they do? He Zhichu had already become their bargaining chip. No matter how powerful He Chengjian was, he wouldn't watch his only son die. Gu Nianji could only secretly feel ashamed and lucky after thinking about this series of arrangements. The only thing they didn't expect was that Gu Xiangwen wasn't dead. Therefore, he let go and did it unscrupulously. Lu, after Lu Mu, and Lu ago, been Lu ago. Hua Xiaoheng sat calmly in his seat with his legs crossed. He didn't speak and looked lazy, but he was actually carefully observing the expressions and movements of the people in the room. Perhaps it was the onlooker who saw things more clearly. After watching for a while, he found an interesting phenomenon. Gu Nianji and Qin Yaowang were biological mother and daughter. The two of them did look very similar, especially their pair of curvy lips. They were so lifelike that it was as if they had been measured with a ruler. However, when Qin Yaowang's eyes widened, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly realized that Qin Yaowang's eyes were completely different from Gu Nianji's. Gu Nianji's eyes were large, round, and full. They were so dark that they were translucent, and her eyelashes were long and thick with a natural mascara effect. Qin Yaowang's eyes were actually slender almond-shaped eyes. However, the center of her eyes was relatively round, so at first glance, she looked somewhat similar to Gu Nianji's big eyes. When she widened her eyes, this difference was clearly revealed. Gu Gun Yinji's eyes were completely different from Lu Jin's. Generally speaking, a child's facial features were somewhat similar to their parents. Some resembled their father, while others resembled their mother. For example, Gun Yinji's lips looked like Qin Yaoguang's, her tall and straight nose resembled Lu Jin's, and the shape of her face was similar to the combination of the two of them. Only her eyes did not resemble either of them. However, Hua Xiaoheng did not pay much attention to it. Since the appearance of a child resembling neither its father nor its mother was a common occurrence in the population, his discovery did not prove anything. Hua Xiaoheng suppressed this thought in the depths of his heart and continued to observe the people in the room. He Chengjian put down his crossed arms and stared intently at Wen Shui. He said calmly, "Yes, where did such an exquisite weapon come from? It's indeed a problem. In the land of goodness that I'm in charge of, this kind of situation occurred, and it was used on my own son. I have to bear the main responsibility, and I can't absolve myself from the blame." Wen Shui did not expect He Chengjian to take the initiative to take responsibility. She quickly said, "General He, don't blame yourself too much. We don't know what exactly happened." Besides, her gaze drifted to where Hua Xiaoheng was sitting. "I can't think of any other country that has the ability to transport such a large weapon to our country without anyone noticing and store it in a secret room. Other than the KGB of the Soviet Union and the CIA, I can't think of any other country that has the ability to do so." Gun Yinji was a little nervous. She had to admit that Wen Shui was quite capable. She was good at shifting the blame. To be honest, if it weren't for the irrefutable evidence provided by Lu Jin, He Chengjian would have most likely believed that this was a conspiracy by foreign forces against He Zhichu. Everything had been shifted to the KGB of the Soviet Union, but it was actually shifted to Peter. It was perfect. Gun Yinji had not forgotten that He Zhichu had shot and killed a few Soviet snipers outside the hospital. Her hand unconsciously dropped and landed on the edge of Hua Xiaoheng's sofa. Hua Xiaoheng saw it from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help reaching out and holding her hand. Her hand was cold, but her palms were sweating. This girl was tough on the outside, but weak on the inside. Hua Xiaoheng gently squeezed her hand to tell her not to worry too much. Gun Yinji immediately felt her courage multiply, and her mind worked faster than usual. She shook off Hua Xiaoheng's hand and raised her arms, still crossed them. She sneered, "Yo, Director One, you're breaking the rules by shifting the blame. It clearly happened in your hospital, and the person you pushed out to take the blame was also your hospital's management. You've completely forgotten about it. If you ask me, if it was the KGB of the Soviet Union or the CIA, would they need to use such a stupid method to deal with young Master He?" Gun Yinji shrugged and gestured a pistol with her hand. She aimed it at Wen Shui and imitated the sound of a gunshot. She said, "They're best at sniping and assassinating. With such a good place like the secret room, wouldn't it be better for the sniper to hide inside and kill him with one shot? It would take another 24 hours to leave an infrasound emitter in there, but it would only make young Master He faint. Such a stupid method to frame the KGB of the Soviet Union and the CIA. You've lowered their IQ," Gun Yinji said meaningfully. Gun Yinji said meaningfully. Her bright eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. The ridicule in her eyes was obvious. Wen Shui was extremely annoyed with Gun Yinji. A good game of chess had been messed up by her. Why was such a person still alive in this world? Wen Shui scoffed and said, "I didn't expect Lawyer Gu to know so much about the KGB of the Soviet Union's methods. Is it because you have contact with the KGB of the Soviet Union? Director One, if you're stupid, you should read more. I got all that I knew from books. The history of the KGB of the Soviet Union, the man who ran a spy, the autobiography of a KGB agent, and my days as the director of the CIA. Read about these books. These books were actually the bedtime that Hua Xiaoheng had given Gun Yinji back then. Storybook. At that time, Gun Yinji was young and didn't dare to make any requests. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know how to take care of a child, so he gave her the entertainment books that he usually read during his leisure time as bedtime reading. Gun Yinji, who had an excellent memory, read them once and memorized the contents of these books. Now, she could recite any sentence that was mentioned casually. When Shui glared at Gu Nianji and pursed her lips. All right, Lawyer Gu, we all know that you're knowledgeable, but this isn't the time for you to be smart. Young master, he is still unconscious. You finally realize that young master, he is unconscious. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. I saw that you were rambling just now, even bringing up the KGB of the Soviet Union and the CIA. That's why I help you out. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then forget it. When Shui was so angry that she was about to explode. She had been trying her best to persuade her, but Gu Nianji had mocked her for doing a crosstalk. If they weren't at the He family's house, when Shui felt that she wouldn't have let her off easy. He Chengjian also said, "You're getting off topic. What we need to do now is to save Ah Chu. My opinion won't change. Qin Bei Oi, you must go to the rebuilt ward and receive a 24-hour infrasound attack. Only then can you perfectly restore Ah Chu's injuries. But my father is so old. He definitely won't be able to survive for 24 hours. Qin Yaoguang cried out and pounced on him, almost kneeling on the ground. General He, I beg you, someone else. She raised her hand and pointed at Gu Nianji, who was standing diagonally behind He Changjian, and said loudly, Change to Nianji. She's young and in good health. And young master, he treats her so well. She definitely won't object, right? Nianji. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, Why do you want me, a completely unrelated person, to pay for what you did? This isn't fair. I'm sorry, I don't agree. I'm willing to save young master He, but I can't take the blame for you like this. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and saw Wen Shui, who had a faint smile on her lips. She raised her chin. General He, if old Mr. Qin is too old, you can change to Wen Shui. She is the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group. Other than old Mr. Qin and Qin Yaoguang, she has the highest status. She is about the same age as young Master He, and she is also very healthy. She is the best material for human experiments. When Shui's smile froze on her face, Gu Nianji didn't allow her to refute. She continued, Director One, as the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. You've received so many benefits from the Qin family, and the Qin family has practically given you a second life. You definitely won't refuse such a small favor, right? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1684, Definitely Won't Refuse. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1696. The light in Wen Shui's eyes dimmed. Gu Nianji was too vicious. She had actually set up such a trap for her. How could she answer? The Qin family had indeed been very kind to her. Her current status was entirely due to the Qin family. He Chengjian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked Wen Shui up and down, as if he was thinking about the feasibility of the suggestion. Seeing this, Qin Yaoguang quickly said, Shui can do it too. She's indeed young and healthy. Gu Nianji isn't willing, but Shui will definitely be willing. Isn't that right, Shui? When Shui was helpless, but the situation was not in her favor. She couldn't be as willful as Gu Nianji. With a backer, she could do whatever she wanted and refuse directly. When Shui lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. Old Mr. Qin is indeed too old. It's really not good for him to be attacked by an infrasonic weapon for such a long time. I'll go. I believe in Annie Qin. Annie Qin will definitely cure me. Good child. My father and I didn't dote on you in vain. Qin Yaoguang turned around and came to Wen Shui's side. She held her hand tightly and spoke with great heartache. He Chengjian nodded. Okay, then Wen Shui can go in too. You can stay with Qin Bei inside. If anything happens to him, you could take care of him. Huh? Qin Yaoguang suddenly turned her head and looked at He Changjian. Didn't I ask Shui to replace my father? Why are both of them inside? He Changjian picked up the gold-plated orchid teacup on the coffee table in front of him and blew on it gently. He took a sip and said, When did I say I wanted her to replace me? However, since she took the initiative to go, I won't stop her. With one more experimental target, the data will be more complete. Okay, it's settled then. Qin Yawang's heart was as bitter as if it had been soaked in coptis juice. However, looking at He Chengjian's cold and vicious expression, she still loved him. Moreover, her love for him hadn't lessened at all. Instead, it had grown stronger. This man was really determined to eat her up. Qin Yawang sighed at her heart and reached back to touch Wen Shuyi's face. Good child, you can stay with my father. I'll definitely cure you. Wen Shuyi closed her eyes. She knew that Qin Yawang was unreliable. He had no choice but to take this opportunity to win over old Master Qin. He would settle the score with Gunyinji after he recovered from his injuries. She looked up abruptly and glared at Gunyinji. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's great, just the two of us. One can test Dean Qin's treatment method, and the other can test my method." When Shuyi gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Don't dream too much. Mr. Qin and I went there for Aunt Qin. If you want to do the experiment, find someone else." She wasn't going to help Gunyinji. Gunyinji didn't take it seriously and smiled at He Changjian. "General He, what do you think? Which one is for me to experiment on?" Unexpectedly, He Changjian turned around to look at her and said with a smile, "Then there's nothing I can do. If they don't want to, I can't force them to be your experimental subjects, can I?" Gunyinji almost choked and started coughing. "You make it sound like he didn't force her. Who was the one who said they wanted to use live people for experiments? Whether it was Qin Bei or Wen Shuyi, did they have the right to say no? Now, they were playing this game with her." Gunyinji knew that He Changjian didn't completely trust her. Or rather, once his suspicions were aroused, it would be very difficult to dispel them. She clenched her fists and said stubbornly, "Then what should I do? I can't find two living people to experiment on. General, he isn't willing to do one more method for young Master He? If that's the case, why should I be a villain?" She turned to look at Ijichu's room upstairs and said loudly, "Young Master He, I try my best. It's not that I didn't want to save you, but your father made things difficult for me and put the Qin family's free will above your life and death. If you have any dissatisfaction, look for your father." He Changjian was so angry at Gunyinji that his face instantly darkened. "Gunyinji, what are you talking about?" He Changjian glared at her angrily. "When did I put the Qin family's free will above my son's life and death? Just now, they didn't want to be my test subjects. You said yourself. You said you couldn't force them. Isn't that putting their free will above your son's life and death?" Gunyinji argued fearlessly with He Changjian. He Changjian glared at her for a while and suddenly laughed. Good, good, good. No one has ever dared to yell at me. You, Gunyinji, are the first. There's always a beginning. Just get used to it," Gunyinji retorted bluntly. She was so angry that she couldn't care less. He Chengjian waved his hand and said, "Then I'll let you practice with Wen Shuyi." He agreed to let Gunyinji use Wen Shuyi as the test subject. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to say yes, Qin Yawang spoke again. "No," she objected flatly. "Let's put it this way. My father is too old. Even if he were to be attacked by infrasonic waves 24 hours a day in the ward, the damage he would suffer would be very different from young Master He's. People of different ages have different vital signs. The treatment that works on young people might not work on old people, and vice versa. Therefore, my father is only going to accompany me. Shuyi is the one who can really let me test the treatment method." Qin Yawang looked at Gunyinji coldly. "Gunyinji, if you have to joke around with human life, you have to find someone else. Because Wen Shuyi is the only suitable candidate to test my treatment method. Otherwise, you can use my father as an experiment." She was sure that Gunyinji wouldn't use Qin Bei, an old man in his 70s, as an experiment. Gunyinji was indeed in a difficult position. She didn't feel bad because Qin Bei was old, but because what Qin Yawang had just said made sense. Age did play a role in this treatment method. But where was she going to find a young man about the same age as He Jichu? When Shuyi coughed and glanced at Huashaoang, she said softly, "Actually, isn't there a particularly suitable candidate over there? Since Mr. Peter is pursuing Miss Gu, he can't make things difficult for Miss Gu, right? Why don't Mr. Peter help Miss Gu find someone to experiment with? Gu Nianji's face instantly turned cold, and she said sternly, "When Shui, are you trying to start an international dispute? Mr. Peter is the deputy chief consul of the Soviet Union. Are you tired of living to use him as a live experiment? Or do you think our country is too peaceful and there are no wars? If you dare to touch him, the KGB will make you die a graveless death in minutes." He Qingjian also thought that when Shui was being ridiculous. She was tired of living to use Peter as an experiment. "All right, why don't I go find someone else?" He Chengjian waved his hand. When Shui will experiment with Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji was extremely conflicted. She trusted Lu Jin's method very much and knew that it would definitely work. However, she had to convince He Chengjian, which was more difficult. He Chengjian seemed to be someone who wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Words were worthless. He had to see the results before he would let her help treat He Jichu. However, Gu Nianji felt that it was too cruel to randomly find someone to undergo this kind of experiment. She couldn't get over this hurdle. "General He, that's not good. Can't I demonstrate it for you on the computer?" In a moment of desperation, Gu Nianji thought of an idea. "I'll experiment with mice. The effect will be the same." "How can that be the same? You have to use living people for the experiment." When Shui added fuel to the fire. "If we could use mice, why would General He let us into the ward?" She used He Chengjian's words to shut Gu Nianji up. Gu Nianji was speechless for a moment. While they were in a stalemate, a gentle and firm voice came from the corner of the room. "I'll do it. I'll go to the ward for 24 hours. Then, Miss Gu, you can use me as an experiment to test your treatment method." Everyone turned around and saw Xie Qingying slowly stand up from the single-seater sofa in front of the window. The sunlight shone in from the window and gilded her body. He Chengjian was surprised and delighted. "Is it Qingying? Are you really willing?" "Yes, I'm willing." She walked over and stood in front of He Chengjian. "General He, as long as we can save young Master He." She had been listening in the corner for a long time and finally pieced the whole thing together. The power of love could make a woman ignore life and death. Gu Nianji looked at her with a complicated expression and didn't know what to say. Xie Qingying smiled at her. "Lawyer Gu, don't worry. I'm doing this voluntarily. It has nothing to do with you." She could already tell that Gu Nianji was in a dilemma because she didn't want to use ordinary people as experiments. She admired her innocence, but now she had to save He Jichu. She couldn't delay any longer. "Lawyer Gu, let's start as soon as possible. I hope to wake young Master He up as soon as possible," Xie Qingying said calmly. Gu Nianji knew that He Jichu's condition wasn't as serious as it looked, but others didn't know. Xie Qingying didn't have to suffer. But other than that, she had no other way to convince He Chengjian. "General He, what do you think?" She had no choice but to turn to ask He Chengjian. He Chengjian had already returned to normal and nodded calmly. "There's no time to lose. We'll start right away. But before that, you need to sign an agreement to say that you're participating in this experiment voluntarily." He looked at them and said slowly, "After you go in, life and death are up to fate. It has nothing to do with anyone else." This was today's second update, Chapter 1685, Putting Life and Death Aside. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1697. Oh. 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 Percent? ROV? C? R? T? O? H? 0? C? H? Dollar? A? G? H F asterisk CK H dollar H P dollar F asterisk CK Chapter 1698. I can't tell Achu either. He Chung Jian said lightly, holding the amber pipe in his hand and looking at her calmly. In short, you can't tell anyone. I and my personal secretary know about this. Gun Yinji had just been thinking that if she only hid it from Xie Qingying, even if she didn't say anything, busybodies would run over and tell Xie Qingying. But now, hearing He Chengjian's further request, it didn't seem that simple. Do you really think you can hide it like this? Gun Yinji couldn't help asking. She wasn't trying to argue. She just felt that it was a little unreliable. After all, when Shuyi, old Master Qin, and Xie Qingying were in the same room, even if they could hide it from the people outside, they couldn't hide it from them. He Chengjian gave a faint and stood up. Come with me. He brought Gun Yinji to a room next to the small conference room and said, the simulation ward is being monitored here. The person sitting in front of the monitor was He Chengjian's personal secretary. His expression was calm as he stared intently at the big screen in front of him. Only then did Gun Yinji realize that there was something more to this simulated ward. The entire room was exactly the same as the one in the Qin Corporation's private hospital. However, in the middle of the room, there was a stiff white curtain that hung from the ceiling to the floor, dividing the room into two halves. To the left of the curtain were two people. One was Wen Shuyi, and the other was Qin Bei. There was only one person on the right side of the curtain. It was Xie Qingying. She was wearing a surgical gown, a surgical cap, and a surgical mask. She was already sleepy. They're in the same ward, but they can't see each other, He Chengjian said softly. 24 hours later, they should be unconscious. Therefore, it was impossible for them to know what happened after that. He Chengjian's personal secretary continued. This Miss Wen is really vigilant and suspicious. She was talking to Miss Xie through the curtain. Is she talking to Xie Qingying? What are you talking about? Gun Yinji asked curiously. Are they close? I don't know if they are familiar with each other, but I understand what Miss Wen means. She wants to make sure that Xie Qingying is on the other side. He Chengjian's personal secretary sneered and shook her head. He's already very impressive. Gun Yinji sighed softly. In this aspect, she especially admired Wen Shuyi. This person's fighting spirit was especially tenacious, and his energy was especially exuberant. One had to know that it was very tiring to scheme against others at all times and for oneself at the same time. Not only was it mentally taxing, but it was also physically taxing. Gun Yinji felt that she needed to learn from Wen Shuyi in this area. She couldn't always be passive. He Chengjian's gaze shifted from the surveillance screen to Gun Yinji's side profile. He looked at her quietly for a while and said, If you tell anyone about this, I'll have no choice but to marry you to my son, Hijichu. Gun Yinji, her heart was in her throat, and the air in the control room almost froze. Gun Yinji stared at He Chengjian in disbelief. She felt like she couldn't breathe and was completely suffocating. The personal secretary in front wished she could plug her ears. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, try it. He Chengjian turned around and left the surveillance room. As soon as he left, Gun Yinji finally felt like she could breathe again. She took a deep breath, patted her chest, and left the control room without saying anything. When she returned to her suite, she saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting leisurely on the sofa in the living room, flipping through a military magazine. Gun Yinji suddenly calmed down. She walked over to him and sat down, then said, Mr. Peter, do you know how to cook? Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her and shook his head. I said I don't. Don't you want to learn? Gun Yinji leaned forward and asked. You're so smart. You'll definitely learn very quickly. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in cooking. Hua Xiaoheng closed the military magazine and threw it on the coffee table in front of him. He crooked his finger at Gu Nianji and smiled faintly. But if Lawyer Gu is willing to give me a kiss, I'll get someone to cook for you. Then forget it. Gu Nianji rubbed her fingers and said listlessly, I'm going to sleep for a while. It'll be about time when I wake up. Go to sleep. Hua Xiaoheng took the military magazine and lowered his head to read it. I'll stay here with you. Gu Nianji had always been nervous at the He family's house, but this time, with Hua Xiaoheng accompanying her outside the bedroom door, she felt extremely safe and at ease. Lying on the bed in the bedroom, she fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, it was already time for the surgery experiment. When Shui, Qin Bei, and Xie Qingying had already been in the simulation ward for 24 hours. Gu Nianji quickly rushed to the surveillance room to check on the movements of the three of them. She saw that when Shui and Old Master Qin were in very bad condition. When Shui rubbed her temples with one hand, and her expression was very pained. Her other hand was rubbing her chest, as if she was about to vomit at any moment. Old Master Qin, who was beside her, was also pale. He was already paralyzed on the sofa, unable to move. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms. It's already been 24 hours, and they still haven't fainted? Looks like the power of the infrasonic weapon isn't enough, right? Soon, He Chengjian's personal secretary stared at the surveillance video as he operated on the dashboard. Within a few seconds, Gu Nianji saw when Shui and Old Master Qin faint one after another. When Shui collapsed in the aisle towards the door. Old Master Qin fainted on the sofa. On the other side, Xie Qingying rubbed her head, tilted to the side, and fainted as well. Gu Nianji leaned over in surprise. What's going on with her? We injected some gas, and she fainted when she smelled it, He Chengjian's personal secretary said implicitly. Gu Nianji understood and didn't ask further. She heard the door behind her and turned to see He Chengjian walking in. The operating theater is ready according to your request. Do you want to go take a look? He looked at Gu Nianji inquiringly. Gu Nianji put down her arm. I'll go take a look. I also need to check when Shui's vital signs first. Send her to the operating theater immediately, He Chengjian ordered. He Chengjian's personal secretary ordered someone to bring the 3 people who had fainted out of the simulation ward and sent them to the 3 operating theaters. Qin Yaowang was brought to the operating theater where Qin Bei was. She was puzzled. Why is it my father? Where's Shui? Aren't I going to operate on Shui? Director Qin, your father is old, and his condition might be even more serious. Don't you want to operate on your father first? He Chengjian's personal secretary said politely. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qin Yaowang heard that this made sense and quickly said, Then I'll treat my father first. You guys take Shui to the infirmary next door and wait. After I finish operating on my father, I'll go and operate on her immediately. He Chengjian's personal secretary didn't comment. He made a please gesture and closed the door of the operating theater. In another strangely decorated operating theater, Gu Nianji put on a full surgical gown, a surgical cap, a large mask, and dark glasses to cover her eyes. Because of the damage from infrasonic weapons, it wasn't difficult to recover from it. The simplest and most crude method was to put it in a vacuum environment and rely entirely on the human body's own healing ability to heal. This would have some sequelae, such as the function of some organs being damaged and not as good as before. After Gu Nianji reorganized the information she had downloaded, she chose a plan to repair first and then heal it. In other words, she would first use a CT scan to determine the damage to the body. If it needed to be repaired, it would be repaired first and then placed in a vacuum. The infrasonic injuries suffered by Wen Shui and He Zhichu were all neurological and did not involve their internal organs. In other words, there were no external injuries visible to the naked eye, so there was no need to use a scalpel to repair them. Gu Nianji then measured the damage caused by the infrasonic frequency to the nerves. Finally, she used the computer to control the gamma knife to repair the nerves. She had never controlled a gamma knife before, so she didn't know where it would land on the human body. However, she opened a back door for her computer and let Lu Jin hack in. Lu Jin directly controlled the gamma knife through her computer. She pretended to be focused on the surgery and hid it from the people monitoring the operating theater. In fact, the people monitoring the operating theater didn't see that Gu Nianji was only pretending. Lu Jin had actually performed the surgery, but to outsiders, it looked like Gu Nianji had performed a flawless gamma knife surgery. The surgery was soon completed, and when Shuyi was sent to the vacuum ward, she should be able to wake up after 6 hours. After the surgery, He Changjian, who had been standing in front of the monitor watching Gu Nianji perform the surgery, was speechless. He said to his personal secretary, in confusion, "Is there really a genius like Gu Nianji in this world? She's never studied medicine before, but she was able to perform this gamma knife surgery almost perfectly." He Qingjian's personal secretary was very open-minded. He smiled and said, "Chief, the gamma knife isn't a real scalpel. It's a ray controlled by a computer. Miss Gu's computer skills are very high, so it shouldn't be difficult for her to control the gamma knife well, right? Is that so?" He Chengjian looked at the surveillance video with emotion and muttered to himself, "Maybe she's a genius. After all, she's the daughter of a genius." This was the first time in 8 years that He Changjian didn't call Gu Xiangguan a lunatic. This was today's second update. Chapter 1687, The Daughter of a Genius. Today was Monday. I forgot to ask for recommendation votes in the morning. Monday's recommendation votes were especially important. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1699. He Chengjian's personal secretary was keenly aware of this change, but he cleverly pretended not to hear anything. He also had a strong desire to survive. Gu Nianji walked out of the operating theater, took off her mask, and let out a long sigh. Although she wasn't the chief surgeon, she had been nervously watching Lu Jin's operation the entire time. It was no different from her performing the surgery herself. Her back was covered in sweat. Her sideburns were also drenched in sweat, and a few strands of black hair were wet on her forehead. Xiaoheng had been leaning against the wall next to the operating theater door, quietly waiting for her. When he saw her come out, he quickly went up to her with a soft, fluffy white towel and patiently wiped the tiny beads of sweat on her forehead and face. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and almost drowned in Xiaoheng's rare gentleness. However, she only allowed herself a moment of weakness before pushing him away. She took the towel from him and wiped herself. She smiled at him. "Thank you, Mr. Peter." Xiaoheng adjusted the laces on the back of her surgical gown and said calmly, "Are you tired? What do you want to eat? The He family chef is ready." Gu Nianji, her eyes darkened, and she shook her head. She whispered, "I don't want to eat. I don't have an appetite. I want to sleep." Gu Nianji, who was wearing a large surgical gown, looked exceptionally weak and slender. Xiaoheng almost couldn't resist hugging her tightly. At that moment, a person rushed over from the opposite side of the corridor and shouted at them, "Where's Shuyi? I still have to operate on Shuyi." Xiaoheng suddenly retracted his hand and stood beside Gu Nianji, looking over with her. The person who ran over was actually Qin Yaowang. She also seemed to have just come down from an operation. She didn't even change out of her surgical gown before running over to operate on Wen Shui. Gu Nianji saw Qin Yaowang's anxious expression and suddenly didn't feel tired at all. She played with the white towel in her hand and smiled. "Director Qin, I'm sorry, but I've already finished operating on Wen Shui. You? Weren't you operating on Xie Qingying?" Qin Yaowang's pupils constricted. "Why are you operating on Wen Shui? I did it much faster than you." Gu Nianji shrugged and said casually, "After I finished the surgery for Xie Qingying, I saw that you were still busy, so I asked General He for permission. After getting his permission, I also operated on Wen Shui. I'm happy to tell you that the operation was very successful. Wen Shui's health was not damaged at all. She has been sent to the vacuum ward." Her fingers caressed Wen Shui's hair and blood samples in her pocket, and her heart bloomed with joy. She had left these behind when she was preparing for the surgery. If she had the chance, she would send them back to Lu Jin so that he could do a DNA test as soon as possible. What? This is impossible, Qin Yaowang shouted. You mean in the time it took me to perform one surgery, you performed two? Oh my God, what do you take them for? Is he your lab rat? Can such a hasty experiment be seen? Are you trying to kill me? There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. When Shuyi is in the vacuum ward anyway. If you're worried, you could do the surgery again yourself. Gun Yinji's face darkened as well. Anyway, you're especially good at taking credit for other people's achievements. You can do the surgery I did again, and the credit will be yours. Do you think others don't know what you're planning? Qin Yaowang was furious from Gun Yinji's words. She was also a proud person, and she was so agitated that her entire body trembled. She pointed at Gun Yinji and said with a trembling voice, Okay. I'll wait to see how badly you hurt Shuyi. When the time comes, I'll sue you until I die. When Shuyi signed a voluntary form. Dean Qin, wake up. Stop daydreaming in broad daylight. Gun Yinji said sarcastically. Besides, are you sure you want to sue me? Your own lawsuit hasn't been closed yet. You should worry about whether your father will be safe or not. Qin Yaowang's chest heaved violently, and her expression changed. It took her a lot of effort to suppress her anger and said, I don't believe it. I want to see General He. I want to see Shuyi's condition. She had a feeling that Gun Yinji would take the opportunity to kill when Shuyi. He Chengjian saw this scene on the surveillance camera and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This Gun Yinji really knows how to cause trouble for me. Old Joe, I'll go out first. You can go back after you've made the arrangements. He gave a few instructions to his personal secretary and went to Gun Yinji and Qin Yaowang's side. Miss Gu's reaction is so fast. He Chengjian's personal secretary, Old Joe, clicked his tongue and quickly arranged everything on his side. Xie Qingying was also sent to the vacuum ward and would only come out after 6 hours. The surveillance on her side was equivalent to a copy of the surveillance footage of Gun Yinji performing when Shuyi's surgery. However, the person on the hospital bed was Xie Qingying. All of this was being done on the surveillance terminal. Even if Lu Jin came close, he wouldn't be able to tell if it was real or fake. He Chengjian walked over with his orderly and frowned. This is the surgical area. Don't make any noise. Qin Yaowang turned her head and saw that He Chengjian had arrived. Her eyes immediately turned red and she choked. General He, be fair. Gun Yinji really performed 2 surgeries. Is Shuyi really fine? He Chengjian glanced at her and said calmly, Yes. Yinji finished the surgery for Miss Xie and saw that there was still time, so she applied to me to perform the surgery for when Shuyi. I saw that you did a good job for Xie Qingying, so I agreed. You're only halfway through. Wouldn't it be better to perform the surgery for when Shuyi earlier? It's good, but she doesn't have any experience at all. How can she do it? Qin Yaowang wouldn't believe that Gun Yinji had done it herself. This isn't a normal surgery. Isn't it just a gamma knife? Gun Yinji pursed her lips. With your computer skills, you can perform gamma knife surgery, let alone me. Qin Yaowang, if I really use a scalpel, I'm indeed not as good as you, but gamma knife, what do you think? These words seemed to make sense, and Qin Yaowang didn't know how to refute them. He Chengjian saw that she was in a daze and raised his chin towards the vacuum ward. Director Qin, I'll take you there to see when Shuyi. Her vital signs are all displayed. You'll know what's going on when you take a look for yourself. Okay, take me there quickly. Qin Yaowang said anxiously. She didn't trust Gun Yinji's skills. He Chengjian took her to the vacuum ward. In the operating room, Qin Yaowang's eyes widened as she looked at the various data displays on the dashboard. How is this possible? Is this true? She actually recovered so well. Qin Yaowang muttered, her eyes flickering. The heartbeat, pulse, blood pressure, and breathing rate displayed on the instrument were almost exactly the same as a normal person's, except that the brain activity wasn't high enough. However, the brain activity was because when Shuyi had been given a sleep promotion injection, she was in a deep sleep, so the data was very normal. Overall, when Shuyi's vital signs after the surgery were much stronger than Qin Bei's. In other words, The surgery Gun Yinji had performed on Wen Shuyi was much more precise and perfect than the surgery Qin Yaowang had performed on Qin Bei. This realization was like a heavy hammer that hammered into Qin Yaowang's mind. She felt her brain buzz, as if a hornet's nest had just been poked and a large swarm of hornets had run into her brain. The rampage made her both upset and have a splitting headache. Yi Chengjian glanced sideways at Qin Yaowang and smiled. I don't understand these data, either. Can Dean Qin explain it to me? How could he not understand? He was deliberately stabbing her in the heart with a knife, wasn't he? Qin Yaowang rubbed her temples. Her face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. Dean Qin, I just heard you say that if anything happened to Shui, you would tell Ninji until she died. So you should explain these data. If it's really not good, I support you in suing her. He Chengjian continued, as if he was completely on her side. However, Qin Yaowang knew how unfathomable He Chengjian was. Therefore, the Qin family didn't dare to play any tricks in front of He Chengjian in the past. Every word he said had an ambiguous meaning. Qin Yaowang pursed her lips and reluctantly admitted, fortunately, these data are still normal. Then did Gun Yinji use the surgery to harm Wen Shuyi? He Chengjian asked again, his voice even softer and slower. It seemed like He Chengjian had heard her shouting in the corridor just now. Qin Yaowang was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. However, under He Chengjian's sparkling gaze, she could only continue to shake her head and say, no, she didn't. What about the surgery? The surgery was done very well. Even if I did it, I could only do so well, Qin Yaowang said with emotion. She should have studied medicine. Her father and I are both geniuses in this field. She must be too. He Chengjian smiled. She is indeed a genius. She is the daughter of a genius. He then opened the door to the operating room. Let's go. This isn't a place to rest. You just finished the surgery. Have a good rest. Qin Yaowang saw that He Chengjian still remembered to care about her, and a wave of passion rose in her heart. Maybe the situation wasn't that bad, right? As soon as she woke He Jichu up, her case would definitely be closed. Maybe she could even return to He Chengjian's side. Qin Yaowang smiled generously at He Chengjian and put on the airs of a scientist. She said reservedly, okay, I'll go rest. As soon as I wake up, I'll perform surgery on young Master He. I'm too tired now. The effect of the surgery right now won't be good. He Chengjian didn't comment. He turned around and walked out first. After Qin Yaowang went out, she was taken to a room guarded by a special person to rest. Gun Yinji and Hui Xiaoheng returned to their suite in the He residence. He Jichu was asleep in the room next door to her. After Gun Yinji washed up, she took a glass of warm milk to the room next door to see He Jichu. He Jichu lay on the bed with his eyes closed like a sleeping beauty. His eyelashes were black and long, like 2 rows of crow wings. They also had the effect of eyeliner and mascara, covering his pair of shimmering almond-shaped eyes that were emotionless but also moving. His straight nose bridge was high and aloof, and his thin lips were slightly curled up. He seemed to be smiling, but also seemed to be mocking. Gun Yinji took a sip of milk and thought to herself, young Master He, sleep a little longer. Your princess will come and kiss you awake soon. He Chengjian didn't allow her to tell anyone about Xie Qingying wearing Qin Yaowang's special surgical gown. It was obvious that he wanted He Jichu to owe Xie Qingying a big favor. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1688, Sleeping Beauty. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes, okay? It was 8 o'clock in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1700. Gun Yinji looked down at He Jichu's bed and gently tucked him in. After leaving He Jichu's suite, Gun Yinji returned to her room and saw Hui Xiaoheng still sitting on the sofa in the living room, leisurely flipping through a magazine. Mr. Peter, do you really not have to go back to the embassy? Gun Yinji frowned at Hui Xiaoheng. She was actually very worried. Hui Xiaoheng had been here with her for 2 days. He had barely slept. For the past 2 nights, no matter when Gun Yinji woke up, She could see the warm light in the living room peeking out from the crack of the bedroom door. Although it felt good, they were in the He family's home, not somewhere else. Gu Yinji was very afraid of He Changjian. This person really didn't play by the rules. It was hard to figure out what he was going to do next. He was very reasonable now, but who knew when he would go crazy again? He Changjian always said that Gu Xiangwen was crazy, but Gu Yinji felt that He Changjian was also crazy, especially since he had power in his hands, and he was never afraid to use force. He was more lethal than Lu Jin. It could be said that he was not lacking in decisiveness to kill. If he saw any clues and set up another trap to take Hua Xiaoheng's life, Gu Yinji was sure that she wouldn't even have the chance to give him a chance to take the bullet. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her and smiled slightly. He Changjian didn't even chase me away, and Miss Gu wants to chase me away? The winter afternoon in the imperial capital was cool and dry. The afternoon sun shone through the curtains, illuminating his face as if it were glowing. He smiled silently in the afternoon sun, and there was a kind of beauty that could captivate all living things. Gu Yinji almost couldn't control herself. She quickly looked away and said, "Then do whatever you want. I need to sleep for a while. I can operate on young master He in 6 hours." She scurried back to her bedroom like a little rabbit and slammed the bedroom door shut. With her back against the door, she opened her mouth and slowly exhaled and inhaled. She was afraid that Hua Xiaoheng would hear her if she breathed too loudly. She couldn't let him notice, not at all. Under He Changjian's watch, it was better for the two of them to keep their skin tight. Gu Yinji lay back on the bed and counted sheep for a while before finally falling asleep. 6 hours later, Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the door and woke her up. "Lawyer Gu? When Shui is already awake, you can go and perform the surgery on young master He." As long as He Jichu also woke up, Gu Yinji could go home. Gu Yinji opened her eyes and saw that the room was pitch black. Only a sliver of light shone through the crack of the door. It was the light of the living room. Gu Yinji lifted the blanket and got up. She raised her voice and said, "Get up. I have to eat dinner. Has Mr. Peter had his supper?" Hua Xiaoheng turned around to look at the dinner that had been delivered downstairs. "Dinner is here. There's your favorite San Xian fried rice." Gu Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She walked over to open the bedroom door and poked her head out to look. Who did this? He's a chef in the He family. Hua Xiaoheng put both hands in his trouser pockets and said matter-of-factly, "I told them that you wanted to eat fried rice and asked if they knew how to make San Xian fried rice." Gu Yinji's gaze fell on a small wooden square table that was used as a makeshift dining table in the living room. There were 2 plates on the table. There was a small sweet white porcelain bowl on one of the plates, and the fried rice inside was already piled up into a sharp point. Green peas, red shrimps, and golden scrambled eggs could be seen. Gu Yinji immediately fell hungry. She casually tied up her hair and walked out of the bedroom. "Eat first, then go wash up." Hua Xiaoheng didn't stop her. He sat down on both sides of the dining table with her and said, "I also ordered a bowl of chicken and sea cucumber soup for you. It's nourishing and nourishing. It's all stewed. It's very tasty and easy to digest." Gu Yinji looked at the rice and soup, and her mood was as bright as peach blossoms. She smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Peter." She picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of San Xian fried rice. She couldn't wait to put it into her mouth. As soon as she tasted it, she immediately knew that it wasn't the kind of San Xian fried rice she had eaten before. The kind of San Xian fried rice that Hua Xiaoheng, Song Jining, and Lu Yuan all knew how to make had a special taste. Although she couldn't say it, her taste buds had a memory, so she knew it wasn't it after tasting it. She was slightly disappointed, but she still ate the bowl of San Xian fried rice in big mouthfuls and drank the chicken and sea cucumber soup before saying politely, "I'm going to wash up. Thank you, Mr. Peter, for ordering for me." She went to the bathroom to wash up and sent Lu Jin a text message telling him that she would be operating on He Jichu in 15 minutes. After washing up, Hua Xiaoheng sent her to the operating theater. He Jichu was also sent over. Gu Yinji put on the same surgical gown and walked in. This time, He Changjian was also there. He waited outside the operating theater with Hua Xiaoheng. The red light in the operating theater lit up, indicating surgery in progress. In the operating theater, Gun Yinji sat in front of the computer and quietly opened the back door again to let Lu Jin in. Lu Jin had already operated on Wen Shiyu once. This was the second time. He was operating on He Jichu, so his movements were faster and more skilled. After quickly completing the gamma knife surgery, Hua Xiaoheng also performed a physical examination on He Jichu and recorded his vital signs. Not bad. There's no problem. I knew it. How could a disease cured by gene therapy have a relapse? Oomph. Lu Jin muttered as he worked nervously in front of his computer. Lu Yuan was also in his studio and kept reminding him, focus on the surgery. If you have any complaints, send them after the surgery is over. I was just muttering a few words. How am I complaining? Lu Jin glared at him unhappily. Be quiet. I'm thinking about your daughter. If anything goes wrong here, your daughter won't be able to come back. Lu Yuan casually used his ultimate move. Lu Jin was dead. Lu Yuan had already discovered that as long as it had anything to do with Gun Yinji, Lu Jin could only obey unconditionally. Therefore, he was becoming more and more skilled at playing the Gun Yinji card. Lu Jin pursed his lips and stopped muttering. He focused all his attention on the surgery. After checking that there were no mistakes, he cut off the connection and left. Gun Yinji noticed as soon as he left. She knew that the surgery was over, so she quickly did a few finishing touches before turning off the gamma ray. She said to the monitor, "The surgery is over." The red light outside the operating theater suddenly went off. He Qingjian raised his head abruptly and looked at his watch. It's 2 hours faster than the last time. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. You'll get used to it the second time. Miss Gu is so amazing, so you'll definitely get more familiar with it each time. Practice makes perfect, so the time was shortened. Even so, He Chunjian still felt that Gun Yinji's performance was too heaven-defying. However, he didn't say anything. As long as Gun Yinji could wake He Jichu up, other problems weren't a problem. Gun Yinji walked out of the operating theater. She was in much better spirits than when she had operated on Wen Shi 6 hours ago. She smiled as she removed the mask on her face and said, "The surgery went smoothly. Young master, he will wake up in 3 hours in the vacuum ward." Really? He Chengjian was pleasantly surprised. "Yinji, thank you." He reached out and shook Gun Yinji's hand before pushing open the door of the operating theater and walking in. Gun Yinji smiled as she watched them escort He Jichu out of the ward and towards the vacuum ward. He Jichu had just been sent away when Qin Yawang arrived. She was wearing a surgical gown and was about to put on a mask in a hurry. Gun Yinji smiled and nodded at her. "Director Qin, there's no need to trouble yourself. I've already finished the surgery for young Master He. You can go back to the detention center." Qin Yawang's pupils constricted. Her hand, which was holding the mask, froze for a moment before she slowly lowered it. "What did you say? You actually operated on young Master He? Does General He know?" Qin Yawang didn't believe that He Chengjian would agree to let Gun Yinji, who hadn't even gone to medical school, operate on his precious son. She subconsciously thought that Gun Yinji had made the decision on her own, and that He Chengjian had been kept in the dark. Gun Yinji scoffed and shook her head. "Director Qin, do you think General He wouldn't agree that I could operate on young Master He? How well do you know General He? Have you really loved him for so many years, but you don't even know who he is? Or have you been blinded by love?" That was true. Qin Yawang's eyes flickered, and she sneered. "Fine, I'll wait here and see how General He deals with you. How dare you hurt his son? I think you're tired of living." "Same to you." Gun Yinji covered her mouth and yawned disapprovingly. She said lazily, "I'll say the same to you and the Qin family. You're welcome." She didn't waste any more time with Qin Yawang. She followed Hua Xiaoheng back to her suite at the He residence. She looked at the time. It was already early in the morning. Today was New Year's Eve. In 3 hours, it would be dawn. He Jichu would wake up in 3 hours. Gun Yinji would be able to leave the He family and go back to her own home for the new year. She quietly sent Lu Jin a text message. "I'll be home in 3 hours. I want to eat President Lu's cooking." Lu Jin was overjoyed when he saw the text message. He quickly pushed Lu Yuan and said, "Boss Lu, go buy groceries. Nianji will be back in 3 hours." Lu Yuan almost ignored his image and rolled his eyes. "Shareholder Lu, it's early in the morning. Where am I going to buy groceries?" As he spoke, he walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. "Today is New Year's Eve. I've already prepared everything. When Nianji comes back, I'll cook a big meal for her." Lu Jin was elated when he saw that Lu Yuan had quietly prepared everything for the new year. He smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "Boss Lu is indeed the boss. You're so thoughtful." If he was sure that Gun Nianji would be back today, then Hua Xiaoheng would also be back. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the time and couldn't fall asleep. He decided to start preparing the New Year's Eve dinner in the kitchen. This new year would be the most meaningful year he had ever spent in this world. 3 hours later, the first rays of dawn appeared. The morning light that was like pieces of gold shone from the evergreen holly tree in front of the hospital building. It jumped happily, bounced up, and shone towards the glass windows of the building. The vacuum ward was still dark. He Jichu woke up from his deep sleep. He didn't know where he was. He only felt that he was so light that he was about to float. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1689, Tighten the Skin. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes, okay? Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1701. However, in the next moment, just as he was about to move, a downward force pulled him back to reality. All his consciousness returned to his mind, and he Jichu completely woke up. When he opened his eyes, it was pitch black in front of him. He seemed to be wearing a mask on his face. Oxygen poured in from the mask, and his spirit gradually recovered. Just as he was slowly waking up, Xie Qingying, who had already changed out of her hospital gown, was talking to He Changjian outside the vacuum ward. "General He, I want to ask you something," Xie Qingying said softly. She was still wearing her tailored, custom-made Dior pale-colored cashmere dress. Her figure was delicate and her demeanor was graceful. He Changjian admired Xie Qingying's bearing and said gently, "Don't make General He sound so distant. Your family and I are considered family friends. I deserve it if you call me Uncle He." Xie Qingying suddenly raised her head and looked at He Changjian in surprise. She nodded heavily. "Uncle He, yes, tell me. What do you want?" He Changjian obviously looked at Xie Qingying in a different light. Xie Qingying was such a smart person, so of course she could feel it. However, what she wanted was not a false reputation. What she wanted was He Jichu's sincerity. Xie Qingying looked around, and her voice became softer. "Uncle He, I want you to do me a favor. Don't tell anyone about me, about the experiment and surgery." Her face was slightly red, but she was still very embarrassed. "Oh, why?" He Chengjian asked with interest. He tilted his head to look at Xie Qingying's shy expression. "I don't want young Master He to feel burdened," Xie Qingying said frankly. "It's my own business that I'm willing to do the experiment. It has nothing to do with young Master He." "You mean you don't want Jichu to be grateful to you for this?" He Chengjian said with a smile, the meaning in his eyes obscure. Xie Qingying blushed even more, but she still mustered up her courage and said, "Since Uncle He has said so, I won't hide it from you. I like young Master He very much, but I hope that the person he likes is from the bottom of his heart. I don't want our relationship to be too complicated because of other things." What she wanted was the purest love between a man and a woman. She didn't want gratitude and gratitude to be sandwiched between men and women. He Chengjian narrowed his eyes and smiled. He put the pipe in his mouth and took a puff. "That's not easy. All I can say is that I won't take the initiative to tell my son about this. But when you stood up and said that you wanted to do this experiment, it was in front of many people. I can't stop so many people from talking." Xie Qingying felt a little regretful when she recalled the situation at that time. She had been too impulsive at that time, saying it in front of so many people. She should have recommended herself to General He and Gun Nianji in private. That would have made it easier to hide the truth. Xie Qingying pondered for a while and said calmly, "Then forget it. Let's do what needs to be done. I won't deliberately distance myself from him just because he knows something." "That's right." He Chengjian patted her shoulder. "When it comes to feelings, you have to boldly pursue them. If you can't even stand other people's gazes, how can you talk about getting the sincerity of the person you like?" As the two of them spoke, He Chengjian noticed Gunyinji and Peter walking over from the corner of his eye. He Chengjian glanced at them with a smile and said to Xie Qingying, "Look, Mr. Peter is even the deputy chief consul of the Soviet Union." He put down his pride and chased after Gunyinji everywhere. He's not afraid of others gossiping about him. Gunyinji was speechless when she heard this. Who would dare to gossip about the KGB? Even a freshly painted coffin lid wouldn't be able to hold it in. It would automatically open to fit a person in, right? However, she didn't say anything. She walked over with a smile and said to Xie Qingying, "Miss Xie, are you here to see young Master He too?" "Young Master, he should be awake by now, right?" Xie Qingying nodded and smiled. "He should be awake. I just wanted to confirm it, and then I'll go back." Today was New Year's Eve. If He Jichu could wake up smoothly, the He family would also be able to celebrate the new year. Gunyinji felt that with He Chengjian's nervous expression, if He Jichu still didn't wake up on New Year's Eve, he would probably announce that the entire country would cancel New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival. She was also thinking about the interests of millions of families. She thought about it with a bitter smile. The few of them exchanged pleasantries in front of the vacuum ward. Gradually, more and more people came to wait for He Jichu to wake up. Soon, the entire corridor was almost filled. Gunyinji didn't want to squeeze with these people. Hua Xiaoheng tugged at her sleeve, and the two of them stood in a corner. Not long after, the red light in front of the ward finally went off. The vacuum in the operating theater was gradually lifted, and the people inside had to adapt to the normal environment. A few people in white surgical gowns walked in and helped He Jichu clean up before pushing him out in a wheelchair. The corridor was completely sealed, and the light from the white ceiling lamp was bright and dazzling. He Jichu's eyes hurt, and he subconsciously closed them. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was his father standing in front of him with concern. "Achu, are you feeling better? Are you still feeling unwell?" He Chengjian asked nervously. "I'm fine." He Jichu smiled. "I made you worry." When he realized that something was wrong in old Master Qin's ward, his first choice was to send the news to his father. Because he knew that under those circumstances, only his father had the ability and conditions to save him. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." He Chengjian's eyes were almost red. He quickly moved to the side to hide his emotions. As soon as he moved aside, He Jichu saw Xie Qingying. She was wearing a lotus-colored cashmere dress, which accentuated her figure and made her look refreshing and pleasant. He Jichu was a little surprised, but he still nodded at her. "Miss Xie, it's good that you're fine, young Master He." Xie Qingying looked at him with a smile. "Go back and have a good rest. We'll meet again after the new year." Okay, He Jichu said politely and restrained, but his gaze couldn't help scanning the crowd. He didn't say who he was looking for, but everyone seemed to know who he was looking for. One by one, they automatically moved aside, allowing He Jichu to see the person he was looking for. Gunyinji. There were more people who came to see He Jichu, but most of them were He Jichu subordinates, and some were He Chengjian subordinates. They could be considered the father and son's direct troops. They would only be truly relieved if they knew that He Jichu was fine. When Gunyinji saw that so many people had come, she had already stood in the corner with Hua Xiaoheng. She only wanted to confirm that He Jichu was really fine so that she could go home. However, He Jichu was staring at her so intently, so she couldn't hide anymore. She walked out from behind the crowd with a smile and said playfully to He Jichu, "Young Master He, are you really fine? Why are you still in a wheelchair?" He Jichu couldn't help smiling when he saw her smile. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes flickered, and he hid all his emotions in his heart. He held the handle of the wheelchair, propped himself up with his feet, and slowly stood up. "That's great. Young Master, he is really fine. Ha ha ha. I told you that young master, he is lucky. He'll be fine. The surrounding soldiers burst into laughter and applauded at the same time. Hijichu was a little excited when he saw how enthusiastic everyone was. He waved at the crowd and said with a smile, I've made everyone worry. Today is New Year's Eve. If everyone isn't going back for the new year, are you going to my house for New Year's Eve dinner? Huh, is that really okay? Some of the soldiers and officers who didn't go home for the new year were immediately excited. Is young master he going to treat us to New Year's Eve dinner? Hijichu looked at He Changjian. His meaning was obvious. Facing Hijichu, who had woken up again, He Changjian would immediately do it for him if Hijichu wanted to go to the moon, let alone treat these soldiers and officers to a New Year's Eve dinner. He waved his hand. No problem. Go to my house for New Year's Eve dinner. Come, old Joe, take them over first. As for the others, they'd better go home for New Year's Eve dinner. Have an early holiday today. The corridor was instantly filled with a joyous festive atmosphere. The people who had come to visit Hijichu earlier left in waves. Soon, only He Changjian's orderlies, Gunyinji, and the others were left. Hijichu had grabbed Gunyinji's hand at some point and asked with a faint smile, What about you? Do you want to go to my house for New Year's Eve dinner too? Of course, Gunyinji didn't want to. She was thinking about how to reject him without a trace when she heard footsteps behind her and a high-pitched voice. Young master he? Are you okay? Do you want me to check you again? It was Qin Yaowang's voice. Hijichu suddenly looked up, and his expression changed. The cold light in his eyes swept over like an ice arrow. Qin Yaowang was so frightened by Hijichu's gaze that she staggered and almost fell. When Shui, who was still wearing a hospital gown, quickly held her up. Auntie Qin, be careful. Hijichu pointed at Qin Yaowang and said coldly to He Changjian, My accident this time has a lot to do with them. How can you let them move freely? He Changjian said calmly, There are people watching them at all times. How can you say they're moving freely? Qin Yaowang's heart trembled, and she subconsciously looked around. How could she not know that someone was watching her all the time? Where are these people hiding? When Shui lowered her eyes and gently pinched Qin Yaowang, Qin Yaowang understood and turned her head to look at Hijichu again. Her gaze gradually moved down from Hijichu's face and saw Hijichu holding Gunyinji's hand. When Shui also noticed, her gaze lingered on their hands for a while. Then she looked up and said with a smile, Young master you're awake? This time, you have to thank Miss Xie. She volunteered to stay in the ward where the infrasonic weapon was attacked for 24 hours. That was how she obtained the precious data on treating infrasonic injuries and saved you, young master She didn't mention a word that Gunyinji was the main surgeon, nor did she mention herself. She vaguely put all the credit on Xie Qingying. He Qingjian remained silent and only glanced at Xie Qingying as if to say, Look, if I don't say it, someone will naturally say it. Xie Qingying never expected that the person who blew up the matter would be Wen Shui. Hijichu was also stunned. What infrasonic weapon? What does it have to do with Qingying? You still don't know? Qin Yaowang said with a straight face. It seems that some people are taking all the credit for themselves. Actually, it's not just Miss Xie, but also Shui. She and Miss Xie were attacked by infrasonic weapons in the simulation ward for 24 hours. Young Master He's surgery was so successful when the two data were combined. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1690, Kick Up. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes, okay? At 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1702. Hijichu had no idea what Qin Yaowang was talking about. His brows furrowed imperceptibly, and his face regained its indifference. He said coldly to Qin Yaowang, I haven't seen you for a few days, and Dean Qin is also mentally ill. Is he trying to use mental illness to get away with it? What infrasonic weapon? What simulated ward? Have you changed careers to writing novels? Qin Yaowang was excited. When she heard Ijichu's words, she couldn't breathe and almost vomited blood. Who's mentally ill? Young master he. How can you slander me? Qin Yaowang said unhappily and continued to look Ijichu up and down. His face was rosy and natural, and his eyes were calm and cold. His tall body stood beside Gun Yinji, making the tall Gun Yinji look slim and petite. He had recovered too well. Qin Yaowang's eyes flickered. Gun Yinji didn't say a word and looked at Qin Yaowang quietly. The familiar expression made Qin Yaowang's heart skip a beat. Her gaze involuntarily swept between Gun Yinji and He Jichu, and her vision gradually blurred. It was as if she had seen the couple from decades ago, standing in the middle of the crowd and receiving everyone's blessings, but she could only hide in the crowd and watch them. Qin Yaowang's mind felt dizzy. She quickly clenched her fists and pinched her nails into her palms to calm herself down. When Shui suddenly realized something. Could it be that Gun Yinji hadn't said anything? What a saintly white lotus flower that didn't expect anything in return, looking at the awkward Xie Qingying, when Shui curled her lips and said softly, Auntie Qin, don't be anxious. Miss Gu didn't say anything. It's good that she knows her limits. Miss Xie risked her life for young Master He's injury. She's much better than some people who only know how to talk. Ijichu looked at his father, He Changjian, and asked in confusion, Dad, what infrasonic weapon? And what's with the simulated ward? He Qingjian's gaze swept past Gun Yinji and finally landed on Xie Qingying's face. He said kindly to He Jichu, It's a long story. Let's go back first and talk about it after New Year's dinner. No, He Jichu objected flatly. What can't be said in 3 sentences? Please tell me now. He Qingjian thought for a moment and said, It's like this. You suddenly fainted in the ward of the Qin family's private hospital. After our investigation, we found out that you were ambushed with an infrasonic weapon there. He Jichu finally understood why he had suddenly fainted. Infrasonic weapons? This kind of thing isn't a small device. I'm sure I didn't see it in the ward. He Jichu looked at Qin Yaowang thoughtfully. Could it be in the secret room? That was the only explanation. Infrasound weapons were sonic weapons. They were not afraid of bricks and could be transmitted through walls. Therefore, even if it was placed in a sealed chamber, it would not affect its effectiveness. He Chengjian nodded slowly. It's the secret room. We found the secret room first before we found the infrasonic weapon. But infrasonic weapons attack indiscriminately. Did Dean Qin get hit as well? What about Old Master Qin? He was also in the ward at that time. He Jichu quickly recalled the situation at that time, and his gaze locked onto Qin Yaowang. He Chengjian chuckled. Dean Qin and Old Master Qin are fine. They weren't affected. He didn't mention a word about Old Master Qin's oxygen mask and Qin Yaowang's special surgical gown, so Qin Yaowang didn't know that the plan had been exposed. In fact, she only found out about the plan when she was guiding Old Master Qin's surgery. When she heard about it, she was shocked and praised it greatly. They didn't think that anyone in the world could see through the mystery of this trap. Therefore, even if someone found out that there were secret rooms on both sides of the ward, even if the infrasonic weapon was found, they planned to insist that they didn't know about it beforehand. Ijichu looked at He Chengjian's sly expression and forced a smile. He could tell that He Chengjian was hiding a lot of things. It was probably because it wasn't appropriate to go into too much detail under such circumstances. Ijichu didn't continue asking about this topic. Instead, he changed the topic to ask about Xie Qingying. Then why did you say that Qingying was attacked by infrasonic weapons for 24 hours? Isn't that simple? Qin Yaowang crossed her arms and pouted at Xie Qingying. Because in order to save young Master we have to test the treatment method first. We need someone to go to the simulation ward and receive the same infrasonic weapon attack. For a whole 24 hours, Xie Qingying and our Shui stayed in that simulation ward and suffered a lot. Qin Yaowang held Wen Shui's hand with a pained expression. Wen Shui smiled gently and said, I'm fine. It's what I should do. But Miss Xie is an outsider, yet she took the initiative to stand up and endure the infrasonic weapon attack. That's the most amazing thing. Ijichu finally understood. It was probably because his father had tested the treatment method on live people in order to confirm that it was effective. It was like this again. In order to save his life, he had to use other people's lives as an experiment. Hijichu felt a complicated sense of powerlessness in his heart. However, he very slowly let go of Gunyinji's hand and quietly put his hands into the pockets of his hospital gown. As soon as Hijichu let go of Gunyinji's hand, Hua Xiaoheng, who had been watching coldly from the side, quickly walked up and put his arm around Gunyinji's shoulder. He looked up at He Changjian and said coldly, "General He, since young master he has woken up, can we go back now?" Gunyinji also wanted to leave this place. It was almost the new year, and she didn't want Qin Yaowang and Wen Shui to ruin her New Year's mood. "General He, young master he is safe and sound. I have to go back too," Gunyinji said with a smile. "It's already New Year's Eve today, but are you going to leave after the New Year?" He Changjian greeted her gently. "It'll be very lively at home today." "No need," Hua Xiaoheng answered on behalf of Gunyinji. He glanced at Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shui contemptuously and said, "Since you can keep these two for the new year, we won't join the fun. It'll make my stomach turn." With that, he held Gunyinji's hand and strode towards the elevator. Gunyinji was overjoyed when she heard that. She wanted nothing more than to jump up and hug Hua Xiaoheng's neck and kiss him on the cheek to show her joy. Qin Yaowang looked coldly at the backs of the two of them as they left and sneered. It wasn't that He Changjian didn't have feelings for her. She could feel it. After so many years of bitter love, he finally had her in his heart. Hijichu felt lost, but he tried his best to control himself and not look in the direction Gunyinji had left in. He nodded at Xie Qingying. "Thank you, Qingying. You were also attacked by infrasound. How is your body? Is your health affected? I'll find a doctor and go to your house every day to check on you," Hijichu said with great concern, trying his best to focus his attention on Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying felt the change in Hijichu's attitude, and her heart warmed. Although her body was still a little uncomfortable, especially her head was a little dizzy, and she always wanted to sleep, with Hijichu's words, she was willing to be attacked by infrasound weapons for another 24 hours. She smiled and shook her head. She said casually, "I'm fine. I'm recovering very well." After a pause, she added, "Young master I decided this myself. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much about it." Hijichu understood what Xie Qingying meant. The two of them had known each other since they were young. So Hijichu knew Xie Qingying's personality and temper. People like them didn't lack anything, so their requirements for feelings were pure. She didn't want his feelings to be mixed with other things. Hijichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed with understanding. "Yes, I know." Xie Qingying's eyes lit up. Hijichu understood what she meant. Although the two of them didn't say it explicitly, this feeling of understanding each other should be very close to having a mutual understanding. Xie Qingying was suddenly full of confidence in her feelings. She smiled and said, "Actually, I didn't do anything. I just ate an award for 24 hours. Miss Gu was the one who really contributed. She was the one who suggested the treatment and personally performed the surgery on me and you. It turns out that she did a very good job." Xie Qingying glanced at Qin Yaoguang and continued, "Actually, Miss Gu didn't take credit for other people's work." Qin Yaoguang didn't expect Gunyinji to not say anything. She was embarrassed and angry. She clutched her chest and held Wen Shui's hand tightly, almost turning her wrist purple. When Shui saw that Xie Qingying was actually speaking up for Gunyinji, and the corners of her lips curled up mockingly. She thought to herself that she was pretending to be generous now, but she would make you cry in the future. Hijichu was shocked. It's really Nianji who's the main surgeon. She's never studied medicine, so how can she perform surgery? That's right. Not only has she never studied medicine, but she's also practicing medicine without a license. Qin Yaowang finally found the right angle to diss Gunyinji, and she quickly became arrogant again. He Chengjian's personal secretary, Old Zhou, couldn't stand Qin Yaowang's behavior, and he didn't want her to return to the He family. He chuckled and said, "Young master it's actually not that exaggerated. It's a gamma knife surgery. You know, the gamma knife is operated by a computer, so it's different from normal surgery. Miss Gu's computer skills seem to be quite good. I saw her operate it on the computer with my own eyes. Hijichu thought about it carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his eyes, and his long, thick black eyelashes covered the deep recesses of his eyes. That's good. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't even thank her personally. She might not want your gratitude. Chungjian's brows darkened as he said calmly. It wasn't like he didn't see Gu Nianji's fleeing footsteps. She could leave because he was willing to let her go. Otherwise, even if 10 Peters were here, they wouldn't be able to take her away. This is the second watch of the day. Chapter 1691, Willing to Let Her Go. Please vote for the recommendation, okay? Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1703. Hijichu caught a glimpse of his father's gaze and quickly rubbed his temples. I'm a little tired. Can I go home first? Yes, of course. Chungjian's attention immediately shifted to Hijichu. He asked nervously, Were you feeling unwell? Do you want to get a doctor to check you again? Qin Yaowang immediately became excited. I knew it. No matter how smart Gu Nianji is, she can't be so smart that she can perform surgery on people just by reading a book. This is a technical job, after all. We came from medical school. How long would it take for us to stand on the operating table? She chattered on and wanted to come over to examine Hijichu. Hijichu reached out his arm to block her and said word by word, It's because of what you said that my head hurts. As long as you shut up, I'll be full of energy right away. Qin Yaowang's face was flushed with embarrassment, but when she saw that Changjian didn't say a word and only focused on his son, Qin Yaowang swallowed her anger and moved aside. Then young master, he should go back and rest. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish young master, in general, a happy new year in advance. Changjian didn't even look up. He grunted and said, You can go back first. The investigation of the infrasonic weapon won't stop because of the new year. You can wait first. General, this thing has nothing to do with us. We were also framed. Qin Yaowang said nervously. My head still hurts. I was also injured by the infrasonic weapon. Changjian laughed and didn't look at her. He said meaningfully, Yes, so we have to investigate. The truth can't be faked, and the lie can't be true. Your Qin Corporation is a big company. It's really not easy to find someone who dares to frame your company. Qin Yaowang was about to nod in agreement, but from Changjian's tone, it seemed like he was starting to suspect them. Her heart tightened, and she quickly said, I believe in General He. He will definitely be able to clear our names. When Shui quietly pulled her hand and told her stop talking. At this time, the more she said, the more mistakes she made. Qin Yaowang shut her mouth in embarrassment and followed Changjian's orderly downstairs. The prison van that escorted the prisoners from the detention center was waiting for her downstairs. As soon as she saw the car, Qin Yaowang's face turned pale. The detention center was very far away from the base's general hospital. It was impossible to transfer a vehicle from the detention center over just like that. Preparations had to be made a few hours in advance. This realization was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. Just now, she was still feeling smug and felt that she had a place in Changjian's heart. The car used to escort prisoners from the detention center directly crushed all her hopes and flukes. In the early morning of New Year's Eve in the capital, the wind was bone-chilling, but what was even colder than the coldness was the despair of having one's hopes completely shattered. Qin Yaowang stood stiffly in front of the hospital building with a wooden face. It wasn't until Changjian's orderly pushed her back with the butt of his gun and said coldly, Go up. When Shui was also surprised, but she had already thought it through. Changjian was reckless. He had blamed them for Hijichu's injury and was going to attack the entire Qin Corporation's private hospital. When Shui carefully helped Qin Yaowang into the prison van that escorted the prisoners from the detention center and was about to follow, Qin Yaowang pushed her down and said stiffly, What does it have to do with you? Get down quickly. Auntie Qin, It's New Year's Eve today. Let me accompany you, when Shuyi pleaded softly. Qin Yaowang shook her head and said lightly, if I don't celebrate the new year in the detention center, you won't be able to either. What's the use of coming with me if you don't think of a solution outside? She was reminding Wen Shuyi. Wen Shuyi thought about it for a moment and nodded awkwardly. All right then, Annie Qin, but I've only been in office for a few days. I still don't know what to do with such a big mess. But Annie Qin, don't worry. I'll have a meeting with the management and the board of directors to try my best to minimize the losses. I don't know much about business. It's all up to you. Qin Yaowang looked at her and touched her face with her hand. Let's go. If there's anything, remember to look for my father. He's full of praise for you. When Shuyi's eyes moved slightly. I got it. Annie Qin, take care. She stood on the sidewalk in front of the hospital building and waved gently at the prison van that was driving away, as if she was seeing off a friend and family member. When the prison van was out of sight, when Shuyi turned around and looked back at the hospital building. In the lobby on the first floor of the building, the elevator door opened. He Chengjian strode out. Behind him, Xie Qingying was pushing He Jichu's wheelchair. He Chengjian and He Jichu's orderly surrounded them as they walked out. When Shuyi stood alone at the foot of the steps in front of the building and watched them walk down the steps. When he passed by her, He Chengjian said lightly, didn't Dean go with Dean Qin? General He, I don't have any criminal record. I'm a law-abiding citizen and have a lawyer's license. Why should I go to the detention center with Dean Qin? When Shuyi didn't stand on ceremony with He Chengjian, she realized that He Chengjian couldn't please her anymore, so she didn't waste any more effort. Really? Dean Wen is indeed a lawyer. It seems quite difficult to convict you in court. He Chengjian gave her a thumbs up. It was unknown whether he was praising her or belittling her. When Shuyi's eyes darkened slightly, she smiled and said, thank you for your compliment, General He. I will protect my legal rights and interests, and I will also protect the legal rights and interests of the Qin Corporation. Yes, Director Wen is indeed a competent director, He Chengjian said as he walked past her and got into his bulletproof car. Soon, He Jichu stood up from his wheelchair and got into He Chengjian's bulletproof car. Xie Qingying didn't get into the car. She handed the wheelchair to He Jichu's orderlies and bent down to wave at him. She smiled and said, young Master He, rest more. I'll go home first. We'll contact each other after the new year. He Jichu nodded and said coldly, let my orderlies send you back. Don't run around during the new year. If you want to go out, call me first and I'll send someone to escort you. He Jichu had made this arrangement purely out of safety considerations. The Qin family's power was unexpectedly great. He Jichu didn't dare to let his guard down at all when he thought of the Soviet sniper on the building outside the hospital. Xie Qingying didn't think too much about it. She was just very surprised by He Jichu's thoughtfulness, but her heart was extremely warm. The feeling of being cared for and taken care of by the person she loved instantly turned into a warm current that flowed through her heart. The weather was so cold, and she wasn't wearing a coat, but her back was already so hot that she was about to sweat. Her heart was pounding, and her eardrums were bulging. She couldn't hide the joy and wanted to fly out from the bottom of her heart. When Shuyi looked coldly at Xie Qingying's flushed cheeks and limpid eyes, she looked like she was in love and suddenly felt disgusted. Why wasn't it her? Hadn't she done what Xie Qingying had done? Even if she couldn't compare to Gunyinji, how could she not compare to Xie Qingying? When Shuyi subconsciously touched her face with her hand, her face was as cold as ice. Of course, it wouldn't be as delicate as Xie Qingying's. This was the power of love. Although a woman in love would lose her IQ, her beauty would increase. This was determined by the irreversible laws of nature. He Chengjian also poked his head out and said to Xie Qingying, Qingying, don't go out for the new year for the time being. Spend the new year at home. I'll send someone to strengthen the security around your house. Thank you, young Master He. Thank you, General He. Xie Qingying's voice was trembling. Happiness came so quickly that she almost couldn't believe it was real. But today was New Year's Eve. She would treat it as real and spend the new year well. Xie Qingying was sent to another car by He Chengjian's orderlies. Xie Qingying waved at them and was sent away by the car. He Qingjin's bulletproof car started up and drove towards the He residence, when Shuyi was abandoned by the side of the road alone. No one cared about her whereabouts. However, when Shuyi knew that someone must be watching her from somewhere she couldn't see, she was also someone who had received intelligence training. Although she wasn't as professional as a real intelligence officer, she still knew the basic routine. She stood by the side of the road for a while and called her secretary to drive her home. Gun Yinji sat in Hua Xiaoheng's SUV and returned to the apartment complex where Lu Jin and Lu Yuan lived. Gun Yinji got out of the car in the parking lot of the apartment complex and said to Hua Xiaoheng with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Peter. Today is New Year's Eve, a traditional holiday for us Huaxia people. I won't keep you." Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her arm and pulled her to his side. He leaned over to her and whispered, "You want to run away after using me? Lawyer Gu, you destroyed the bridge after crossing the river. You didn't ask if I was willing to cross the bridge." Gun Yinji held back her laughter and reached out a finger to press against Hua Xiaoheng's chest. She slowly pushed it away and said calmly, "Mr. Peter, you must be joking. How would I dare to treat Mr. Peter as a bridge? I'm tired of living, aren't I? But I'm willing to be a bridge for you." Hua Xiaoheng held her finger and placed it on his chest. He smiled and said, "As long as you don't tear me apart." Gun Yinji smiled and looked up into his deep eyes. "Are you really willing to be a bridge for me? Of course, it's not just a bridge. I'm also willing to be a boat, a ropeway, and a shoe under your feet." Gun Yinji curled her lips and narrowed her eyes. "Mr. Peter, are you always so good at sweet talking? How many girlfriends did you have to sacrifice to practice? Do you still need to practice?" Hua Xiaoheng held her hand. "Can you let me spend the Huaxia Lunar New Year with you now?" "I'll think about it," Gun Yinji said slyly. She didn't agree, but she didn't refuse either. The two of them got into the elevator together. No one spoke in the elevator. However, when the elevator door opened, Gun Yinji felt her phone vibrate. She took it out and saw that it was 2 text messages from the King of Drama. "The King of Drama, I tread the deep and winding valleys for you. I cross the rocky mountains for you. I walk the long road for you." The translation of this genteel sentence was, "If you want to cross the deep valley, I'm your boat. If you want to cross the mountains, I'm your ropeway. If you want to walk the long road, I'm your shoes." Gun Yinji blushed, and her heart raced at this implicit and bold expression. The second text message was more simple, but it made her eyes fill with tears. Chapter 1704. Gun Yinji's fingers kept rubbing the words, and her heart was about to melt. She walked out of the elevator with her head down and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Lu Jin was waiting at the elevator door. "Yinji, you're finally back." As soon as he saw Gun Yinji step out of the elevator, he quickly went up to her and took her hand. Gun Yinji looked up at him with a smile and whispered, "Dad, I missed you so much." "I missed you too." Lu Jin's eyes instantly turned red, but when he saw that Gun Yinji's eyes were even redder, as if she had just cried, he immediately became angry. "Yinji, what's wrong with you? What made you unhappy? Is it that stubborn old man, He Changjian?" Gun Yinji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She quickly shook her head and said coquettishly, "How am I not happy? I'm so happy I can fly." "Is that so? Don't try to coax me. You were crying just now?" Lu Jin looked at her in confusion. From the corner of his eye, he saw the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union, Peter, also walking out of the elevator. He immediately imagined a reason why Gun Yinji's eyes were red. "Mr. Peter, if you have any dissatisfaction, come at me. Why do you have to make my daughter sad?" Lu Jin was angry and sad. He held Gun Yinji's hand tightly and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. "Mr. Peter, even if you're a diplomat, even if you have diplomatic immunity, I can still skin you alive for bullying my daughter." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gun Yinji without batting an eyelid and didn't say anything. Gun Yinji immediately hugged Lu Jin's arm and interrupted, "Dad, I'm so hungry. I haven't had a proper meal for the past few days. Although it's not evening yet, can I have New Year's Eve dinner early?" The sky outside wasn't bright yet, and the sky was a little yellow. There was sun yesterday, But looking at the situation today, it didn't seem like the sun would come out. When Lu Jin heard Gunyinji say that she was hungry, he could tell that she was trying to smooth things over for Peter. He could not help but feel a little sour in his heart, but he did not continue to pursue the matter. It seemed that it wasn't caused by Peter. Lu Jin planned to wait for Gunyinji to have her fill before asking her what was going on. Gunyinji held Lu Jin's arm and entered her suite. Go take a bath and wash away the bad luck you brought back from the He family. Lu Jin said rudely, I prepared new clothes for you for the new year. They're on the bed in your room. See if you like them. Gunyinji nodded with a smile. Then I'll go take a shower first. Dad, make me something to eat. I'll eat after I shower. She walked a few steps towards her bedroom and suddenly remembered something. She took out a small transparent plastic bag from her pocket and said, Dad, this is when Shuyi's hair and a tube of blood. You can take it for a DNA test. Lu Jin took it with a smile and said, There's no hurry. Let's celebrate the new year first. After the new year, I'll continue playing tricks for you. He winked at Gunyinji as he spoke. Okay. I love watching Daddy perform magic tricks. Gunyinji's mood was like the clear sky after the rain, beautiful with a moist color. The fatigue on her body swept away. She was almost humming as she entered the bedroom. Although it was a little out of tune, in Lu Jin's ears it was like heavenly music. He couldn't help humming along with Gunyinji's out-of-tune tune. This kind of out-of-tune tune really had the power to brainwash people. Hua Xiaoheng only listened for a while before he felt the out-of-tune tune echoing in his mind. He couldn't remember the correct tune. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng look at him, Lu Jin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Doesn't it sound nice? Hua Xiaoheng. He shook his head speechlessly and asked aloofly, Uncle Lu, where's President Lu? Lu Jin pouted to the kitchen. He's already preparing the food. Do you want to go take a look? He waved his hand. He really didn't want to see this person wandering around in front of him. Hua Xiaoheng was about to talk to Lu Yuan when he nodded at Lu Jin. Then I'll go help President Lu cook. That's more like it. Lu Jin took the small plastic bag Gunyinji had given him with satisfaction and went to the studio in the suite opposite him to store it. Hua Xiaoheng came to the kitchen and saw Lu Yuan wearing a dark purple and blue shirt and khaki casual pants. His sleeves were rolled up, and he was wearing plastic gloves. He was preparing for a big meal. However, on the cooking counter on the left side of the kitchen, there were already 2 high-voltage electric cookers plugged in, indicating that they were stewing. There were several chopping boards on the right side. Some had vegetables on them, some had freshly made braised food, and some had eggs that were ready to be cut into egg skins. Hua Xiaoheng naturally rolled up his sleeves and said, President Lu, I'm here to help you. Lu Yuan turned around and saw that he was here. His usually gentle and warm face revealed a hint of surprise. However, he quickly returned to normal and said with a smile, Mr. Peter, are you also going to celebrate the Huaxia Lunar New Year? Hua Xiaoheng spread his hands and smiled helplessly. But I have to. Who told me to fall in love with you Huaxia girls? Lu Yuan chuckled. He thought to himself that if he hadn't recognized him, he would have really believed him. A Soviet man came all the way to our country and treated our Nyinji's business as his own. What kind of spirit is this? This is the spirit of internationalism that doesn't care about self-interest. He teased Hua Xiaoheng with a chuckle as he took the knife and quickly shredded the cucumber. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his nose and smiled as he took another knife and helped Lu Yuan cut the egg skin. He asked, What kind of dish are you going to make with the egg skin? Make egg dumplings. Lu Yuan glanced at the stuffing that had been prepared. I also want to make a salt and pepper tofu fish. Help me make a bowl of egg liquid later. Hua Xiaoheng responded and quickly cut the egg skin. When he would get the egg, he asked Lu Yuan softly, Is there a surveillance camera here? Lu Yuan didn't look up, but he shook his head gently. Hua Xiaoheng was relieved. While he was looking for eggs, he leaned against the kitchen counter and whispered to Lu Yuan, one facing the inside and the other facing the outside. President Lu, how well do you know the Qin family? Lu Yuan stopped cutting vegetables and said thoughtfully, They're courting death again? I keep feeling that their actions this time are very abnormal. Hua Xiaoheng found the egg, took it out, and began to mix the egg liquid. His voice became even lower. He Changjian is a suspicious and decisive person. I can imagine that in front of him, the Qin family must be very cautious about matters related to the He family. They definitely wouldn't dare to play tricks. But this time, they directly played tricks on He Jichu. It's really unexpected. Lu Yuan was also thinking about this matter. He said, He Changjian is indeed a character. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's an ambitious person. After all these years, if the Qin family had been obedient to him, they would have been eradicated by He Changjian a long time ago. They wouldn't have waited until today. Yes, I think so too. So my question is, for so many years, the He family has been well-behaved and definitely didn't dare to touch the He family. Why did they suddenly dare to do so now? Is there any special reason that made them take the risk and make such a bad move? It would be fine if the assassination of He Jichu wasn't found out. It was related to the Qin family. Once it was found out, no matter how big the Qin family's conglomerate was, they wouldn't be able to withstand He Changjian's anger. Lu Yuan stared at the thin cucumber shreds in front of him and said thoughtfully, the reason shouldn't be hard to guess. One of them must have something to do with Nianji. After Nianji came back, they couldn't sit still. Xiaoheng nodded. That's one of my guesses. But is that really the only reason? Nianji had lived in the He family for 6 years. During those 6 years, they had been well-behaved and hadn't done anything out of line. Until 8 years ago, when Qin Yaoguang attacked and wanted to take Gun Nianji away from the He family. Lu Yuan thought of that year when Lu Jin had intercepted and saved Gun Nianji from the people Qin Yaoguang had sent out. He had made the He family mistakenly think that Lu Jin was the one who had kidnapped Gun Nianji in the first place. They had set up an inescapable net all over the country to arrest him. Lu Jin had no other choice. He almost wanted to jump into the sea with Gun Nianji. In order to keep this poor little girl away from these people who skinned and sucked her, Lu Yuan gave up the chance to return to the other world and gave the energy to Gun Nianji. This was because the energy they had stored at that time was only enough for one person to go over. Gun Nianji was only 12 years old. If she couldn't keep the secret, who knew what kind of tragic experience she would have in the other world? Therefore, Lu Yuan suggested that he ask Lu Jin if he was willing to hand Gun Nianji over to his nephew, Xiaoheng, who was over there. He also promised that they would treat Gun Nianji well. If anything happened, Xiaoheng would deal with it properly. He wouldn't do what Qin Yaoguang had done. Lu Jin had interpersonal disorder, but it wasn't that he didn't understand the basic elements of interpersonal relationships. In his opinion, for strangers to have a good relationship, it was still the most practical and trustworthy to be tied down by benefits. After they got to know each other better, benefits would of course come second. But before that, he needed to give little Gun Nianji a guarantee that she would be treated well and treated well by the people over there. Therefore, he put a very advanced engine blueprint into Gun Nianji's backpack without anyone teaching him. Lu Yuan was very excited when he saw it. Just this blueprint alone would allow the Huaxiao Empire to break through the problem of fighter jet engines. At the same time, the people over there would definitely treat Gun Nianji well until they found the origins of the blueprint. That was because she was their only clue. Lu Yuan actually wanted to give the people on the other side a good explanation. Unfortunately, every very short contact with the other side required a lot of energy. Their side was different. He Changjian's side was rich and overbearing. With the power of the entire country, of course they had more energy than them. No matter what he and Lu Jin did, they had to carefully control their energy usage. If they accidentally used too much energy, Gun Nianji wouldn't be able to get through. Thinking about what happened that year, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He said, I think the target is still Nianji. The difference is that Nianji should be able to give them more benefits. So much that they can overcome their fear of He Changjian and take the risk to attack He Jichu. Xiaoheng's brows gradually furrowed. He recalled the time when the Qin family was ambushed by a bomb at the revolving restaurant, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. Since they want Nianji at all costs, then they must first eliminate the protection around Nianji. The first is, of course, He Jichu. The second is probably me, the Soviet Peter. This is the second update of the day. Chapter 1693, Peeling the Silk from the Cocoon. Please vote for the recommendation, okay? Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1705, Targeting You? Lu Yuan frowned. Are you sure your identity hasn't been exposed? Would they really dare to target you? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. The Qin family has been planning this for a long time. On the day the revolving restaurant exploded, He Zhichu found a Soviet sniper on the roof of the building opposite the restaurant, as well as a Soviet-made weapon. It's obvious that this is to blame the revolving restaurant explosion on the Soviets. And I announced my pursuit of Nianji in a high-profile manner. Nianji's relationship with the Qin family is very bad. This can barely give me a motive to deal with the Qin family. There's such a thing. Lu Yuan was very shocked. He Zhichu probably didn't believe that it had anything to do with you, right? He Zhichu isn't that stupid. But the most important thing is that they didn't expect me to be there when the explosion happened that day. If I really did it, would I have buried a bomb next to me? At the very least, if I really did it and I appeared at the scene, no one from the Qin family would have been able to leave the revolving restaurant alive. When Hua Xiaoheng said the last sentence, his eyes were stern, his expression was cold, and his tone was unquestionable. Lu Yuan also absolutely believed that Hua Xiaoheng had this ability, but that wasn't the point. He said seriously, "You have to restrain yourself. This isn't our motherland. What good will it do them to go against a Soviet diplomat?" Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed, as if he had been enlightened. He suddenly understood the other party's move. Their real goal now seems to be to pave the way for the infrasonic weapon. From the explosion to Qin Beioi's injury, to Qin Yaoguang's release from prison to guide the surgery, to He Zhichu's injury by the infrasonic weapon, they've drawn everyone's attention away from Nianji step by step. No wonder Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shui have been full of confidence ever since He Zhichu fell unconscious. In fact, they've been confident for a long time. Of course they can heal the damage they caused themselves. After He Zhichu wakes up, they'll take the opportunity to reveal the secret room and the infrasonic weapon at the right time. That way, they'll be able to pin the blame on the KGB. And He Chengjian and He Zhichu both know my identity very well. This was a game of chess that gradually led the clues to the KGB, the ace of the Far East, Peter Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan gasped. You mean they're not just after Nianji and you? There must be someone powerful behind the scenes. Hua Xiaoheng shared all his thoughts and speculations from the past few days. At that time, He Zhichu, who had been injured by the infrasound, would be saved by Qin Yaoguang. He would definitely be under their control. Then, as long as we pin the culprit who hurt He Zhichu on the ace of the Far East, Peter, with how much He Chengjian dotes on his son, what do you think he will do? Hua Xiaoheng used the slender knife in his hand to make a shallow mark on the wood-colored beech anvil. Lu Yuan took off his plastic gloves and placed his hands on the kitchen counter. He lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, based on He Chengjian's conduct, the lightest punishment would be to kill Peter. The worst-case scenario would be to fall out with the Soviet Union and expel diplomats. In the end, it's not impossible for it to develop into an armed conflict, yes. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes became even darker. If I were the mastermind behind the scenes, this is how I would predict the outcome of the operation. For them, the best outcome would be for the Huaxiao Empire and the Soviet Union to fall out and return to the period of armed confrontation between the Huaxia Empire and the Soviet Union in the last century. It's not impossible for it to lead to a border war. Lu Yuan nodded and analyzed. If this goal isn't achieved, then the next outcome would be for He Chengjian to kill Peter. You said that Peter's identity is the KGB's ace of the Far East. Once Peter dies, then our Huaxiao Empire's agents in the Soviet Union will be caught in one fell swoop by the KGB and killed in the cruelest way possible. Although this won't lead to an open armed conflict, the blood that will flow on the hidden battlefront will not be any less than an open armed conflict. Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath and nodded. He used a long knife to draw a triangle on the beech cutting board. To them, the next outcome is that Peter doesn't die, but is expelled by He Changjian and will never be able to step foot into the Huaxia Empire again. This way, both Peter and He Jichu will be taken down by them. On the surface, Nianji will be alone and helpless. No one will sincerely protect her. Lu Yuan looked at the triangle Hua Xiaoheng had drawn and pursed his lips. A glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "This plan is really big." Unfortunately, they didn't predict that Gu Xiangwen didn't die, and that Gu Xiangwen has me, Hua Guanyuan, by her side. Gu Xiangwen was Lu Jin, and Hua Guanyuan was Lu Yuan. Lu Jin's IQ was outstanding. Just the Nobel Prize he had one spanned the fields of biomedicine and high-energy physics. There were also computer technology and mechanical manufacturing. Lu Yuan had been the most outstanding intelligence officer in the military for decades. Although he had been hiding in this world for the past decade or so, he hadn't left his profession behind at all. Yes, even if Nianji doesn't have He Jichu and me, she still has you and Uncle Lu. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. The other party didn't know themselves and their enemy, so they couldn't have won every battle. Lu Yuan smiled and glared at him. "Stop flattering me." He picked up the knife and began to cut the braised food. He said, "Also, the other party was able to design a trap at the level of relations between countries. Their vision is no longer limited to family feuds and relationships between men and women. This person has a big plan." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "But I'm more inclined to think that these consequences are just incidental results in the process of pursuing their ultimate goal. In other words, their main goal wasn't to provoke a war between the Huaxia Empire and the Soviet Union, but to achieve their own goal while doing so. Success was good, and failure was meaningless." Lu Yuan suddenly looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. "Their ultimate goal? Is it really Nianji?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded solemnly. "That's the only explanation." "Who exactly is this mastermind?" Lu Yuan muttered. "I've been here for more than 10 years. I know many people from the upper echelons of the political and military circles, as well as people from the business and academic circles. The most outstanding academic figure is Lu Jin. The most outstanding military figure is He Changjian, and the most outstanding political figure is Xie Beichen. They all have the ability to set up this plan, but they don't have the motivation to do so." Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips slightly and said teasingly, "You didn't say who the most outstanding business figure is. Maybe it's this person. Get lost." Lu Yuan couldn't help but kick him. He pointed at himself and said, "The most outstanding business figure is preparing for the New Year's dinner in this kitchen. He doesn't have such a motive." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh loudly. His voice was low and magnetic, and when he laughed, it was especially moving. Gu Nianji took a shower and changed into a spring festival suit that Lu Jin had prepared for her. It was custom-made for Chanel for the winter. Lu Jin sent Gu Nianji's measurements to Chanel's custom-made department and specially made a dress for her. It was made of fine wool, with a herringbone red and black checkered mini doll dress. It had 6 old silver copper buttons on the chest and a slightly high waistline. Coupled with Chanel's red calf leather custom-made boots, it made her legs look even longer. She looked like an extremely cute Barbie doll. Gu Nianji liked this set of clothes very much. After putting it on, she looked at herself in the mirror and let her hair down. The hairdryer quickly made a few big curls and draped them over her back. Finally, she put on a little pink lip gloss, which instantly brightened her entire face. She walked out of the bedroom happily and went to the living room to walk around. She found that there was no one there, and she didn't even know where Lu Jin had gone. Only a low and magnetic laughter came from the kitchen. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. This was Hua Xiaoheng's original voice. It was a good voice that could make one's ears pregnant. Gu Nianji was about to be drunk. Did he really think that she couldn't recognize him? So he had completely let himself go. Or did he think that no one could recognize him because she wasn't around, so he didn't even bother to disguise his voice? Gu Nianji was mischievous and tiptoed towards the kitchen. Walking out of the living room carpet, she looked down at the solid wood floor under her feet and her boots. There was no way to hide the sound of her footsteps now. She simply took off her boots and walked barefoot to the kitchen. As soon as she reached the kitchen door, Hua Xiaohing's laughter had already stopped. He tilted his head and faced the direction of the kitchen door. His entire body was relaxed as he smiled and spoke to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's back was facing the kitchen door. The speed of a knife in his hand did not slow down as he continued to cut vegetables. Gun Yinji was a little puzzled. When did Hua Xiaohing become so familiar with Lu Yuan? And he didn't seem to be guarded at all. It was quite a sight to behold. He didn't look like someone she had only known for less than a month. There was an indescribable tacit understanding and familiarity between them. Gun Yinji thought of Lu Yuan's San Xian fried rice again. What a familiar taste. Gun Yinji couldn't help gulping. Hua Xiaohing suddenly noticed a tall and slender figure at the kitchen door. He looked up naturally and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, are you done showering? That's a beautiful dress." As he spoke, he put down the long knife in his hand, wiped his hands with a tissue, and walked over to her. Gun Yinji also smiled very naturally and said, "I just finished showering. I'm starving, so I came to the kitchen to find something to eat." She complained again, "I don't know where my father went. I asked him to find me something to eat. I'll eat it after I finish showering, but he's gone." Hua Xiaohing looked at her carefully and saw that there was no flaw in her expression. Even he couldn't tell what she was thinking, and he felt a little lost. Lu Yuan turned around and was also stunned by Gun Yinji's outfit today. He smiled and said, "Your father has good taste. This outfit really looks good on you." Gun Yinji stood on her tiptoes and spun around. She held the edge of her skirt with both hands and bowed like a ballet dancer. She smiled and said, "President Lu, can you give me some food? I'm starving to death." Only then did Hua Xiaohing see Gun Yinji's bare feet and long legs. His eyes darkened slightly, and he carried Gun Yinji horizontally. He smiled and said, "The floor is too cold. Miss Gu, why don't you wear shoes?" This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1694. There's a mastermind behind the scenes. Please vote for the recommendation. Okay? Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1706. Mr. Peter, put me down. Can we talk nicely? Why are you pulling me? Gun Yinji blushed when she saw Lu Yuan looking at her with a smile. She tried to push Hua Xiaohing away in a flurry. Hua Xiaohing's arms wrapped around her tightly. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank into his arms. In the end, her entire body was held tightly in his arms. Her face was pressed against his strong chest. Listening to his vigorous heartbeat, her own heart almost resonated with it. In a daze, she was carried back to the living room by Hua Xiaohing. Hua Xiaohing looked down and saw a pair of red boots on the edge of the living room carpet. His eyes moved slightly, and he smiled. "Miss Gu, why did you take off your shoes here?" Gun Yinji saw that she couldn't break free, so she stopped struggling. She crossed her feet and said, "I like to be barefoot. Who wears boots at home? Aren't you stupid?" Her feet were very beautiful. They were small and exquisite, and the shape of her ankles was beautiful. They were tender and well-maintained. Hua Xiaohing quickly looked away from Gun Yinji's feet. Seeing this, Gun Yinji wrinkled her delicate and straight nose in disdain. Her long, slender legs continued to sway in front of Hua Xiaohing's eyes. Hua Xiaohing had no choice but to look away from Gun Yinji's white legs with difficulty again. Without looking sideways, he carried Gun Yinji to the living room and placed her on the corner sofa with a modern avant-garde design. Hua Xiaohing didn't get up immediately. Instead, he rested both hands on the low leather backrest of the sofa in the corner and circled Gun Yinji in the crook of his arm. He stared into her dark, misty eyes and said with a half-smile, "Miss Gu didn't wear boots at home? Why did those boots come from the bedroom to the living room? Did they walk over by themselves? How do you know they're in the bedroom? They're clearly in the living room." Gun Yinji smiled slyly. "Really? But these boots match the miniskirt you're wearing. In other words, they're accessories from a New Year's suit your father prepared for you. Then they must have been placed in the bedroom with your dress. If you didn't wear them, did the boots become spirits and run out by themselves?" Gun Yinji was speechless. Was it great that he could reason? Who needed him to reason with me at a time like this? What straight man Gunyinji saw that she couldn't bluff her way out of it. Her eyes blinked rapidly, and her long, fan-like eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes reflected the bright lights in the living room, and she chuckled. You called me Ninji when you texted me just now, but now you're calling me Miss Gu. Hua Xiaoheng's heart raced, but he quickly calmed down. He lowered his body even more. Their faces were very close. It was as if they would be if he moved a centimeter closer. Both of them could feel each other trying their best to control their breathing. It was a little hot, but because of their restraint, it wasn't that obvious. Their faintly discernible breaths were even more alluring. In the past, Gunyinji wouldn't have hesitated to dodge in times like this. She wouldn't have had such intimate physical contact with someone she wasn't familiar with. But this time, she just lazily lay on the sofa with her arms crossed in front of her chest. The sofa's back was low, and she seemed to be even more slender. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her quietly. Their eyes met, and they both wanted to see into each other's hearts. However, both of their eyes were equally dark, like the finest black velvet. It was so dark that it seemed as if light was about to shine from within. The two of them stared at each other for an unknown amount of time, until Lu Jin's explosive shout interrupted their silence. "Peter, what are you doing? Release my daughter." Lu Jin shouted and threw the folder in his hand at her. It was as if Hua Xiaoheng had eyes on the back of his head. When he heard the sound of the folder flying over, he reached behind him and caught it firmly. He quickly got up and turned around. He smiled at Lu Jin and said, "Uncle Lu, please don't take offense." "Miss Gu." Nianji ran into the kitchen to ask for food without wearing shoes. I was afraid that she would catch a cold from stepping on the wooden floor, so I carried her over. Lu Jin's gaze finally fell on Gu Nianji's bare feet. "Nianji, didn't I prepare boots for you? It even matched your dress. Why didn't you wear it in the bedroom? Didn't you see it?" Lu Jin asked in confusion. It was exactly as Hua Xiaoheng had deduced earlier. Gu Nianji almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. She sat up from the sofa and said with a red face, "Dad, didn't I say I was hungry? Where did you go? Where's the food I asked you to prepare? I'm so hungry that I'm about to have hypoglycemia." She gently rubbed her forehead, which was covered in sweat. I forgot everything when I saw Peter like this just now." Lu Jin glared at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "I'll go take a look in the kitchen. Nianji, if you have hypoglycemia, don't move. Sit down properly. Dad will get you something to eat." Lu Jin quickly walked to the kitchen. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked down at Gu Nianji. He teased, "Hypoglycemia? Nianji, why didn't I know you had hypoglycemia?" Gu Nianji looked at him with a smile and hugged her little panda pillow. She tilted her head and said, "Are you very familiar with me? How did you know if I had hypoglycemia?" "Of course we're familiar. We've known each other for almost 2 months, right?" Hua Xiaoheng bowed slightly and successfully saw Gu Nianji's eyes darken. He narrowed his eyes and straightened up. Seeing that Lu Jin was already walking over with a large tray, he quickly walked over and said, "Uncle Lu, can I help you?" Lu Jin glared at him. "Go help in the kitchen. Boss Lu can't do it alone." He actually didn't want to see Peter and Gu Nianji alone. The scene was very harmonious and pleasing to the eye, but Lu Jin still felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Gu Nianji. He saw that she was sitting on the sofa and didn't turn to look at him. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the kitchen again. Lu Jin walked to Gu Nianji with a carved mahogany tray. He bent down and placed the tray on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Boss Lu made it with great care. Lu Jin pointed at the dish on the tray and introduced it proudly. "I said that you've been too nervous these past few days and might be a little weak, so Boss Lu made this first-grade sea cucumber." He lifted the lid of the bowl, revealing a steamed crow ginseng in the steaming bowl underneath. This method is very complicated. First, you have to burn the rough skin of the crow ginseng, then break it open and wash it. Then, you have to boil it twice in boiling water. Then, you have to stir-fry the pork, which has been cut into pieces, with diced southeast winter bamboo shoots, Genoa ham, northeast mushrooms, and scallops in a stuffing. Then you have to fill in the broken crow ginseng, tie it tightly with tofu skin, and steam it in the steamer. As Lu Jin spoke, he poked the crow ginseng with his chopsticks. A hole appeared with one poke, and it felt like it was melting in the mouth. Look, isn't it steamed well? Lu Jin said proudly, as if he had made the dish. Gu Nianji listened with a smile and couldn't help swallowing. She picked up her chopsticks and poked it. It was indeed soft. She didn't know how it tasted. She gently bit the tip of the ginseng. It was different from the slightly crispy sea cucumber she had eaten in the past. This first-class sea cucumber was completely steamed, but it had greatly preserved the original taste of the ingredients. She took a bite of the sea cucumber. There was also pork, winter bamboo shoots, ham, mushrooms, and scallop stuffing inside. Each of these stuffing was very flavorful and fresh, but together they all served as a foil to the sea cucumber. The original fishy and astringent taste of the wild sea cucumber was perfectly neutralized, leaving only a soft and fresh taste. Lu Yuan didn't add any stock to the dish. He only added a little salt. The taste of the stuffing itself seeped into the crow ginseng. When she ate, it was just like how Hong Qigong had tasted, who listens to the falling plum blossoms on the jade flute. She tasted 25 different flavors from 5 different kinds of meat. Every time she chewed, it was a different taste, but it was also a feast for her taste buds. Moreover, the sea cucumber had the unique sweetness of seafood. Therefore, when she ate this first-class black ginseng, the taste was even more varied than Huang Rong's, who listens to the falling plum blossoms on the jade flute. Gu Nianji accidentally ate the entire first-grade crow ginseng. Seeing that she was eating so happily, Lu Jin smiled and said, "Do you want more? Boss Lu has done a lot." Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "This is already too much. I think I can eat this bowl until night." "Okay, then we'll eat it for New Year's Eve dinner tonight." Lu Jin brought the tray back to the kitchen. Since Lu Jin and Gu Nianji had both come out, Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng didn't talk about any confidential topics. The two of them quietly cooked in the kitchen. Hua Xiaoheng was only in charge of cutting and washing the vegetables, while Lu Yuan cooked the dishes. Lu Jin placed the tray on the counter and praised Lu Yuan with a smile before returning to the living room to talk to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji asked curiously, "Dad, where did you go just now? I didn't see you when I came out." "I went back to my studio and stored the things you brought back in the fridge," Lu Jin said casually. He took out a physics book to divert Gu Nianji's attention. "Nianji, do you want to learn a little quantum mechanics?" Gu Nianji _ She couldn't bear to be a disappointment, so she nodded. "Dad, please tell me about it. But let me make it clear first, I'm terrible at physics. If I can't learn it, don't scold me." "How is that possible? How could my daughter, Lu Jin, not be able to learn quantum mechanics?" Lu Jin explained it to Gu Nianji in high spirits. Gu Nianji opened her eyes and listened for a while. Perhaps the whole crow ginseng was starting to take effect, or perhaps she was tired. In short, as she listened, her eyelids kept fighting. She tried her best to stay awake, but in the end, she was still no match for the fierceness of the sleep demon. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Lu Yuan happened to come to the living room to answer the phone. When he saw this scene, he teased, "Are you disappointed? Your daughter can't inherit your mantle." "How could that be?" Lu Jin was elated. "On the contrary, I've never thought quantum mechanics was so useful." "Lu Yuan, how is it useful?" He looked at Gu Nianji sleeping soundly on the sofa, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "How is it useless? It can coax my girl to sleep," Lu Jin said righteously as he carefully covered Gu Nianji with a blanket. This is the second watch of the day. Chapter 1694, Coax My Girl to Sleep. Please vote for the recommendation. Okay? Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1707. Lu Yuan stared blankly at Lu Jin, who was carefully taking care of the sleeping Gu Nianji. Even a patient with a serious interpersonal disorder like Lu Jin had unreserved love for his children. This was the nature of a normal human being. Of course, if someone didn't have this kind of nature, it could only be said that he or she wasn't a normal person. Lu Yuan was immersed in his emotions. Just as he was about to praise Lu Jin, he heard Lu Jin say proudly, "A person like you who doesn't have a daughter will never be able to understand this feeling." He had a smug look that said, "I'm proud to have a daughter. I'm proud to have a daughter." Lu Yuan retracted his previous emotions. He knew that talking to someone like Lu Jin was an extravagant hope. He would either anger you to death, or he would suffocate you to death. Anyway, he was going to die. It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. Lu Yuan's face darkened. He took his phone to the balcony to answer the call. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the kitchen and saw that Gu Nianji had already fallen asleep on the sofa. One arm was raised behind her head, revealing her fair and delicate arm. She was covered with a freshwater, crystal purple blanket. The edge of the blanket had fine lint that rubbed against the edge of her arm, making her skin look crystal clear. It was like a tender, purple lotus root wrapped in a section of white lotus root. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He looked away and walked over. Lu Jin was wearing beige, casual clothes and was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, right in front of the sofa where Gu Nianji was sleeping. There was a laptop on his lap, and he was typing furiously. He didn't know if he was programming or writing something. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flickered. He saw an introductory book on quantum mechanics on the coffee table between the two sofas. He bent down to pick up the book and flipped through it for a while. It was actually quite interesting. He sat on the sofa opposite Gu Nianji and began to read the book. Lu Jin finished writing a program and sent it back to his studio's mainframe. He let the mainframe start testing the program he had just written as he rubbed his stiff neck. He turned around to look at Gu Nianji. She was sleeping soundly. Her breathing was shallow and even, and her little face was a little red. It was the kind of red that was on the most delicate roux-kiln white porcelain with a few strokes of light carmine glaze. Charming but not seductive, beautiful but not vulgar. Of course, his daughter was good no matter how he looked at it. Lu Jin was filled with joy. He gently adjusted the blanket for Gu Nianji and put her exposed arm back into the blanket. She turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting across from her. He was reading the introductory quantum mechanics textbook that he had given her. Lu Jin scoffed and whispered, "Mr. Peter, do you understand it?" Hua Xiaoheng came back to his senses and looked up at Lu Jin. He smiled and said, "I learned a little quantum mechanics in university. This is an introductory reading, so it's not like I can't understand it." As he spoke, he praised this introductory reading material for being written in simple terms and that it was very interesting. Lu Jin was delighted when he heard that. "Looks like you really understand quantum mechanics." Actually, Hua Xiaoheng had never studied quantum mechanics in university. After he went to school, he wanted to get closer to his mother so that they could talk about the topics that his mother was most interested in. That was why he had secretly found a book on quantum mechanics to read. He hadn't been studying on his own for long, but with Song Jinning's guidance, he was still better than most people in quantum mechanics. Although he hadn't touched quantum mechanics in more than 10 years, Hua Xiaoheng felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this introductory reading material. Seeing that Lu Jin was also a study addict, Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He held the book and asked, "Uncle Lu, if I want to study quantum mechanics on my own, what basic knowledge do I need to supplement?" This happened to be a topic that Lu Jin was interested in. He immediately burst into a torrent of stories. "I like your attitude. Quantum mechanics is an advanced subject, which means that to understand it, you have to first lay a solid foundation. Some people say that quantum mechanics is a subject that can't be studied on your own, so it's called overestimating yourself." Hua Xiaoheng, how could one explain overestimating themselves like that? Lu Jin waved his hand. "But I don't agree. Actually, you can study any subject on your own, as long as you're smart enough and find the right way to learn it. For example, quantum mechanics. No matter how advanced it is, it's still just a subject. If quantum mechanics can't be studied on your own, then who is the person who created this subject? Where did he learn it?" It can be seen that people who say that are not only belittling themselves, but also belittling others. Because he treats his IQ as a benchmark and thinks that others can't do what he can't do. It's polite to say that this kind of person is a frog in a well, and that he's blinded by a leaf. To put it bluntly, this kind of person treats himself as a machine. He only knows what to do if you give him instructions. If you don't give him instructions, he'll become a rotten wood that can't be carved. Ignore this kind of person. If you want to study quantum mechanics on your own, you have to lay a solid foundation first. The first is advanced mathematics. You have to understand this aspect thoroughly, otherwise you won't understand the way quantum mechanics thinks. The second is linear algebra. When quantum mechanics involves the theory of multidimensional space, you'll find that linear algebra is simply godly mathematics. Then there's probability. You have to have some basic knowledge in this area. You can take a course in statistics. Finally, this is it. Lu Jin pointed at his head. Your brain must be flexible, and you must be able to master the knowledge of various subjects. Although smart people may not be able to learn quantum mechanics, well, people who aren't smart definitely won't be able to learn quantum mechanics. One couldn't learn it well, and the other couldn't learn it well. The difference between the two was immediately obvious. Hua Xiaoheng kept nodding as he listened. He flipped open the introductory reading on quantum mechanics and asked a few random questions. Of course, these questions had a certain level of skill. Hua Xiaoheng was actually asking some of the quantum mechanics questions that Song Jining had thought about before. Lu Jin was beaming with joy as he listened. He almost dragged Hua Xiaoheng to his studio to give him a computer demonstration. Hua Xiaoheng quickly nodded at Gu Nianji and lowered his voice. Uncle Lu, Nianji is still asleep. Lu Jin came back to his senses and turned to look at Gu Nianji. He saw that her eyes were closed, but her eyes were clearly moving under her eyelids. Lu Jin laughed. Nianji, you're awake? Did Dad wake you up? Gu Nianji had been awake for a while. She lay motionless on the sofa as she listened to Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin talk about quantum mechanics. As she listened, Lu Jin's attitude towards her changed 180 degrees. Gu Nianji was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng was too cunning. Not only had he easily subdued Lu Jin with a book on quantum mechanics, but the point was that Lu Jin had clearly used this book to try and explain it to Gu Nianji. This was really like using one's own spear to attack one's own shield. Now that she had been seen through, she didn't blush. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lu Jin with a smile. Dad, you're so charming when you talk about quantum mechanics. Little flatterer, why are you still asleep when you're charming? Lu Jin smiled and pulled her up. Afraid that she would catch a cold, he covered her legs with a blanket and blocked Hua Xiaoheng's view. Gu Nianji giggled and said, Aren't I awake again? It's not hard to make me fall asleep, but it's really hard to make me wake up. You're right. Lu Jin smiled and patted her head. He looked at his watch. Can we start making dinner now? New Year's Eve dinner is the highlight of today. Gu Nianji looked around. Where's President Lu? He went back to his room to answer the phone just now. Lu Jin said casually. Lu Jin said casually. Maybe it's a confidant. Look, she's secretly answering the phone behind our backs. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan pushed the door open and came in. Gu Nianji smiled and turned around to ask, President Lu, is it really your confidant calling? Do you want to invite her over for the new year? The more the merrier. Lu Yuan knew that Lu Jin was making things up. He held his phone and said calmly, I don't have a confidant. Your dad was amazing back then. He was doing experiments in the laboratory all day in university, and there were a bunch of female graduate students who were infatuated with him. When he went out to give a lecture, he was almost full of fruits. That's amazing, Dad. Gu Nianji's attention immediately turned to Lu Jin. She said in surprise, Haven't you ever thought about having a second spring or something? Lu Jin suddenly blushed and said, There wasn't even a first spring, so how could there be a second spring? Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Hey, aren't you hungry? Boss Lu, hurry up and make New Year's dinner. He stood up and pushed Lu Yuan towards the kitchen. Lu Yuan glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting on the sofa. Hua Xiaoheng gave him a look. Lu Yuan understood and pulled Lu Jin aside. Since you're so capable, help me make New Year's dinner today and help me. If you don't agree, I'll tell your daughter about how popular you were back then. All right, I'll help you. I'll help you, okay? Lu Jin hurriedly covered Lu Yuan's mouth and complained, "Don't talk nonsense and ruin my image in my daughter's heart. You're worried about your image now? You've spared no effort to ruin my image." Lu Yuan snorted coldly. He closed the kitchen door, turned on the exhaust hood, and began to make New Year's dinner. The preparations for all kinds of dishes were done. The steamed and stewed dishes were also ready. Now all they needed to do was stir-fry and cold dishes. Only Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng were left in the living room. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her quietly and smiled without saying a word. Gu Nianji could take it. She looked back at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile and chatted with him. "Mr. Peter, what kind of people do you have in your family? From the looks of it, you should be Chinese, right? Then what if your family doesn't celebrate the Spring Festival?" The Spring Festival was a holiday shared by Chinese people all over the world. No matter which country you were in, you wouldn't ignore the most important holiday of the year. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his long legs and smiled leisurely. "My parents passed away a long time ago, and I grew up with my grandmother. Later, my grandmother died in the line of duty during a mission, and I had no relatives." He knew that as long as he said that, Gu Nianji would definitely not get to the bottom of the matter. Sure enough, Gu Nianji looked sympathetic. "Huh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked these questions. Mr. Peter, I was presumptuous." Hua Xiaoheng immediately said sadly, "It's okay, I don't mind. So I hope to spend the new year with you guys and feel the atmosphere of the new year." "Nianji, can I call you Nianji? Would you like me to spend the new year with you guys?" Gu Nianji was also thinking, haha, he had hit her where it hurt. When she went back, she had to complain to Ms. Song, who was long gone. Gu Nianji thought about it, but her expression became more and more cautious. She said softly, "Sure, aren't you staying now? You're still very close to my dad." Hua Xiaoheng, what kind of words were those? What did he mean by very close to her dad? Who was he doing it for? Then he racked his brains to recall some of the quantum mechanics problems that Ms. Song was interested in back then. Gu Nianji held back her laughter and said, "I understand now. You've been with me since your parents were gone and you lacked fatherly love. You're envious that I have a good father, so you've been following me, right? Actually, you can acknowledge my father as your godfather. That way, you won't have to use the guise of pursuing me to get close to my father." Hua Xiaoheng's face darkened. What was wrong with Gu Nianji? She had actually twisted his pursuit of her and his efforts to gain Lu Jin's favor into a lack of fatherly love. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng's darkened expression, and the evil little man with horns in her heart smiled like a little devil. "Did I hit the nail on the head?" Gu Nianji tilted her head and said, "Don't be embarrassed. I'll tell my father later. Don't worry, as long as I make a request, my father will definitely agree. It's just an extra godson." She was getting more and more outrageous. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and walked over to Gu Nianji's side to sit down. He held her hand and whispered into her ear, "What godson? A son-in-law and half a son. I'll be your father's son-in-law." As he spoke, he bit Gu Nianji's earlobe. The lychee jelly that had tempted him for a long time finally entered his mouth. It was as soft and delicious as he remembered. He couldn't let go after the bite. He subconsciously wrapped his arms around the soft and trembling little ball of flesh and touched it with the tip of his tongue. The round little earlobe was almost sucked into a small, thin piece in his mouth. But as soon as he let go of the tip of his tongue, the small piece immediately swelled up again, as if it was showing off against the tip of his tongue. So he sucked again and gently bit down on the earlobe with the tip of his teeth before slowly letting go of Gu Nianji's earlobe. Gu Nianji didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to really bite it. The earlobe was almost melted in his mouth, and a warm current rushed from the most sensitive area of her ear. Half of her body was numb. She couldn't move. Hua Xiaoheng let go of her mouth, and Gu Nianji came back to her senses. She pushed him away and said with a flushed face, "If you keep doing this, you won't be able to spend the new year." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He only grabbed her arm hard and waited for Gu Nianji to calm down before saying in a husky voice, "Nianji, do you really not have feelings for me?" This was today's big chapter, chapter 1696, for whom he did it. There was no more at night. P.S. I can't stop writing about my daily life again. Forgive me, moi, all the big bosses and little angels. Chapter 1708. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng quietly. Although her heart was in turmoil and her emotions were on the verge of breaking down, she still tried her best to hold it in. She couldn't help it. A person's endurance and self-control were developed through repeated training. Gun Yinji was no exception. The living room was very quiet. The lights were bright, but with the addition of a white paper lampshade, it had a soft effect. Hua Xiaoheng's back was facing the light. His strong body moved closer and cast a huge shadow. Although he didn't press down on her, his aura was indeed there. They were very close, but there was still a little distance between them. They weren't close to each other. There was a little distance between them, but neither of them crossed it. Gun Yinji's sharp and bright eyes gradually became gentle and hazy. She slowly reached out and caressed the side of Hua Xiaoheng's face. Her slender fingers caressed him from his sideburns down slowly, all the way to his lips. Hua Xiaoheng didn't move. He lowered his head and let her fingers caress his face. Her hands were very soft, and her fingers were delicate. There was an indescribable sense of comfort and freedom on his face. When her fingers reached his lips, Hua Xiaoheng turned his head and kissed her fingers. Starting from the tip of her finger, he kissed her soft fingers. He didn't kiss her deeply. He only used his lips to gently touch her fingers. He kissed the base of her fingers and slowly moved up. He even rubbed his straight nose against Gun Yinji's fingers. Gun Yinji was obsessed with sound and looks, but few people knew that she was obsessed with her nose the most. A straight, perfectly shaped nose had always been something she couldn't refuse. Gun Yinji was angry and amused to see Hua Xiaoheng like this. She withdrew her hand and wiped her fingers with a tissue on the coffee table. She lowered her eyes and said slowly, "Mr. Peter, you asked me if I had feelings for you. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Hua Xiaoheng. He sat down next to Gun Yinji and rested his elbows on the sofa. He looked at Gun Yinji and smiled. "What if I want to hear both the truth and a lie? Then I'll tell you everything." Gun Yinji chuckled and shifted to the other side of the sofa to keep a safe distance from Hua Xiaoheng. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Mr. Peter, the lie is that of course I have feelings. What about the truth?" Hua Xiaoheng's smile deepened. "The truth is I do feel it." Hua Xiaoheng still looked at her with a smile. His expression didn't change at all, but he wasn't so sure anymore. He cocked his head and discreetly inched closer to Gun Yinji. "It doesn't sound any different if you're telling the truth. At the end of the day, she just had feelings for him." Gun Yinji smiled. "How can there be no difference? The difference is huge." She placed her finger on her dimples and frowned. "Mr. Peter, I won't hide it from you. Everything you've done is what I've always dreamed of. I used to hope that the person I loved could be like you, able to say nice things and put me first in front of everyone. If there's anything, come and help me immediately. Don't let me handle it myself." Hua Xiaoheng. The uneasiness in his heart grew worse. Why used to? What did he mean by adding those two words? Could it be that everything he did as Peter wasn't what Gun Yinji wanted? I also used to regret that he didn't say those nice words and do those things that I thought were necessary like other men. So how could I not feel anything after you made up for all my regrets? Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Then you admit that you have feelings for me? Then why do you keep rejecting me?" Gun Yinji raised her hand and waved it off. "Don't be anxious. The feeling I'm talking about isn't the feeling of love between a man and a woman, but pure emotion and enlightenment." Hua Xiaoheng. "Enlightenment?" "Yes." Gun Yinji smiled at Hua Xiaoheng and nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Peter, for helping me understand my heart. You've helped me understand what the relationship I really want and the person I really love is like." Hua Xiaoheng could only smile bitterly. "How do you want me to respond? Should I say you don't have to thank me?" "No, the KGB never admits defeat." Gun Yinji shrugged. "You really don't have to waste time. What's wrong with me?" Hua Xiaoheng looked angry. "You said you have someone you love. Does this person really exist? If he's in this world, why didn't he come to you? Why did he let you go through so much alone? Gunyinji almost broke down. She quickly turned her head and looked away so that Hua Xiaoheng couldn't see the expression in her eyes. She looked at the other corner of the living room and held back her laughter. You don't have to worry about where he is. As for whether he will come to me or not, it has nothing to do with you. This person was really addicted to acting, wasn't he? Who wasn't a drama queen? Gunyinji turned around and looked at him. She said in the most sincere tone, Mr. Peter, thank you for everything you've done. I'm not a cold-hearted person. How could I not feel anything? But the more I feel, the more I understand that you're not the person I love. The person I love won't say that he wants to pursue me in public, but he will quietly eliminate all those who try to get close to me with bad intentions. He won't make vows about what will happen to him for the rest of his life, but he will use every day to tell me that as long as he's here, I'll be here. Gunyinji was silent for a moment. She pressed her hand against her chest and suppressed the surging love that had nowhere to put. She realized that she wasn't acting. Every word she said came from the bottom of her heart. Taking a deep breath, Gunyinji continued. Everything you said and did made me understand that you're Peter, and you're not him. If he was like you, he wouldn't be him. Actually, any man would be able to do your sweet words and attentiveness. I used to think that it was my regret that he didn't pursue me like an ordinary man. But now, what you've done has made me understand that there's actually nothing to regret. I didn't even know that I didn't care about these things. Mr. Peter, don't laugh. Feelings are like drinking water. Only you know whether it's hot or cold. You have to experience it to know what you really want. I thank you for allowing me to experience all of this without hurting him. And thank you for allowing me to see my true self. Gunyinji nodded slightly to thank Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was greatly shocked by Gunyinji's words. He really didn't care who Gunyinji loved. Was it Hua Xiaoheng or Peter? It was all him anyway. What did he care about? But no matter what he did here, he had a very clear understanding that these things were done by Peter, not by Hua Xiaoheng. As a senior intelligence officer, this habit was deeply ingrained in his bones. He didn't even realize that there was anything wrong with it. It wasn't until Gunyinji sat here and told him softly and clearly that Hua Xiaoheng hadn't done all of this, so she didn't want it. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were a little wet. He held his breath and looked at her. The love in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Gunyinji clasped her hands in front of her chest and recalled the days they had spent together. She said sincerely, Thank you, Mr. Peter, for letting me understand that I love him so much. I love everything about him. His strengths, weaknesses, where he's better than others, and where he's not as good as others. I know it all clearly. I know that I'm not the first in his heart, but I still love him. I love him as a whole, from the inside out, from his thoughts to his words and actions. He's unique. You're not him, but I still have to thank you, because you didn't learn from him. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't control himself at all and had already unknowingly sat next to Gunyinji. Gunyinji's other side was the armrest of the sofa. She had no place to retreat. She looked into Hua Xiaoheng's eyes and said word by word, I want him to be by my side, even if it's just eating together, taking a walk together, talking together, and chatting. Saying goodnight to each other when you sleep. Smiling at each other when you wake up in the morning and saying good morning. That's the happiest and best life I can think of. This is the first chapter of the day. Chapter 1697. I love you. The second chapter at 8 p.m. P.S. It's really a chapter that fits the occasion. Happy 520. Happy 520 mwah. Big shots, little angels. Chapter 1709. If Gunyinji hadn't looked into Hua Xiaoheng's eyes when she said this, Hua Xiaoheng might not have noticed anything. But when she looked at him, the emotions in her eyes were so clear. Hua Xiaoheng's heartstrings almost snapped. She saw it. She realized these two realizations rose in his heart. Since she had already recognized him, he didn't want to pretend anymore. He suddenly leaned down and bit her lips. Yes, kissing could no longer express his emotions. He had to bite to transmit the love from the bottom of his heart. His teeth sank into the softness of her curvy lips. It was almost like biting into a ball of cotton candy. Not only was it soft, but it was also sweet. Gunyanji froze and suddenly burst forth with strength to push him away. She whimpered, "Let go of me! Let go of me! You can't do this." She moved more and more urgently and with more strength, but in Hua Xiaoheng's arms, her strength was not worth mentioning. Hua Xiaoheng restrained her entire body with one arm and wrapped the other around her waist to rub it vigorously. Gunyanji was still struggling with all her might, fighting against his kiss and her own weakness. Hua Xiaoheng bit her lips and felt her entire body resist. The biting immediately slowed down. He released his teeth and pressed his lips against hers, gently touching the place on her curvy lips that he had just bitten. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her tightly to soothe her intense emotions. "It's me, Ninji. It's me," he whispered in her ear, using his natural deep voice. It was magnetic and wanted to drill into her heart. Gunyanji froze and thought she had heard wrong. "It's you? Who are you? Who are you?" Gunyanji asked instinctively. Her heart was pounding, and she was even more nervous. Was this true? Hua Xiaoheng was going to admit his true identity to her. "I want to eat with you, walk with you, talk and chat with you. Say goodnight to each other when we sleep. Smile at each other in the morning and say good morning. Live the happiest life together." Hua Xiaoheng pressed her head against his chest and kissed the top of her head. His suppressed voice still couldn't suppress the joy. "Mrs. Hua, do you still remember your married status?" Gunyanji shuddered. Mrs. Hua, this was a name she hadn't heard for a long time. However, this form of address, this kind of love, other than Hua Xiao on the other side, no one here could possibly know. However, she no longer pushed him away. She only asked suspiciously, "Who exactly are you?" She had guessed it, but it was just a guess. Before he admitted it himself, Gunyanji still had a sense of anxiety and uneasiness that could change at any moment. Hua Xiaoheng had risked his life on the covert front all his life and had never revealed his true identity when he was on a mission. But this time he failed. He remembered the first time he was with her. He had a vague feeling that if the enemy had sent Gunyanji to seduce him, he didn't think he would have been able to resist it. Now, it turned out that his thoughts were completely correct. He could only sigh that fate was not unkind to him. She was not his enemy. "Haven't you already guessed who I am?" Hua Xiaoheng let go of her. Gunyanji raised her head from his arms. There were still tears in her clear eyes. She looked at him stubbornly. She looked soft, but she was a stubborn girl in her bones. He used his hand to smooth away the fine hair on her forehead. It was all wet with sweat. It was obvious how nervous she was. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly felt sorry for her. It was really hard on her. She had never received professional training in this area, but she had buried this secret so well that not only had she fooled others, but she had also fooled him. It was also because he realized this that Hua Xiaoheng truly felt that it was okay even if he confessed to her. This was a girl who loved him with her life. Of course, she was worth his life. Hua Xiaoheng slowly moved closer to her. His lips were less than a centimeter away from hers. He whispered, "It's me, Ninji. I'm here to take you home." Gunyanji grabbed his arm. A small animal-like whimper came from her throat. Her voice was trembling and indistinct. "It's really you? You're really here to take me home? But how?" At this time, Gunyanji suspected that she had missed him too much. All of this was just an illusion in her mind. Hua Xiaoheng sighed hoarsely. He finally kissed her again. His lips pressed against her burning lips. He felt all of her beauty and trembling. Hua Xiaoheng said, "Why not?" "Ninji, you underestimate yourself too much. You're not the second in my heart. After you disappeared, I couldn't work. If I can't find you, I won't stop. I will keep searching until the day I die." This was the only time in his life that he had been willful, but he had never regretted it. The weight of this feeling in his heart was much higher than he had ever thought. Just like Gunyanji had said just now, there were many things that you could only know what you really wanted after experiencing it yourself. Gunyanji's tears finally flowed. The sparkling tears shone like pearls under the soft light. She hugged his neck and kissed his cheek. She whispered, "I will keep this secret until the day we go back. The fact that the two of them could acknowledge each other was already the best they could do. Hua Xiaoheng tightened his arms. I'm here for you. I've said it before. Whether it's Peter or Hua Xiaoheng, they're both here for you. Gun Yinji recalled what Hua Xiaoheng had said as Peter. Every word was a mix of truth and lies, and they all had double meanings. She chuckled and whispered, Peter, do you know that Peter was the one who exposed you? Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? You've seen Peter? Of course, he was talking about the real Peter. Gun Yinji nodded slightly. On TV, it was New Year's Eve in New York. When the Big Apple fell, 2 people from the Soviet Union were injured by stray bullets in Times Square. I saw you talking to Peter. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly felt a little awkward. He hadn't expected her to recognize him so early on. She had recognized him at almost the same time as his uncle, Guan Yuan, or Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan didn't know Peter. He recognized him from other aspects. Gun Yinji, on the other hand, had really seen Peter. Are you so sure? What if Peter's counterpart on the other side just doesn't have that name here? She had actually revealed such a big flaw. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless for a long time. He lifted Gun Yinji's chin and looked at her deeply. Gun Yinji smiled faintly. But as long as Peter's counterpart exists, your identity is fake. This reasoning isn't difficult, is it? If you're not Peter, why did you use his identity? After that, Gun Yinji had carefully observed and rigorously deduced that he should be Hua Xiaoheng on the other side. This also meant that there was no Hua Xiaoheng on the other side, and there was no counterpart. For Hua Xiaoheng on the other side, the identity of his counterpart here was the safest and most confusing. Smart girl. Hua Xiaoheng leaned over to her ear and whispered, I hope our child will have your IQ. Child? Gun Yinji suddenly blushed. She was still a child, who wasn't a baby. Looking at Gun Yinji's blushing face, Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He also thought of what he had to do when he had a child. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he felt his body start to heat up. Today is New Year's Eve. I'll accompany you tonight and say good night to you. I'll say good morning to you tomorrow morning. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1698, Who's Not a Baby? He reminded them about their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1710. Gun Yinji was also thinking about what she had to do to have a child, so she shyly covered her face and whispered, Not today. There's no condom. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He had already been trying his best to suppress the sensations in his body, but Gun Yinji's words ignited a fire in him. He immediately felt the strangeness in his body. He quickly moved away from Gun Yinji without batting an eyelid. Gun Yinji sensed it, but was too embarrassed to let go and look at Hua Xiaoheng. She could only secretly open her blindfolded fingers and secretly observe Hua Xiaoheng through the gaps between her fingers. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want Gun Yinji to notice that he had lost his composure, so he turned sideways and crossed his legs to use Gun Yinji's little panda pillow to cover himself. He laughed. What are you thinking about? I said to say good night to you before you go to bed. I'll come to your bedroom tomorrow morning to wake you up and say good morning. Gun Yinji was speechless. Damn it, this was so awkward. She must have misunderstood. Gun Yinji closed her eyes and suddenly saw a little panda pillow appear in front of Hua Xiaoheng through the gaps between her fingers. Huh, he wasn't the type of person who liked these furry little toys. Gun Yinji's eyes darted around as she released her blindfold and slowly inched towards Hua Xiaoheng. She whispered, That's not what you said just now. Her large, bright eyes seemed to speak and firmly attracted Hua Xiaoheng's attention. Gun Yinji moved to Hua Xiaoheng's side and stretched out her arms weakly, as though she wanted to hug Hua Xiaoheng's neck. However, halfway through, she suddenly changed direction and grabbed the 2 adorable ears of the panda plushie. Hua Xiaoheng had been holding the little panda pillow loosely in front of him with one hand, but he was once again attracted by Gun Yinji's affectionate eyes. He didn't expect Gun Yinji to be so mischievous now. Caught off guard, the little panda pillow on his lap was snatched away by Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji quickly glanced at the place where Xiaoheng was using the little panda pillow to block. As expected, she saw something strange there. She instantly felt justified and laughed as she grabbed the little panda pillow's two little paws. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. Oof. The evidence is conclusive, and you still dare to argue? Look at yourself. Hua Xiaoheng was actually quite thick-skinned. Now that Gu Nianji had discovered it, he didn't hide it anymore. He hugged her in his arms and said, "Actually, I did it on purpose. If I didn't do that, why would you throw yourself at me?" He let go, and Gu Nianji was the one who was embarrassed. She tried her best to lean away so that she wouldn't touch any part of him that was in trouble. Xiaoheng lowered his head to kiss her face and whispered in her ear, "You don't have to worry about the condom. I'll buy a dozen for your room in a few days." Gu Nianji was embarrassed and embarrassed. She shoved the panda pillow into his arms. "If you dare to buy it, I'll show it to my father. He said that you have bad intentions." Hua Xiaoheng's expression froze. Gu Nianji successfully escaped and stood up with a smile. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Now you know how powerful I am? My father has sharp eyes." Lu Jin happened to come out of the kitchen with a plate of dishes. He only heard Gu Nianji's last sentence and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Nianji? Is there anything you want to show me?" Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and laughed muffled. His shoulders shook, and it took him a lot of effort to calm down. Lu Jin had already walked around the living room to the dining room. He said, "Mr. Peter, the New Year's dinner is ready. Go to the kitchen and help carry it." Hua Xiaoheng had already returned to normal. He calmly placed the panda pillow on the sofa and stood up. "Okay, I'll go to the kitchen." He strode over. Gu Nianji pursed her lips, but Lu Jin had come out. She couldn't continue messing around with Hua Xiaoheng like this. She sat back on the sofa alone and rested her chin on her hand. She thought about what had just happened like a dream, but she also found it unbelievable. It really was Major General Hua. Why would he abandon everything on the other side and come here to look for her? Wasn't he afraid that his counterpart would be here? That was a dead end. Gu Nianji was shocked when she thought of this. She still had a lot to ask Hua Xiaoheng. However, when she thought of her father, who was sometimes reliable and sometimes unreliable, she suppressed this curiosity. Hua Xiaoheng had revealed such an important piece of information to her. She couldn't let him down. Of course, the more important reason was that this information concerned Hua Xiaoheng's survival. It was impossible for Gu Nianji not to be careful. She thought about it for a while, then took out her phone to play games to distract herself. In the dining room, Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng brought all the dishes over and set them on the dining table. "Where's President Lu?" Hua Xiaoheng remembered that he hadn't seen Lu Yuan in the kitchen. Lu Jin was focused on setting the plates, as he said casually, "President Lu is a very awkward person. He even takes a shower before eating. He's so beautiful. He's already so old. Who wants to see him?" Hua Xiaoheng, he couldn't respond. Although he wanted to curry favor with Lu Jin, Lu Yuan was his uncle, so he couldn't offend him. With two big shots at home, Hua Xiaoheng felt that he actually had no status. But he was willing to endure it. He was willing to have no status with these people. As long as Gu Nianji was high and mighty, it was fine. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the dishes on the table. Most of them were Gu Nianji's favorites. A small number of dishes were what Hua Xiaoheng was used to, and some were probably Lu Yuan and Lu Jin's preferences. "Uncle Lu, I'll go get Nianji for New Year's dinner." Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It was almost time to start eating. After eating, they could watch the Spring Festival Gala. Yes, he had checked the TV schedule. There was actually a Spring Festival Gala in this world. Lu Jin nodded and continued to focus on setting the plates. "Go, and remember to be polite. Our Nianji has a bad temper. If you make her angry, I'll be the first to not let you off." Hua Xiaoheng, wasn't this the wrong way to educate her? She liked to lose her temper, got angry easily, and wanted others to be more tolerant. But these words were directed at him, so Hua Xiaoheng couldn't say no. He agreed and went to the living room to call Gu Nianji over for New Year's dinner. Gu Nianji put away her phone and followed Hua Xiaoheng into the dining room. She saw Lu Jin walking around the round dining table, holding a small lighter-like instrument and shining it between the plates. A small red dot appeared from time to time on the side of the plate. "Dad, what are you holding? What are you doing?" Gun Yinji walked over curiously and watched as Lu Jin adjusted the position of the plate every few steps. Lu Jin smiled and said, "This is a laser rangefinder. I'm adjusting the distance between the plates. I use the golden section method to adjust the position of the food to the best distance. This will increase appetite, promote digestion, and prevent weight gain." Gun Yinji knelt down. "Dad, it's just setting up the plate. Do you have to be so high-tech?" Hua Xiaoheng asked very professionally. "Uncle Lu, is there any scientific reason for doing this?" "Of course there is." Lu Jin straightened up and finished adjusting the last plate. He said seriously, because vision can also affect appetite and the digestive system. For example, the ancients said that beauty is a feast for the eyes. This is the most obvious example. If a beauty is in front of you, you'll be full just by looking at her. You can eat less and achieve the goal of losing weight organically. Gun Yinji was speechless. Losing weight was divided into organic and inorganic. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that beauty is a feast for the eyes could be explained in this way. However, the more he looked at Gun Yinji, the hungrier he became. The more he looked at her, the more he wanted to eat. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to eat it for a while. Hua Xiaoheng's thoughts wandered for a while. When he came back to his senses, he found that Gun Yinji was already excitedly discussing organic weight loss with Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "Miss Gu, your figure is completely in line with the golden section ratio. You don't need to lose weight." Gun Yinji's heart was filled with sweetness. It was as if she was immersed in the first barrel of lychee honey brewed in the middle of winter. There was also a hint of sourness in the sweetness. Lu Jin asked suspiciously, "Peter, how do you know the proportions of Yinji's figure?" Hua Xiaoheng, Gun Yinji? She was at a loss for words, but Hua Xiaoheng reacted quickly and said calmly, "Miss Gu's figure is so good. Anyone with eyes can see it." Lu Jin turned around to look at Gun Yinji. She was wearing a super short doll dress, which made her long legs look even more ridiculously long. The curve of her waist was not very obvious, but from the way the dress swayed and the ratio of her height, he could accurately calculate her waist circumference and leg length. It was indeed in line with the golden section ratio. As for her chest circumference, Lu Jin politely ignored it. In his heart, Gun Yinji was still that chubby and adorable 2-year-old child. When he was experimenting on her, she thought he was playing a game with her. Growing up or something like that didn't exist. If possible, Lu Jin hoped that he could stay by her side for the rest of his life and protect her from any interference or harm from the outside world. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time left. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1699, I'll be the first to not let you off. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the second update. P.S. Today is Monday, so you must vote for your friends, especially all of them. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1711. Lu Jin retracted his thoughts and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. He reminded him seriously, "Mr. Peter, we Huaxiao people have a saying, don't look at indecent things. Your eyes shouldn't look around." Gun Yinji tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve awkwardly and changed the topic. "Dad, let's get ready for New Year's Eve dinner. What good food is there today? I'm hungry." Lu Jin immediately turned to look at her and said with a smile, "Yinji, are you hungry? Come, sit down. You eat first." Gun Yinji, "Dad, New Year's Eve dinner is only interesting if everyone eats it together." Gun Yinji quickly smiled and winked. "Dad, let's wait for President Lu to come and eat together." "But you're hungry." Lu Jin frowned. "What if you're hungry? Children are the most vulnerable to hunger, so they should eat small meals more often. Why isn't Boss Lu here yet?" He looked around and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Peter, can you help me call Boss Lu over for reunion dinner?" Hua Xiaoheng stood up. "I'll go now." After saying that, He turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Lu Jin looked at his back with a complicated expression. He thought to himself that this person's overall quality was indeed good. It was a pity that his daughter's heart belonged to someone else. Otherwise, it would be good for him to protect his daughter. But now that they had no energy, Gun Yinji almost couldn't go back, so it didn't seem impossible to use Peter as a substitute. His gaze fell on Gun Yinji's face again. He looked at her bright, smiling eyes, and it seemed to overlap with another pair of eyes. To be precise, the other pair of eyes weren't as big as Gun Yinji's, but the shape was very similar. Lu Jin closed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Yinji, what do you think of Peter? If he couldn't continue to protect his daughter, then he would find someone else to protect her. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Yuan was too old, Lu Jin would have thought that Lu Yuan was the most suitable, because he was the most familiar with him and trusted him the most." Gun Yinji felt guilty and jumped in fright, but she still said nonchalantly, "Dad, what does it have to do with me? Besides, I don't understand him, and I don't want to understand him. I don't care whether he's good or bad." "I see." Lu Jin shook his head regretfully. "Then forget it. I thought you had a good impression of him. After all, he is the counterpart of your sweetheart." Gun Yinji blinked. "That's amazing, my dad. You can even see through this." Gun Yinji sat down and lowered her head so that Lu Jin wouldn't see the look in her eyes. She smiled and said, "I'm quite familiar with him. After all, I saved him, and he saved me. It could be considered a life-and-death friendship." Lu Jin sat beside her and scooped a bowl of American ginseng and black chicken soup for her. "Drink some soup first. This is American ginseng and black chicken. It's been cooked for an hour and 30 minutes. It's the best time for the black chicken's protein to be released into the soup. After that, the protein will denature and solidify. The black chicken will be firewood and won't be released into the soup. The soup won't be delicious and nutritious. In addition to the fine breed of black-boned chicken and American ginseng, there are also red dates, longans, and wolfberries in the soup. There's also a little ginger and salt after it's out of the pot." Gun Yinji smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "Dad, you're amazing. You really know a lot. Did you make this soup?" "Of course not," Lu Jin said confidently, and there was even a hint of disdain in his tone. "I don't know how to cook. This was made by Boss Lu." "Gun Yinji, you didn't make it? Why do you sound so sincere?" Gun Yinji smiled sheepishly. "You know so much about it. I thought you made it. Tisk, if you want to know, just read a book. I know how to eat, but that doesn't mean I know how to cook. Do you have to learn how to make a refrigerator to use it?" Lu Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. "So you're all book knowledge." Gun Yinji thought to herself. Lu Jin continued excitedly. "When you drink the soup, the first mouthful should be small, then the second mouthful will slowly increase, and then the third mouthful. Only then can you fully feel the delicious taste of the soup." As he spoke, he handed Gun Yinji a set of soup spoons. From small to large, it was like a measuring cup with a scale on it. Gun Yinji, seriously, not only did she have to receive a scientific education on the cooking time and protein denaturation and coagulation, but she also had to drink it with a scale. It was like a ritual of an experiment. Gun Yinji was at a loss for words. However, she saw Lu Jin looking at her eagerly, his face full of enthusiasm and eagerness for praise. Gun Yinji silently picked up the soup spoon and scooped herself a spoonful of soup with the smallest spoon. She slowly drank it with devotion and awe for scientific research and experiments. Then she changed to the second spoon, followed by the third spoon, and drank it one mouthful after another. Needless to say, the soup was indeed clear and tasty. When he first took a sip, he felt that it was a little bland, but when he took the second sip, the taste was obviously better than the first. When he took the third sip, the soup was so fresh that it could make his eyebrows fall off. In the past, when Gun Yinji drank soup, the procedure was different and the equipment was also different. She had never tasted the taste of the soup step by step. Now that she was using Lu Jin's scientific method to drink the soup, she felt that the soup was more than 10 times more delicious. Gun Yinji was pleasantly surprised and nodded at Lu Jin. "Dad, you're amazing. The soup is really delicious this way. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. It's good that you like it. It's good that you like it. I knew it was the best way to drink the soup, because the taste buds will remember the taste of the food for a certain period of time. The gradual increase in amount will double the taste of the taste buds. It wasn't in vain that I made this set of soup spoons for you over the past few days. Gunyinji, that didn't sound quite right. Gunyinji's hand holding the spoon stopped in midair. She looked at her spoon, then at Lu Jin. She asked curiously, Dad, did you just make this set of soup spoons? Haven't you used it before? Of course not. Lu Jin said matter-of-factly. It's just soup. I don't have to be so particular about it myself. But his precious daughter was different. She deserved the best in the world. He was willing to give her the best treatment within his means. Gunyinji didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Her heart was filled with gratitude and gratitude to be doted on by her father like this. Her eyes were a little dry, and her nose was sore. She wanted to cry, but in her heart, she was also happy, proud. The person who was loved was always fearless. That was probably what it felt like. She wanted to laugh, run in the sun, and tell everyone she met that she had the best father in the world. So this was what family was like. It was without reason and without asking for anything in return. Gunyinji felt that the flaw in her heart had finally been filled. She thought that if she saw Ma Chi-Chi again one day, she would definitely tell her, my father, Lu Jin, get to know him. He's the best father in the world. With a smile, Gunyinji picked up the last spoon and finished all the soup in the bowl. It was only then that she realized that there was also a scale in the soup bowl. That was why she had grasped it so well, and not a drop of soup was wasted. Gunyinji put down the spoon with a smile and said, Dad, I like it very much. Thank you, Dad. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's my duty. It's good that you like it. It's good that you like it. Lu Jin laughed loudly. He was so happy that every smile on his face bloomed like a flower. Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and entered. They heard laughter coming from the dining room in the living room. When Lu Yuan heard this, he frowned slightly and said softly to Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Jin hasn't been right recently. He's never laughed so presumptuously before. If you have the chance, pay close attention to him. Lu Yuan was now the CEO of a cybersecurity company. Due to his identity restrictions, the opportunity to do secret work was naturally not as convenient as Peter, the KGB agent. This was today's second update. Chapter 1700. The loved one has nothing to fear. P.S. Today is Monday. You must vote for your friends, especially all of them. While all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1712. Hua Xiaoheng's brows twitched slightly. He still had a faint smile on his face as he said in a low voice, Could it be that he's especially happy because he's reunited with Ninji? Wouldn't he laugh unbridledly when he was happy? Lu Yuan glanced at the two people in the restaurant and didn't say anything. He took out his phone and texted Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan, that's not the only thing. Lu Yuan. Previously, Lu Jin clearly knew that you were coveting his precious daughter, but he still let you accompany his precious daughter to the banquet. That's very strange. Lu Yuan, it's already good enough that he didn't chase you away with a big stick. How about he let you get close to her? Lu Yuan, I don't know why he's laughing like this now. Hua Xiaoheng still didn't understand. He replied, He's just laughing loudly. Isn't President Lu too sensitive? Lu Yuan replied, Before today, I've only seen him laugh like this once. That was 8 years ago when he sent Ninji to the other world and at the same time controlled the car to explode the world wall between the two parallel worlds. At that time, Lu Jin stood at the crossroads and laughed so unscrupulously. Just like this time, it was as if there was no tomorrow. Behind him was a faint stream of traffic and a car that suddenly exploded and caught fire. Hua Xiaoheng immediately remembered the first time he had seen Gunyinji 8 years ago and how he had rescued her from the burning car. His eyes suddenly darkened, and he immediately replied, Is he crazy? Nianji was in the car at the time. If I had been a second later, Nianji would have died, just like that car. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly, and his fingers quickly replied on his phone. No, I won't. Lu Jin controlled the explosive device on the car. He waited for you to rescue Nianji before activating the explosion. Even so, Xiaoheng still felt that Lu Jin was too crazy. He replied with a cold face. What if I didn't go that day? What if I happened to hesitate and didn't rush into the car to save her? There are so many uncertainties. Has he ever thought about it? Lu Yuan smiled and replied, Of course he has. He has an extremely complicated mathematical model. Based on his understanding of human behavior, he can deduce the development of things. The result of his divination is that you have a chance to rescue Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng snorted. It's not 100%? He dares to do it? Lu Yuan replied. In terms of probability, Lu Yuan said it's 100%. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. For the first time, he felt that Yi Chu was right when he called Gu Xiangwen a lunatic. Of course, perhaps in the minds of geniuses, the concept of safety and danger was different from the understanding of ordinary people. Hua Xiaoheng did not comment and followed Lu Yuan into the restaurant. Gu Nianji looked up and saw Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng come in together. She quickly said, Dad, President Lu, Mr. Peter is here. Lu Jin stopped smiling and turned to look at them. He said unhappily, Why are you only here now? Any later, and my lady will have to call an ambulance. Gu Nianji, was there a need to be so exaggerated? She had just drunk a bowl of delicious American ginseng stewed black chicken soup, so her stomach was warm and she wasn't hungry at all. Of course, she didn't refute Lu Jin's words in person. Lu Jin was so protective of her. How stupid would she have to be to side with an outsider? Gu Nianji didn't know that she had unknowingly given Lu Jin unconditional trust. Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji together. That pink little face, the little dimples at the corners of her lips, and her plump, red lips. She didn't look hungry enough to call an ambulance. If it weren't for the new year, Lu Yuan would have turned around and left. However, Hua Xiaoheng was also worried that Lu Yuan would leave in a huff, so he immediately tried to smooth things over. Uncle Lu, you really know how to joke. If you want to call an ambulance, I'll be responsible for carrying her into the car. Gu Nianji, with me here, when was it your turn to carry her into the car? Lu Jin rolled his eyes. Sit down. It's the new year. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Lu Yuan cursed to himself. Who was it that made things difficult for them just now? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and sat down on the other side of Gu Nianji. Lu Yuan sat next to him, and Lu Jin sat on the other side. However, Lu Jin's attention was now on Gu Nianji. He smiled at her and said, Nianji, we can eat now. Are you hungry? As he spoke, he winked at Nianji. Gu Nianji held back her laughter and nodded. I'm a little hungry, but I can still tolerate it. Sai, my girl is so obedient and considerate. Some people who bathe all day should pay attention. Don't be so selfish and only care about your own happiness. Other people are waiting for you to eat. Lu Jin was practically pointing at Lu Yuan's nose as he spoke. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He poured himself a glass of Mao Dai and raised his glass. Today is New Year's Eve. It's been so many years. This is the first time so many of us have celebrated the new year together. Come, cheers. Hua Xiaoheng quickly filled his glass, then took the glass to Lu Jin's side and filled it for him as well. However, when it was Gu Nianji's turn, Hua Xiaoheng only poured her a glass of freshly squeezed coconut juice. Lu Jin was very satisfied. He smiled and said, Peter did a good job. Nianji is still young and can't drink alcohol. Juice and milk are enough. On this point, Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin were surprisingly in tune. Hua Xiaoheng quickly nodded and said, Yes, you really can't drink alcohol. Juice and milk are best. Lu Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He took a sip as a sign of respect and said, Nianji is already 20 years old. She can actually drink alcohol. Gu Nianji quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Actually, I really want to try what wine tastes like. Although she had secretly drunk it before, she had never drunk it openly in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Jin glared at her. You're a little girl. Why would you drink? Besides, alcohol is bad for the skin and will accelerate aging. Huh, really? Then I definitely won't drink anymore. When Gu Ninji heard that alcohol was bad for the skin, she immediately gave up the idea of drinking when she was 22 years old. 22 years old was the age that Hua Xiaoheng had set for her to drink. Hua Xiaoheng saw that Lu Jin had completely dispelled Gu Ninji's desire to drink with just one sentence, and he sincerely admired him. As expected, taking care of children also needed the support of scientific theories to get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, during the New Year's Eve dinner, Gu Ninji had no intention of trying alcohol at all. Other than juice and milk, she politely declined any other drinks. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, drank a little too much because he was happy. By the time they finished the New Year's Eve dinner, he was already drunk. However, Lu Yuan didn't say much when he was drunk. He just looked around for a pen and paper and began to sketch. Gu Ninji saw at a glance that the paper was filled with Ms. Song when she was young. She was hugging her textbook and walking under a tree. She was wearing a white coat and doing experiments in the laboratory. She was bending over to take a deep sniff of a peony. She was sleeping on her desk. She was working on a physics problem in front of the blackboard. Her smile was the clearest in the bustling crowd. Gu Ninji looked at them one by one in surprise and suddenly remembered that she had seen this kind of sketch before. The same brushwork, the same composition, and the same deep feelings that could not be expressed. Gu Ninji raised her head abruptly, and her full lips parted slightly. She subconsciously looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her expression and knew that she had guessed Lu Yuan's true identity. Gu Ninji had also seen Hua Guanyuan's pencil sketch back then. In addition, Lu Yuan had drawn Song Jining. Gu Ninji was so smart. How could she not have guessed it? Gu Ninji had indeed guessed it. At this moment, her doubts for many days were solved. No wonder Lu Yuan could make Ms. Song's signature San Xian fried rice, because he was Hua Guanyuan. He had lived under the same roof as Ms. Song back then. However, at that time, Ms. Song had married his younger brother, Hua Guanchen. Therefore, all his deep feelings had been deeply hidden. Before his accident, no one had ever known this secret, until one of his letters was thrown out. Although Gu Ninji was very curious as to why Song Jining and Hua Guanyuan would make the same taste of San Xian fried rice, she restrained herself from asking. This was someone else's privacy, and gossip had to be professional. Hua Xiaoheng sighed in his heart. He turned around and helped Lu Yuan up. He said to Lu Jin, "Uncle Lu, I'll send President Lu to rest. I'll accompany you and Ninji to watch the Spring Festival Gala later." No need. After you send him back, you can go back by yourself." Lu Jin waved casually. He didn't want Peter to stay the night. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes shifted slightly, and he glanced at Gu Ninji. Gu Ninji tugged at Lu Jin's shirt worriedly and said, "Dad, President Lu is so drunk. If Mr. Peter goes back, why don't you take care of him? I'm worried about President Lu being the only one." Lu Yuan had rarely been so drunk. The last time he had been so drunk was on the night of Song Jining and Hua Guanchen's wedding. Hua Xiaoheng was also very worried about him, and he didn't want to leave Gu Ninji's side on New Year's Eve. Lu Jin looked at Lu Yuan. He seemed to be very drunk. He had never seen Lu Yuan so drunk, so he nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Peter to take care of Boss Lu." Then he asked curiously, "What happened? Why is Boss Lu so happy? Could it be that the second spring has really come?" Gu Ninji, this was the first update of the day, Chapter 1701, The Second Spring. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1713. Hua Xiaoheng's footsteps paused for a moment, but he quickly recovered and helped Lu Yuan back to his suite. Gu Ninji whispered to Lu Jin, "Dad, President Lu's personal problems are his privacy. Don't talk nonsense anymore." She spoke carefully, but she was actually very afraid of hurting Lu Jin's pride. She was also worried that she would hurt Lu Jin's pride, so she waited until Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan had left her suite before speaking. Unexpectedly, Lu Jin wasn't angry at all. Instead, he nodded in surprise. Okay, I'll listen to my girl. He then continued to praise Gunyinji. My girl is so nice to me. She was afraid that I would offend Boss Lu by talking nonsense, so she secretly reminded me. Nyinji, do you know how touched I am? Lu Jin pretentiously wiped the corners of his eyes and made a crying expression. Gunyinji, this acting skills should really be trained by the king of acting. Gunyinji secretly complained in her heart, but she was relaxed and happy. She didn't feel any psychological burden at all, because she realized that no matter how she talked to Lu Jin would automatically change it. It was all for his own good. She had never felt this way before. Even when she was with Huo Xiaoheng, she couldn't be so unscrupulous. So after a while, Gunyinji couldn't help asking Lu Jin, Dad, how did you know that Lu Yuan always had a second spring? Lu Jin glanced at the sketches Lu Yuan had drawn in Gunyinji's hands and pursed his lips. Look at his drawings. Even a fool can tell how much he likes her. Gunyinji raised an eyebrow and smiled. I didn't expect you to know art, Dad. I don't know. I just read a few books on art. Lu Jin laughed heartily. His mood was so good that he was in a good mood. Gunyinji curled her lips and looked at the drawing in her hand. She continued to ask tentatively, Then do you know the woman in this drawing? She's so beautiful. Lu Jin said without hesitation, I don't know her, but she's not as beautiful as my girl. She's just not bad. Gunyinji almost covered her face and laughed out loud, but she quickly restrained her expression and smiled. Dad, your fan filter is too thick. Quickly wipe it. You're a scientist. Don't scientists care about the truth? Lu Jin chuckled and said seriously, Why wouldn't I be realistic? In fact, there was no objective standard for judging a person's appearance. According to psychology, if a person feels that another person is beautiful, it is either that the other person has similar features or temperament to themselves, or that the other person is like a blood relative that they are familiar with, or that the other person has complementary features. That is, they like features that they don't have. And you are my daughter. You have similar features and temperament to me. So I think you are the most beautiful. What's wrong with that? Lu Jin looked at Gunyinji, indicating that he was very objective when it came to beauty and ugliness. Gunyinji didn't know what to say. She recognized that he had similar features to Lu Jin. Although she had never seen what Lu Jin looked like before he was disfigured and had plastic surgery, she had seen what Gu Xiangwen looked like in the other world. Since they were counterparts, they must look exactly the same. The Gu Xiangwen of the other world was very handsome, especially his straight and beautiful nose, which was exactly the same as Gunyinji's. Lu Jin should have had a nose like that before he was disfigured, right? But the same temperament? Her heart was moved, and she refused. She was very moved, but refused. Gunyinji quickly glanced at Lu Jin's face and lowered her eyes with a smile. Dad, I like how righteous you are when you use scientific theories to spout nonsense. Lu Jin snorted and smiled. Oh my girl found out. Can we still chat happily in the future? The father and daughter chatted and laughed as they cleaned up the table for the New Year's dinner. Lu Jin put all the dishes in the dishwasher, then poured in the special detergent for the dishwasher and washed the dishes with the dishwasher. Gunyinji waited for him for a while before the two of them left the kitchen and went to the living room to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The Spring Festival Gala had already been going on for 2 hours. The joyous singing and dancing had passed, and now it was time for the overseas travelers to pay their New Year's greetings to the people of their motherland. Gunyinji yawned in boredom and sat cross-legged on the sofa. She habitually hugged the panda pillow and rested her chin on her hand as she looked at the 100-inch TV on the wall. She said, I like to watch skits, especially skits about my military career. Lu Jin watched the TV with great interest and said, There are very few skits like this. I haven't seen any in recent years. He didn't really like going online because going online made his hands itch to make fun of something, so he watched TV when he had time. This was his main way of interacting with people. As they spoke, Huo Xiaoheng walked in. Lu Jin heard someone and turned his head to look. He said in surprise, Why are you here? Did you leave Boss Lu alone? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, President Liu is already asleep. It's fine. I'm here to see Uncle Liu. Are you okay? You've drunk quite a lot tonight. Liu Jin laughed and said proudly, I'm not afraid of getting drunk. My liver naturally has more ethanol dehydrogenase and acetaldehyde dehydrogenase than normal people. So after drinking, the alcohol breaks down very quickly and you won't get drunk. Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji looked at each other, but both of them wisely shut up and didn't continue asking. Hua Xiaoheng sat down on the sofa on the other side of Gun Yinji. As soon as he sat down, Gun Yinji suddenly threw the panda pillow away uncomfortably. When Hua Xiaoheng saw this, he pursed his lips and silently looked away to look at the TV screen in front of him. Liu Jin was also sitting next to Gun Yinji. When he saw the panda pillow thrown on the coffee table, he quickly asked, What's wrong? Don't you like it? Gun Yinji tried her best to control herself from blushing. Before she could think of a reason to speak, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly said, Miss Gu likes these furry toys? Then do you like dolls? We have famous nesting dolls in the Soviet Union. If you like them, I'll ask my colleague to send you a set as a New Year gift. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. What did Hua Xiaoheng mean by that? Liu Jin didn't react, as if he didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng meant by that. But he did calm down. He leaned against the sofa and stared at the TV screen in a daze. She didn't know if he was really watching TV or if he was thinking about something. Gun Yinji could only say, I quite like it too. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Peter. Liu Jin glanced at Gun Yinji, but still didn't say anything. The three of them watched TV for a while. The overseas traveler's New Year's greetings were over. At that moment, He Chengjian's calm and resolute face appeared on the TV. He was sitting in a small conference room at his house and giving a New Year's greeting speech. It was obviously a recorded video. My friends in front of the TV, my citizens of the Huaxiao Empire, and all the Chinese people in the world, hello. I'm He Chengjian. On this New Year's Eve, I wish everyone peace and happiness. I also wish our country prosperity and change with each passing day. After he finished speaking, He Zichu's face appeared. He was also in the small conference room. He was wearing a tuxedo and was dressed very formally and nobly. Hello, my friends in front of the TV. I'm He Zichu. Today is New Year's Eve for the Huaxiao Empire. It's our tradition, our festival. I wish everyone a happy family and good luck. After He Zichu finished speaking, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed slightly. His thin lips parted slightly, as if he was smiling. Very quickly, a short video of He Zichu's New Year's greeting was taken and uploaded on Weibo. In an instant, it became popular among the girls on Weibo. Did young master he break off the engagement today? Young master he is so handsome. Only young master he in my heart. I want to kiss him. I want to marry him. Why I'm young master crazy? You're thinking too much. Is it your turn to marry him? At the very least, you have to be behind me. I'm Mrs. He. Mrs. He is here. Everyone, please get to know each other. Upstairs is a mistress. Huffed. Upstairs is at most a mistress. I'm the legal wife. Gun Yinji watched TV and scrolled through Weibo. These trending topics quickly went to her homepage. Gun Yinji found it very interesting and enjoyed watching these young girls who were crazily chasing after their idols. On TV, after He Zichu and He Chengjian paid their New Year's greetings, a host of the Spring Festival Gala walked out and said with a passionate smile, Hello, everyone. We also invited two important guests today, Zheng Yonghao, the Huaxiao Regional Executive of the Beimei Fund, and Mr. Ishihara Bai-san, the Chief Scientist of the United Nations Population Fund. Gun Yinji's ears suddenly twitched. She had just heard a name, Ishihara Bai-san. This is the second update of today, Chapter 1702, Do You Like Dolls? Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Remember to vote all the recommendation votes. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1714. The host of the Spring Festival Gala was very respectful towards Ishihara Bai-san, who was dressed in a decent suit. This is Mr. Ishihara Bai-san, an internationally renowned biomedical scientist. They had just achieved a major breakthrough in biological genetic engineering, allowing the dream of human genetic medicine to move from the theoretical deduction of scientists to the practical testing stage in a laboratory. Thus, it was possible to cure all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Let us welcome Mr. Ishihara Bai-san with a round of applause. Gunyinji's eyes widened in shock. She was no stranger to the name Ishihara Bai-san. In the other world, Ishihara Bai-san was a big shot in Japan who studied high-energy magnetic fields. He used to be a doctoral student of Gu Xiangwen over there, but his scientific research ability was not as strong as Gu Xiangwen's. Do you think you're worthy of competing with me in terms of progress? He was scolded to the point of committing seppuku. Something's not right. Ishihara Bai-san was clearly a physicist who studied high-energy magnetic fields. How did he become the chief scientist of the United Nations Population Fund here, and a biomedical scientist? Didn't he study high-energy physics to study magnetic fields? Gunyinji's long brows furrowed as she looked at the 50-year-old Ishihara Bai-san on the television. She muttered, "Did I hear that right? He's a biomedical scientist?" Hua Xiaoheng's attention was also attracted by Ishihara Bai-san. He had investigated the entire Ishihara Corporation in the opposite world, and his investigation of Ishihara Bai-san was of utmost importance. He also remembered very clearly that Ishihara Bai-san was a high-energy physicist who studied magnetic fields. However, he soon thought it through. This Ishihara Bai-san was the counterpart of Ishihara Bai-san from the other world. The corresponding bodies only had the same genes, but their status and occupations might not be the same. Gunyinji also thought of this. For example, Zhao Yangzi and Bai Shuang on this side were completely different from Zhao Yangzi and Bai Shuang in the other world. Perhaps for some reason, Ishihara Bai-san didn't conduct high-energy magnetic field research. Instead, he was engaged in biomedical research. Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng looked at each other, then looked away to continue watching TV. On the TV, the elegant Ishihara Bai-san was speaking in Japanese. Gunyinji's Japanese was average, but Hua Xiaoheng understood it. However, there were Chinese subtitles on the TV, so there was no need for Hua Xiaoheng to translate. "Hello, Chinese audience. I'm Ishihara Bai-san. I'm very happy to be able to come to your country during your spring festival and celebrate this festival with you." He held the microphone with a faint smile on his face, and his voice was low and powerful. Just now, this lady praised me for my great achievements, but in fact, she was exaggerating. What I've done is really limited. Your country has a very outstanding biomedical expert. As early as more than 10 years ago, not only did he propose the concept of gene editing, but he also achieved gene therapy. This person is the pioneer of gene pharmacy. Her name is Qin Yaoguang. Ms. Qin Yaoguang is an internationally renowned brain surgeon. She is also one of the most important scholars in biological genetic engineering research. After a pause, Ishihara Bai-san said regretfully, "I came to your country to visit her, but unfortunately, he didn't say why it was a pity, but the implication seemed to be that he wanted to stand up for Qin Yaoguang." Gunyinji's expression darkened, and she clenched her fists tightly. "Dad, do you know this Ishihara Bai-san?" Gunyinji thought about how, in the other world, although Ishihara Bai-san was more than 10 years older than Gu Xiangwen, the two of them were PhD classmates. She didn't know if Ishihara Bai-san and Lu Jin, who was Gu Xiangwen, were classmates in this world. Lu Jin stood up from the sofa and said seriously, "I don't know him. I've never heard of him before this." He then got up and left the living room, heading to the kitchen. Gunyinji's gaze followed Lu Jin's back until she couldn't see him anymore. She then asked Hua Xiaoheng in a low voice, "Why do you think Ishihara Bai-san mentioned Qin Yaoguang at this time? Are they in cahoots?" "That's hard to say," Hua Xiaoheng said after some thought. "If they're really in cahoots, he's too bold to mention Qin Yaoguang at the highest-rated spring festival gala in the country. Is he afraid that others won't know that they're related?" Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this person has academic dealings with Qin Yaoguang. As for whether there are other dealings, that will depend on the evidence. Hua Xiaoheng carefully put forward his point of view. He didn't let Ishihara Bai-san's situation affect his judgment. Gun Yinji couldn't tell what she was feeling. First of all, Ishihara Bai-san wasn't studying high-energy magnetic fields, but biomedicine. His situation was already very different from the situation on the other side. Moreover, he didn't seem to be Lu Jin's classmate, so it wasn't very likely that he would commit suicide because of his anger. Gun Yinji sighed regretfully. Lu Jin came back from the kitchen with a jasper fruit bowl. There were bright cherry tomatoes, yellow peeled ivory awns, white and tender lychee meat, and a few egg fruits. He placed them in front of Gun Yinji and said with a smile, "Come, eat some fruit. Don't starve." Gun Yinji had just finished her New Year's Eve dinner, so she couldn't be more full. However, these fruits were all her favorite. Lu Jin washed them clean and placed them in front of her. She would feel guilty if she didn't eat them. She smiled and picked up a small cherry tomato. "Dad, are you going to feed this to a piglet?" "If you want to be a piglet, I'll be a piglet daddy," Lu Jin said in a good mood. He picked up a toothpick and pricked a piece of lychee meat into Gun Yinji's mouth. "Eat some lychee. Don't eat too much." "Okay, thank you, Dad." Gun Yinji held the lychee meat in her mouth and mumbled. She also pricked a cherry tomato with a toothpick and brought it to Lu Jin's mouth. "Dad, cherry tomatoes are the king of fruits. Eat more. Good girl." Lu Jin swallowed the cherry tomato in one bite, as if he was eating a ginseng fruit. Hua Xiaoheng saw the father and daughter feeding each other the fruit, as if there was no one else around. He couldn't help feeling his throat itch and coughed lightly. Gun Yinji heard it and her ears twitched, but she didn't turn around. Lu Jin was here, so how could she dare to feed Hua Xiaoheng? If Lu Jin saw it, he would definitely cut Hua Xiaoheng into pieces. Lu Jin also heard it. Seeing that Gun Yinji was ignoring Peter, he was in a good mood. He nagged, "Yinji, you have to remember to eat more fruits in the future, especially cherry tomatoes. You also say that it's the king of fruits. Its nutrients and anti-aging ingredients are the highest in water." "Okay." Gun Yinji smiled and ate the last cherry tomato. "Also, if you're not feeling well, don't go to the hospital for a checkup." Lu Jin paused. "Dad left you a set of medical equipment. You can check it yourself. You're very healthy and won't get those messy diseases, so if it's just a fever and a headache, you don't have to go to the hospital. Otherwise, you'll be harmed by those quacks." Gun Yinji. Why did that sound weirder and weirder? She quickly said, "Dad, with you here, of course I don't have to go to the hospital for a checkup." "What do you mean by that? Are you going to ignore me in the future?" Lu Jin laughed and said, "Why would I? Wasn't I just in case?" He glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and felt that his presence here was really an eyesore. However, seeing that he could still protect Gun Yinji, he didn't chase him away. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Have you finished all the fruits? Is there any more?" Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She stood up and said, "I'll go wash some fruits." "Dad, wait for me. I'll wash the fruits for you." "Okay." Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. "Dad will wait for your fruits." Gun Yinji took the jasper fruit bowl and walked to the kitchen. Hua Xiaoheng stood up calmly and said, "Uncle Lu, I'll go help Yinji wash the fruits." Lu Jin's face darkened. He looked him up and down for a while before snorting and raising his hand. "Go, but I'm warning you, don't get any funny ideas. Otherwise, I'll make you regret messing with my girl." Hua Xiaoheng sighed and said sincerely, "Uncle Lu, I really like Yinji. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, Yinji will be here." It was fine if it was anything else, but this sentence really moved Lu Jin. He had done so many things because he wanted Gun Yinji to be able to live a peaceful and undisturbed life in this world like a normal person. Just like Mr. Peter had just promised, as long as he was here, Gun Yinji would be here. What a pity. If there was only one Hua Xiaoheng, how great would it be? Gun Yinji was destined not to belong to this world. Lu Jin looked at Hua Xiaoheng with almost pity. He thought to himself that this person was from the KGB, so even if Ninji suddenly disappear from his life in the future, he should be able to bear the loss. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1703, The Unbearable Lightness of Life. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote for all the recommendation votes. Okay, 8 o'clock in the evening, the second update. Moi. All the big shots and little angels that you're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.